Build a website you love.
You guys just got the point. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hi. Welcome in. This is LidiaNekozawa. Okay, I'm just testing out the blurred section because wow, there's gonna be some things we're gonna talk about today, friends. But oh my goodness, was there a super chat already? Oh my goodness, who did this? Who is that? Is that Crim? Oh my goodness, Crim, thanks so much for that $100 super chat. Just stopping by to call you noseless before the drama starts. Thanks, Crim. Funny guy. Okay. Hello, everyone. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we are, okay, so before we get in, let me just catch up with chat a little bit. Just want to say hello to everyone first, okay? Hi, Ophelia. Hello, Ice Daddy. Hi, Ed's Hobby. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Yeah. Tasha says, strapping in for another possibly long video. Yeah, you know what? You're probably right. You're ordering pizza for 6 hours time. Oh, my goodness. Oh, what flavor? Oh, my goodness. Spicy meatball with Mexican sweet potato wedges on the side. That does sound good. Oh, my goodness. See. Oh, so that sounds tasty. I can't handle spice. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, Ed. Ed's having an amazing pizza. All right. I approve of spicy meatball as a topping. Absolutely. Let's see here. Ed says, my local pizza place is okay. I tend to throw in a garlic bread and free drink. Ooh, oh my God. Okay, wow. Sign my ass up. That sounds great. Oh my goodness. Well, Sean says, I hope you're buckled in for this one, folks. Wild ride number 4. Yeah. You know what? 2025 has been so full of surprises. Oh my goodness. Back says, I must know what happened. What is happening? Don't worry. We're going to get to it all. It's going to be, there's a lot here to cover. But let's see here. Oh, let me take off my microphone. There you go. There you go. That's better. Okay. Let's see here. True, for unaware before, we'll certainly be made aware in a few more minutes. You got it. You got exactly right. Okay. So what is the over under on how long the stream will go? Well, there is, okay. We're looking at least 2 large Google documents as well as a bunch of tweets. So I'm gonna guess around 2-ish, maybe more, but like obviously you guys you know, with the information that's coming, obviously this is a developing story, so who knows, maybe more stuff might come out. Okay. Are we gonna go to the full 12 hours? Okay, that was too much. That was way too much. Okay, hopefully this one's not 12 hours. Sorry. Hi, 9. Hello, nice to see you. Hey, Big Boss. Oh my goodness. Hi. Hello, Dantex. Crim says, okay, I got 20 minutes. So see what I can get out of this. Okay. Funny. Rashawn says, okay, we're buckled up for this one. Hi, Midnight Rider. Hi, Tasha. Oh my goodness, nice to see you. Okay, we're on a roll. Yes, this has begun. Okay, let's go. Ejal says, oh no, stream caliber drama again. Yes, it is, of course. I try not to bother you guys too much with live streams, but anytime there's a topic that is going to be more than like a 15, 20-minute video, this is when I usually do the live streaming, because I'm like, okay, there's just a lot to cover, more than what a video could cover. So this is kind of why we do this, just because it is it's a lot, and I'm taking you guys along for the journey. And yeah, Snatcher, that's right, your one night Neil Kobe, Big Boss. That's a classic song. Tasha says we just gotta wait for our favorite Gary to come out. Has me, thanks, Tasha. That's putting it lightly. Oh no, the live newsy news is never a good sign. I know, Tristan, right? I know. I try not to go live unless it's kind of important. So this is gonna be kind of important. So yeah. Okay. So you did the and Krim, thanks again for that $100 super chat. This is gonna be a trip. Yeah, there's just before I get into it, I'll get into some of the disclaimers. I'm gonna once I get to that point, I'll get into the disclaimers of the of this topic, because it's very mature. There's a lot of 18 plus content that is going to be covered. So if you are 18 plus, I apologize, but this stream is not for you, because there's a lot of mature subject matter, and obviously viewer discretion is advised, right? Hi Silver, hi Origin, hello Ice Daddy, thanks for the salute. Hi DJ, hello, how's it going? Hi Origin. You had to watch Team Force. yeah. So this is, hold on, let me get my water. My water's behind me. Okay. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so this includes one of the people who was on Team 4-Star, who, as you guys will know, I played the song Perfect Cell. I did it my way. A classic song, and it includes the voice actor for that. So we're going to get into what exactly happened here and all the different kind of moving pieces, okay? Okay, P-Gag says, can I get the cardboard box and leave the cat girl? Hey! That's my box! Oh my goodness, this is very sad that's happening. I know, yeah, it's a very strange situation that's going on. But we'll cover it. I'm gonna cover it to the best of my ability. I'm gonna cover it as neutrally as possible, obviously. And yeah, this is what you're seeing on the screen right now. This is just like a filter that I had to make because of some mature things that obviously we have to work inside of the platform of YouTube, so we gotta make sure, this news kitty can continue her newsy career moving forward. So hopefully this little censor button will help. Okay, so let's see here. Are we looking for another marathon stream? Niftu, I hope not, but we'll see. I mean, there's a lot to cover here, right? There's a lot to cover. Probably, honestly. All right, Sean speaks the truth. Yeah. How many Google Dockies are we looking at? You, John, mostly just 2. But yeah, there's some like comments and stuff. Yeah. Hi, John. Hello, welcome in. Kyo, hey Kyo, nice to see you. Oh my goodness. Hi Nifto, good luck. Yikes, good luck, Lydia. Thank you, Nifto. Elsie says, I'm not caught up. What's happened? Don't worry, we're gonna catch up together. It's 100 pages at least. Oh my goodness. Okay, enough to drink. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can bury the hatchet on this one, guys. 9 says, chat, let's please leave Fuzzies out alone today. This isn't the time. Thank you, 9. Thank you. This is a serious matter. Yeah. Exactly. Next time we're back on Twitch, then go for it. Yeah, you got it. Exactly right. Another 11-hour newsy news stream. We'll see. I mean, like, I'm hoping not, but there's a lot of content to get through, so we're gonna do it together. Okay, friends? Okay. That's what I did before stream. Thanks, Krim. Thank you. Guys, you're about Canada. Canada? What's that place? I live in Canada. All right. See. Okay. All right. Thanks, Sean. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Go follow Lydia on Twitch. Yeah, Sean. Thank you. That is a very good point. Please go follow me on Twitch. And you're like, Lydia, but what is it on Twitch? Oh my goodness. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me pull up. Okay. So no. You stay there. Okay. You go here. Okay. Hold on. Let me just see if this is going to pull up the right screen. Hold on. I can do that this way. Okay. Hold on. There. Okay. There we go. All right, and then one more. There. Okay. Stop. Okay, all right. There, this one. Okay, all right. I'm gonna uncensor now. Okay, guys, this is Lidia on Twitch. So if you haven't already followed Lidia on Twitch, please feel free to do so at this time. Also, very quickly, going to shout out my Plushie Petition. This is the LidiaVtuber Plushie Petition. We are already at 78% of the goal, which is super incredible. The target is 100. So if you would like to support this Neko and getting her own VTuber plushie, this is the link to the petition here. Okay, so thank you so much. I would appreciate that big time. All right, so let me catch up with chat just a little bit more, and then we're gonna get into the meat and potatoes of everything. Okay, friends? Okay, see here. So yes, thank you, Sean. Yes, please make sure to follow Lidia on Twitch, okay? And also, if you can, do the plushie petition. Okay. Origin says, I like listening to the news while studying or doing homework. Oh, man, I don't know how you can do both. That's good. That's awesome. Twitch doesn't count lurkers as viewers. Oh, really? Oh, that's nuts. Boo. Okay, he says, well, this is going to be a day when I got up this morning. Oh, boy. Here we go. Oh, my goodness. Okay, just guys, this plush, sorry. Not the pushes again, but the plushie drive is super important to me, and this is my only chance to do a plushie because Makeshift obviously has a stance on newstubers and their type of content. Market was obviously very, very kind in allowing me to get this petition. So this is my only chance to get a plushie. So guys, if you are able to, I really, really would appreciate if you were able to participate in this, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me catch up just a little bit more. Sorry, hold on. Okay, see here. Okay. Nice says, Sean's right. Thanks for the clarification. That's right. Follow Lidia on Twitch. Okay. Origin says, I feel called out by Twitch because I'm a lurker. It's okay. Oh my goodness. I don't mind if you're a lurker. It's okay. The assets are nicer. You require information. Oh yeah, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it back for sure. Yeah. Let's see here. Rhea says, Adore and Alicia being on the bad side of drama again. Not surprised, honestly. Yeah. We're gonna get into all that. Don't worry, Rhea. Tasha says your top was testing YouTube while ago. What? Goodness. Okay, so if you're not chatting, just lurking won't be counted as a viewer on Twitch, especially if you're not subbed. Oh, see, I did not know that. Yikers. Bikini on YouTube, you heathen. Yes, I put on a shirt. Listen, the bikini is only for Twitch because we hang out on the beach. Well, that is yeah, there's no virtual beach on YouTube. Unfortunately, I know. That's okay. Let's see here. Malaki says, Twitch hates lurkers, engagement matters, but they're not clear on how often you need to engage or what kind of engagement. Hi, Ice Daddy. Hi, Jesse. Hi, Criminal. Hello, Malakia. Hello, new silly Neko. Hi, Malakia. Nice to see you. Hi. Kyo says, Lidia, how dare you? I know. Hi, Kyo. Hi, Tasha. Hi, Tristan. Free karaoke with the news. She lives! Yeah, I know, right? Oh my goodness, Midnight Rider, thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Now that I got my opinion of Corona incident off my chest in chat, there's another tip towards Lidia loves a new Apple product budget. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Midnight Rider. And Krim, thanks so much for the $50 super chat. Did you guys know Lidia has a plushie petition? Ooh, market is cute. Here it is. Thank you, Krim. Much appreciated. Internet Zen Master, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Hey, Lidia, glad we're finally getting some information on what happened with Taka. On the plus side, it won't be a Radia length stream time. Well, hopefully not. We'll see then. But yeah, it's funnily enough, Adora is actually included in here too. Yeah. It's kind of weird. Everybody kind of knows everybody, right? Okay. Let's see here. Okay, let me catch up. Let me catch up a little bit more. Okay, hold on a second. Here we go. Nevin says, news is always better coming from a cute cat. Thank you. I agree. Nico says, Twitch has outlived its usefulness. It's time for a replacement that services VTubers, especially in a previous attempt. The failed time has come. It is hard. I've seen a lot of apps rise and fall, and they're like, oh yeah, this is only a VTuber only, and then, oh no, you have to buy her in-house currency. Oh no, how did this happen? It's difficult, but yeah, that's okay. At least we got YouTube for now. Michael says, oof, another spicy meatball. Yeah, we're gonna have a nice meatball. We're getting blurred today. Exactly. Yeah, Wolf, there's gonna be some blurring. There's gonna be, I'm gonna have to engage in this I had to make a hotkey on my stream deck for blurring purposes, obviously. Okay, slightly relevant. Alicia's friends with Nux, so I'm not surprised. Oh, I see. Okay. Yusha says, rip editor. They were a real one. Too bad they didn't survive the stream. Oh, jeez. Okay. Time for the newsy news. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Zombie says, remember everyone, no means no, but it could also mean yes. Occasionally, yes means a maybe, and yes can be a no depending on the situation. May all your future dates be confusing. I'm more confused now than ever. Okay. Okay. Another Kyo. Yay! Two. Oh, there's two of them. Okay. Glad you got some caramel popcorn. Yeah, you're gonna need it, Blackjack. Spicy meatball pizza sounds like it slaps. It does. Spontaneous watching. Let's go. You have sourdough pizza place. That sounds awesome. Yum, yum, yum. Your Italian's showing it. Thanks, guys. Hi, Yellow Tortoise. Hi, Tasha. Hello, Foreigner Kisuru. Oh my goodness. Hi, Sunith. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hi, Crow. Pineapple pizza out of here. Get it out. Okay, hold on a second. Suki says, might want to turn off restream, or stream off. Redeems off. Yeah. There's no redeems. Yeah. We're good. Okay. I don't think so. Hold on. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. You're still ready. It's 2 a.m. Oh my God. Tasha, go to sleep. He says, since I'm supposed to have, my next musical project will be writing Newsy News the musical. Yeah. Make sure to say, bury the hatchet. I'm sure there's going to be some memeable things here. Who knows? Okay. Oh, nice. I might head over to work and put the scream on the background. That's a good idea. Yeah. I think the editor needs an energy drink. Google fund me. There's a lot of Google Dockies this year. There's so many, Jack. That's true. Hi, nothing interesting. Hello. Hi, nice to see you. Oh my goodness. Tiresias is your first live stream. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Hi, Yuso Russo. Nice to see you. Hello, Mike. Okay, all right. Team 4-star screams Yuga Bridge. Okay, hi, TJ. Okay. All right, hold on. Oh, can you enjoy the filter? Good, excellent. Okay, good. Can you please read the text messages verbatim? Okay, all right. Well, anyways, we gotta get. Okay, sorry guys, we gotta get hopping here. I don't wanna waste too much of your time. Okay, all right. So before we begin, a couple of things. Please follow me on Twitch. This is the link to Twitch right here. If you guys could do that, that would be great. Also, please, if you're able to join in on the Plushie Petition, I need to get to 100 backers, so I would really appreciate that. Okay, so now, okay, okay, so in regards to the situation, in regards to the Takahata101 situation, I'm going to do my best to stay neutral on the situation and read to you what is happening. That is my goal for today, is to just educate you on what's going on, and with a kind of a neutralness as much as possible. This video will contain some adult language, so it is absolutely not for people under the age of 18. Moderators, you are instructed to remove anyone under the age of 18 participating in chat. Obviously, this is going to be very difficult to administer, but please do our best. If anyone's like, I'm underage, obviously get rid of them. So just so you guys know, I do not know any of these people. I have no alliances. I have no friendships with these people. I'm not trying to protect anyone. I'm not paid by anyone. The only reason I can go on is from the generosity of viewers like you. So any super chats are greatly appreciated. Not necessary, but appreciated nonetheless. So anyways, guys, so now, I'm going to be using a censorship button so that you guys, so that YouTube does not get angry with me. Obviously, I'm going to be censoring some words that I say for YouTube reasons. I'm not trying to infantize the situation at all, but I know that I have to work within the parameters of what YouTube allows. So if I say things or, I have to change words, that is because I am under the limitations of YouTube. Okay, friends? Okay, so now that you all know, now that we are all aware, viewer discretion is advised, obviously, because there is some sensitive topics here. Okay, all right. So now we will begin. Okay, are you guys ready? And 1, 2, 3. Hi, everybody. Welcome. It's LidiaNekozawa here, and today we're going to be getting into some VTuber newsy news. But before we do, please make sure to smash subscribe, hit the like, ring the bell, and guys, do you know that I stream on Twitch? Head on over to Twitch, and if you're at work, leave me a lurk. And if you're able to, please participate in the LidiaVtuber plushie. We are 78% funded, and the target is 100 backers. So if you are able to support me, I would really appreciate it. Okay, guys, so onto our only piece of newsy news. So this is, let me just pull this up for you. Okay, so there you go. Ads. Okay, so this is Takahata101, and Curtis Takahata101 Arnott is one of the co-founding members of Team 4-Star and Dragon Ball Z Abridged. He is the creator, co-writer, and director of Hellsing Ultimate Abridged, and co-creator, writer, and director of both Final Fantasy VII Machina Abridged, and Attack on Titan Abridged. Arguably, his most famous and most popular roles are Nappa, Super Kami, Guru, Cell, Dende, and Bardock from Dragon Ball Z Abridged. He's also the voice of He's also the voice of Alucard from Hellsing Ultimate Abridged. Okay, so this is Takahata101. And also, okay, so these are the people that are involved. So that's Takahata. This person is Mistress Doom. So this person was not known until yesterday, but it appears that she was on Takahata's mod team at one point and also did some art for him. So this is Mistress Doom, and Mistress Doom is a Twitch partner, singer, caster, lover of big productions, primal model of Red Claw Draws, and she has an art tag as well. Okay, so that is so this is Mistress Doom. So I'm just pulling up the key players just so you guys understand who's who in the story. Okay, so this is okay. So let me pull up this guy. Okay, so this is Jimmy V Doom. So this is a Mistress Doom's carer and also her moderator. So you can see here it says Twitch / Discord mod for Mistress Doom, a live 2D rigger, a video editor, and a house bee. Okay, and then indirectly involved in this story is someone you guys are familiar with because this is the last time I did a live stream on the News You News. This is Adora Bunny. Oh, sorry, here we go. This is Adora Bunny, and Adora Bunny was an English-speaking female American VTuber and just chatting streamer. Her main platform was her Twitch channel with occasional YouTube videos. Her content featured collaborations with many of her friends that often dipped into media and impromptu history lessons. Okay, and then we have another player within the story. So like the two major players are Takahata and Mistress Doom. So these are just kind of like other people indirectly involved. This is Alicia Death. Alicia Death is a VTuber, YouTube partner, and Twitch partner with 200+ subs. So they are, I believe, the Rat Queen. So this is the Rat Queen here. And this person, their name is Bo Sheep. And Bo Sheep is an 80s kid, unapologetically liberal sheep, filthy nerd, parent, neurodivergent. PFP is Ia Navia. And okay, so those are kind of like the major players within the those are the major players within the story. Okay, all right. So where does it all begin? Where does it all begin, Chad? Okay, all right. So our story begins at the very beginning, of course. It starts about here. So let me show you. Okay. So people started distancing themselves from Takahata101. So these are just like, so I'm gonna share this with you. I'm gonna scroll in just a little bit. It's kind of hard to see, but so people start distancing themselves from Taka. So what you're gonna see here, these are 3 screenshots from 3 separate Discords. So this first one is from Alicia's Discord. The second one is from Adora's Discord. And the third one is from Radia's Discord. Okay, so this one, okay, so let's start at Alicia's Discord. So it says here, at everyone, I have no intention of speaking of this further and will not be answering questions. So Alicia is this one. This one's Alicia here, okay? Alicia, okay? So this is a screenshot from her Discord. So it says, everyone, I have no intention of speaking on this further and will not be answering questions, but my friendship with Takahata has ended. Something has come up that made me uncomfortable to continue interacting and posting contact with him anymore. So even videos I did record with him will not be posted. Please do not pressure me to talk about it further. Just know I'm beyond disappointed and have stated to this community time and time again, I don't care if I've known a friend for 10 years or 10 days. If they do something that is unacceptable, I'm dropping them. Thank you for reading and looking forward to continuing my consistent content grind. Okay. And so that was from Alicia's Discord. So this next one, this was from Adora Bunny's Discord. So this is Adora Bunny. Okay. And Adora Bunny says, at everyone, I won't speak on this further and I have no intention of speaking on this and will not be answering questions. Also, know this has nothing to do with the situation from today's stream and is in no way associated with that. But my friendship with Takahata has ended. Something has come up that made me uncomfortable to continue interacting and posting content with him anymore, and I have asked him to stop posting videos with me in them. Videos I have edited with him will not be posted. Please do not pressure me to talk about it further. Just know I'm beyond disappointed and have stated to you all I will keep myself with good people and drop someone who has made me feel uncomfortable. Thank you for reading and looking forward to us getting back on the horse. Okay, and then this one was from Lidia. So hold on, actually, if you guys don't know who Lidia, the Radioactive. Okay, hold on, VTuber, Wiki, Lidia. Okay, let's see if I can pull up. This is Lidia. Okay. Okay, so this is Radioactive here. So Radioactive, also shortened to Lidia, is an independent English-speaking female VTuber. She has streams that focus on science and technology while finding time to hang out and play games. Okay, so that's Lidia. So okay, so on Radia's Discord, this is the last one here. It says, at everyone, firstly, let's make this clear. This has no relation to the events of today's stream, nor the individual who perpetrated these acts. My friendship with Takahata has ended. I'm uncomfortable interacting with him and being used in his content. He continues to post videos with me in them, but I do not approve of continuing to be used for his content. Videos with him in them will not be posted, nor will I allow myself to be posted anymore on his channels. Just know I'm beyond disappointed in his actions and have been firm in the fact that I keep honest and forthright company. I will drop anyone who has made me feel uncomfortable. Thank you for reading my statement on this matter. I'm looking forward to us continuing to excel as a community alongside good company. Okay, so that is that was all three of those statements there. Okay, so that was most of Project Stim. So if you guys don't remember who Project Stim is, okay, hold on, I'll pull that up for you. Okay, yep, it was that one. Okay. Okay, so this was Project Stim, right? So you can see here. Okay, oh, Radia obviously has been removed, but this is our bunny. Anyways, so that's I think probably Project Stim's still going, but anyways, let's continue. Okay, so at the time, no one really understood as to why they were distancing themselves from Takahata, right? But it was just kind of like something that was just like, oh, like this is kind of like a weird thing that's going on, right? Like this is very like peculiar, right? But like because they're like, I'm not answering any questions at this time. It was just like, okay, very obviously vague. And a lot of times in the VTuber sphere, a lot of VTubers have to be vague because, you know, sometimes NDAs or something like, you know what I mean? So sometimes like, unfortunately that's the norm. But anyways, so there is that kind of like vagueness that happened, right? Okay. So now this is Takahata explaining why people were distancing themselves from him. Okay, so let's pull this up here. Okay, so this was released on May 9th, 2025 around 3:47 a.m. and this is posted on Takahata's X account. And Takahata says, you may already be aware that over the past few months, several creators have distanced themselves from me. Some have announced that they will no longer collaborate on future content. Others have even removed past collaborations from their platform. It has become clear to me that this has been largely driven by false and hurtful rumors that have circulated behind the scenes. I am aware of where this all originated and how it has spread. While I have no desire to escalate While I have no desire to escalate matters or cause unnecessary distress, I have, with the guidance of legal and professional counsel, now compiled a dossier that clearly identifies the falsehoods and substantiates the truth with provable and independent evidence. I'm aware that the spread of this false narrative has made possible by a lack of full context, but the allegations now being made are simply untrue. Yes, I do know the identity of the original source, but I am also very aware that the individual's emotional vulnerability, and I truly have no wish to do them harm. So at this stage, I do not intend to make their identity public or take further action of any kind. It is my sincere hope this will never be necessary. However, I have found the entire situation deeply difficult to process. So after careful reflection, I've decided to take a significant step back from content creation for now. This has not been an easy decision, but I believe this is the right one for the time being. To those of you who have continued to offer kindness, understanding, and genuine support, I'd like to say thank you. This has meant more than I can express. Okay, so that's kind of like, Takahata basically saying that he's going to be releasing information, which, as we know, is the Google Doc. Let's see here. Okay, so this is okay. So now. So the Google document hasn't come out at this point yet. Like obviously it came out more recently. This was from May 9th. Okay. Okay. So let's move on to this. Okay. So this is Bo Sheep talking on Takahata months ago, right? So this was posted in, this is like a Discord screenshot here. And Bo Sheep says, at everyone, sorry I've not been around much. Some of you may have noticed that for the last several months since January, I seem to have had a hard time keeping consistent. I do not want to talk about why, as I respected the privacy of everyone involved and still do. However, now that Takahata has brought it up on Twitter, I will admit to the fact that the situation that occurred behind the scenes has taken a toll on me and how I view the community. I've remained friends with Taka through the allegations due to seeing his proof, and there is proof that backs him up, which has ultimately resulted in some people not wanting to associate with me anymore either. It's been hard and disheartening, and I found my motivation drop. So sorry, we're talking about Bo. Hold on, where's Bo? This is Bo Sheep. So this is the person from the screenshot of Discord. Okay. Says, I will not discuss what happened, as it is still not my place to give the details beyond how the situation has impacted me. I will be pushing forward and coming back soon now that I don't have to pretend everything is okay. Yikes. Okay. All right. So that was Bo Sheep talking on Takahata's situation. Okay. And then we have Alicia distancing herself from the situation. So here is, okay. So this is Alicia, right? Alicia Death. Okay. Okay. So then Alicia makes this statement, where it is kind of like a reply to Takahata. And Alicia says, as someone who saw you as a best friend, heard you out twice because out of love and respect for our friendship, I didn't want to just listen to one side. I wanted to hear what you said and your experience. I made my decision to separate based on what you said to me, not what others said. Don't know about if other people are saying false things, but let me be crystal clear. What you told me is worse than what a rumor could be. So then there's another tweet here from Alicia as well. And then so Alicia continues to say, I will read the dossier when it comes out. I sat with you as you cried and bought you mac and cheese when I thought the world was against you, but it took more screenshots and me talking to you a second time to get a clear picture. I feel used because I didn't know why you left and came back the original time. The second last time you did, I still had faith in you and was worried. You came back again just for screenshots and second conversation to happen. I gave you so much benefit of the doubt because I'm an emotional person. Our friendship ended after we talked, not other rumors. So yeah, this is so as you can see, she's kind of distancing herself, making it very clear that it's just like because of what Takahata had said, that they were, there was like a, I guess like, I don't know if a betrayal of trust or something, but essentially, so what you told me was worse than what a rumor could be, right? So this is kind of Alicia's stance on distancing herself from Takahata as well. Okay. Okay, see here. Okay, so yeah, so like like in the comments on her second tweet, so like this one here, right? Hold on, let me pull this up again. Hold on. Okay, so like in the comments, so you can see here, Yushi says the mac and cheese comment makes me feel like this is all a troll. And then Fatty K says, what the F happened? Haven't been paying attention. And then Professor Benma says, do I even want to know what happened? Arceus says, dude, this is really shaping up to be the absolute worst year for VTubing community. It's just one bad thing after another. So like essentially the comments in the second tweet mostly indicate like kind of confusion as Alicia is vague posting on something that's happening that's very serious, right? Okay, so in order to get some clarification, Alicia goes live and just to talk about it. Okay, so I have some hold on, let me see here. Okay, don't look at this commercial. This is a dumb commercial. Okay, there we go. Okay, sorry. All right, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, that should be good. Okay, so I'm gonna pull you up to speed on. Okay, so this is the there we go. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the live stream in question. It's posted on Alicia Death's YouTube channel, and this was posted 4 months ago. And it says, "I've been gone ... but I'm back." So you're like, okay, what is going on here? Okay, let me put up the I'm just gonna put up the volume so you guys can hear. I'm gonna put it to -15 there. Okay, here. Okay, so we're going to go all the way to the timestamp of 25:34. So let me just go there. 25. 30. Okay. 25:33. 25:33 is pretty close. Okay. Okay. All right. So okay, so let's take a listen as to so what she says here. So okay. Okay, let me just see. Just want to make sure you guys can see this, okay? Hold on. Okay, there you go. Okay. All right, let's take a listen.
After hearing his perspective, I ended the friendship. And yeah, it was a lot. And it's not my place to say what happened because it's someone else's story to tell. Just know that I am uncomfortable. And I don't want him to be brought up further with me. I don't want to interact with him. Since I ended my friendship with him, he has no longer posted videos or uploaded on Twitter anymore because of the incident. And I know that there's going to be a lot of curiosity. I totally understand that. Because listen, if I was a fan, I'd be like, what the fuck happened? Right?
Right.
I totally understand curiosity. But I'm telling you from like a place that's very meaningful to me is that if this was just drama, I would 100% spill tea. But this is more than drama. This is like life affecting.
Ooh.
And it's not my place to say it. When it comes out, I'm more than happy to be clear and transparent about it. And I'm more than happy to talk about my perspective, right? But again, when it's something that's like not my place, that I just can't. Does that make sense? But again, you know me. I love drama. I love tea. I love spilling it. But again, you know, maturity matters, you know, and being an adult and making sure people are okay matters. And that's what I prioritize here. So yeah. And again, if it comes out into light, I'm more than happy to give my perspective and give full transparency on where I was in the situation. But again, not gonna, yeah. So, yes, that's where I am on that. A lot of people have been asking me about Dragon Ball Z Abridged. I thought about continuing it. It's just a little hard because he voices one of the main characters for the next arc for Cell Saga. And it makes me just really uncomfortable even listening to him now.
Ooh.
Because of what I know. And it's just a lot. And I realized that I don't think I can mentally go through that. And the only reason I did not take down my YouTube videos with him was because I didn't want this to become some stupid VTuber drama bullshit. You know what I mean? You know when you start deleting videos and the VTuber drama channels go, ooh, what's the tea? It's like, no, this is serious. This is real life. Right? I don't want to deal with that. So I was like, I'm going to just leave the videos up and then just, you know, cut things off and just keep it there. So that's my rundown. That's about it. Again, I'm more than happy to share eventually if it does come to surface. And if it doesn't, because the victim doesn't want to talk about it, that's up to them. Or if he doesn't want to talk about it, it's up to him. Either way, right? Just know that, yeah, like I pride myself on transparency. So if I can talk about it, I will. And that's about it. That's all I can really say for now. Yeah, it's just uncomfortable. And I feel like, yeah. That sounds like a lot. It is. It definitely is. I mean, I considered him one of my best friends, which really fucked me up during all of this. Because you guys saw how close Taka and I were. And, you know, I spent a lot of time going through that. And it fucking blew. And I'm just happy that I have good friends now that are really supportive and really amazing. And I'm super blessed that they are so great. Oh, it's that situation? You can stop now? You don't know the situation. Hello? Feel free to enlighten the class if you know the situation, though. Because I'm 100% sure you don't. Well, go for it.
Oh, boy.
Person who's going to say something that has nothing to do with it. Go ahead, random chatter. Go for it.
Ha! Okay.
Bro has no clue. I know. Insane.
Switching my phone plan.
Oh no, okay. Shit. Okay, hold on. Oh, I don't want. I knew I should have done this on brief. It's okay. Okay, hold on. Let me just play this ad. I'm just gonna censor this ad. Give me a moment. Okay. So yeah, this is oh boy. Oh wait. So kind of I guess a little aggressive, but like I guess yeah. Even at this point, it's all still very very vague, right? It's all still very vague. Okay, here. Okay, there we go. It's ads over. Okay, here we go. Sorry, Chad. Here we go.
You said, "Oh, it's that situation." What? That's all you said. Oh, it's that situation. You didn't say what it was. You don't know what it is. Huh? I'm making an assumption. Motherfucker, you just lowered the IQ of the chat room. God damn. That's crazy. Like, what the fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna like skip past to just another timestamp. Around this around the 32-minute mark is kind of when something else starts coming to light here. So let me just get let me get it over there. Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, also, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, Internet Zen Master. Quote, I don't like to make this some VTuber drama BS. Well, that aged like milk sitting in the middle of Death Valley under the noon sun for Alicia. I'm convinced she is a drama goblin at this point. Oh my goodness. Thanks so much for the $10 super chat, Internet Zen. Okay, let's take another listen. Let's continue.
Man. Just me just like, yeah, whatever. The thing is, chat, is like, I'm trying to be as professional as I possibly can be about the situation, right? But there's so many things and so many red flags that I went through that I excused for so long that I just don't know if I can talk about them. Because I don't want it to be like it's drama shit. Because the situation that happened was so much worse than stuff that I experienced with him, you know? You know more drama? Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, listen, if it ever comes out, I'll tell you guys all about what I've been through and shit, but... Is another Cinder situation? No. Cinder situation's a lot different. Cinder was just a shitty friend. Like, that was weird. Cinder just moved fucking weird. Nah. Google Daki! Yeah. Because, like, what Cinder did was just a fucked up person. Like, that's just being a fucked up friend. Right? So, that's different. This is about Taka? I talked about it earlier. If you like, I'll leave this VOD up, so if you guys want to scrub through the VOD and like listen back to it, you can. I'm not gonna hide the VOD, so you guys can look back on it if you want to. I just don't want to repeat myself over again for it. Oh, My Hero Vigilante? Yeah. I will continue The Walking Dead. Class of '09, I'm not sure, because I kind of want to make my friends on Bedrock Basties play it. All right, now let me read all of these donation thingies. Let me read all of these things I've missed. Mike, oh. The Van, thanks for the €2. Your boy Ghosty, thanks for the $3 Australian dollars. Yeah. Anonymous, thanks so much for the $5. Glad you see any more Gumball. Oh, we did a big Gumball binge yesterday. We did like 4 or 5 episodes.
Okay. Okay. So anyways, okay. So essentially, okay, I guess all right, sorry. I guess that timestamp wasn't very good. Sorry. I must have scrubbed over that. Anyways, okay, but anyways, the main point is what I'm trying to make is even at this point, nothing has been explained, vague posting, serious stuff. Obviously not very cool. And yeah, it's just it's a little bit confusing. So anyways, there is just some more people distancing themselves from Taka. So let me just pull that up a little bit. Okay, so this is Kamari, who's a dark mistress, 18 plus, saying Taka has been a good friend of mine since the start of my journey. I'm sad to see him go. The situation is a complicated one, and I know everyone is frustrated with the vagueness of it all, but you just have to accept when people directly involved want privacy. And then this person here. Hold on. Okay, this person their name is Junk, and Junk is a Twitch partner. And Junk says, Taka has always been a really good friend to me and gave me my first opportunity to broadcast myself to a larger platform. The entire situation sucks and I'll miss him. Please don't pry or gossip about the situation. Again, vagueness, because no one's really saying what exactly happened. And you know what, when people are vague, speculation happens, right? Okay. So at this point in time, right? Everyone's being really vague. No one's really saying like what's actually happening. But essentially, this is one of the last things to happen before this explodes, right? So obviously, Adora Bunny had her own drama that happened with Project Stim. So Adora Bunny then, I believe, retired back in August 27th of 2025. But before retiring, Adora sends out this final thing. So this is just, okay. So this is like a 4-month time jump, okay, into the future, right? Okay. So Adora Bunny posts a final message before retiring, commenting on Takahata, right? So you can see here, so Adora says, this has weighed heavily on me since January. The reason I distanced from Takahata101 earlier this year was because Red Claw had shown me an anonymous victim's allegation of Takahata graping her. I distanced myself from Taka after I read this. So you can see here, this is kind of like, this person said I should send this over. Everything before it happened with the exception of the last text he sent, which was after what happened. So this is all censored for the victim's safety. Okay, this is after what happened. And Dora says, was this name submitted to the police report? I just want to make sure. And Red Claw says his real name was. So that's essentially, so kind of Adora's like final, like, okay, goodbye. Now that I'm leaving, I can finally talk about this thing that's been kind of pressing on my mind for a little bit. So then Bo Sheep, this is a now deleted tweet, talks about consent. And you're like, okay, this is an interesting thing. Why would Bo Peep talk about this, right? So this is Bo Peep here, okay? And Bo Peep says, I have given consent to men and later regretted it. It does feel okay. Hang on, let me scroll up. You know, it's gonna be hard for you guys to see. Let me zoom in a little bit, okay? Okay. Ooh, okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay, hold on. There. Okay, you guys can see that. Okay. So Bo Sheep says, I've given consent to men and later regretted it. It does feel dirty. Often I had been drinking a little or high to some degree, but I remember doing it. I remember saying it was okay. It was my mistake. I've also been taken by force and in my sleep. That's scary stuff. Oh my goodness. These things are not the same. They should not be treated as the same. Regret does not make it assault when you can remember giving consent. Choices we remember making should not result in someone being treated as a criminal. You can absolutely rescind consent during the act. You can say you've changed your mind. You can ask them to stop once you already gave them permission to start. Rescinding when it's over, a day later, a week later, you didn't give them the option of stopping. And then Bo says, this obviously does not count consent given under duress. Okay. So that is something that Bo Sheep had posted and removed. So you're like, okay, what does this all mean? What does this all mean? Okay, this is obviously this was kind of like a vague post the day after Adora's post, right? So you're like, right? So you're trying to kind of put like the public is trying to put the pieces together. Obviously, it's very difficult when you don't have all the information. Okay, so after those last two things happened, now the main event is what happens. Okay, so here Takahata has posted. So this Takahata here. All right, Takahata has posted on his X account on September 7th, 2025, around 10:14 p.m. Takahata says, "Thank you to those who reached out. I'm aware of the incredibly serious allegations." Okay, this is the one that we read already. I think. Hold on. Oh, sorry. You know what? I read it in my newsy news. Hold on. I'm just gonna read it live here so you guys know. Okay. Thank you to those who have reached out. I'm aware of the incredible. I'm aware of the. Okay, one more time. Hold on. Let me think. Sip of water. Okay, here we go. Thank you to those who reached out. I'm aware of the incredibly serious allegation that has circulated privately the last several months. One that is simply false. Crucial facts have been omitted and or distorted. As such, I've consulted with my lawyers. My legal representatives in January 2025 contacted the individual who started this, but have yet to receive any response from the individual in question. Therefore, for the sake of my mental health, I hope to move forward and at some point return to streaming and content creation. Thank you to friends, family, and community for your support. All right, so that's this is what kind of kickstarts everything. Takahata says, I reached out with my lawyers, didn't hear anything back, but I'm hoping to return to content creation. Okay. So who is in Takahata's corner? Bo Sheep. So this is Bo Sheep, and Bo Sheep says, in response to Takahata's tweet, Bo Sheep says, "I know how hard this has been for you, and I'm proud that you are taking the steps to get your life back." Okay, so then here is another person. This is 1 second. Let me pull this up. Okay. So you can see here, so in reply to Takahata, the art gun says, "I respect how you've chosen to handle the situation. It must have been incredibly stressful. I hope you feel better soon and can return to your life." And then the art gun continues to say, taking allegations seriously is important, but allegations alone shouldn't ruin anyone's life. If you've taken proper steps in the proper channels, then you have every right to move forward with your life. Okay, so there we go. So just so you guys know, the art gun, that they are the artists for Vebe and Snuffy. So then here is another person. So their name is Junk. Here we go. Let me pull that up here. Okay, so this is Junk, and Junk says, in replying to this, saying, "I had to see behind the scenes, just seeing my friend go through all of this. He's doing as much as he can and healthily approaching the allegations for months. So glad he can begin to heal and move past this, and he handled this the right way." Okay, so that's Junk. Okay. However, obviously, okay, so this particular one, I'm going to have to censor some of this. So let me just put this up here. And so censored. Okay, there you go. Okay, I will read it to you. Okay, don't worry. Okay, so this is Alicia exposing Taka. Okay, so this is obviously, if you want to see this for yourself, you can go to Alicia's X account. This was posted on September 9th, 2025, around 4:21 p.m. And Alicia says, the victim doesn't want to be made public, so I haven't gone into detail at all about what happened. They supported me saying more in the past, but I still refused because I was worried about her stability. But I will say this now using her prior okay with me saying something. Taka told me that he had spicy time with a woman who was under sleepy pills. She has a 24/7 caretaker because she mentally cannot take care of herself. Her mother handed her off to him when he came to see her, trusting him with her care. Earlier that day, she said she wanted to yeet herself. She cried on the train with him. When she got to the hotel, she took a lot of Tic Tacs in front of him. He himself stated he saw her take the Tic Tacs. This is what Taka told me himself. I never spoken directly to the victim. I only ever spoke to him and made my decision. And then, okay, so that's part 1. And then this is part 2. Okay, so then Alicia the Rat Queen continues to say, my decision to part with him was solely based on my conversation with him. I gave him the benefit of the doubt because he was one of my best friends. Regardless, I'm a strong believer of seeing proof of screenshots and talking to the person accused to hear them out. In this situation, I only talked to Taka, the accused, and that alone made me leave. There were other women in the scene who interacted with the victim and know more about her side. I cannot speak on behalf of them. As for the screenshots, Taka told me in our final call together, he has a Google Doc with the entire history of their text conversations. Okay, so that is, okay. Let's see here. Okay, so let's see what some of, let's see what some of the people are saying here. Okay, I'm just going to keep this censored just for language reasons. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, Junk says, what an abysmally cherry-picked description of the events you could have chosen. You did not see the tons of messages that took place between the alleged and the accused, yet you chose to weigh on this. You can choose not to comment on something if you don't know the full narrative. It's often better to do so, at least influence your audience with false narratives. And Alicia says, I'm confused why you say that when you were also told the same thing by Taka. Disappointed to see this is your stance. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so yeah, I can probably uncensor. Okay, all right. So Orcsaurus says, I believe the victim. I have never talked to her myself. This is a level of very special I don't see often, and I've been on the internet since the 90s. Hiatus says, not gonna lie, this post sounds clout chasey. Skull says, sorry, Alicia, but what happened on April 27th has everyone questioning things due to the victims muddying the water by monetizing that whole ordeal. I know I am tired of VShojo, Cinder, and... Sorry. I know I'm tired of VTuber drama, Cinder, and then VShojo shoot show. Everyone is exhausted. It's hard to trust anyone anymore. And there's a Chihuahua crying face. So then this person, Echo the Goddess, says, Alicia, you have to be the most scummed out clout chasing person I have ever seen. You haven't even had a good couple of months of you always doing weird stuff like this and want to play victim to a degree. How in the hells are you going to say, quote, I talked to the victim, to, quote, I've never talked to them ever? Make that make sense, please. Actually, you don't, because you're just an effing liar and a manipulative person to your friends and maybe to your community at best, because if you were so committed to, and comfy to do this and want to play the rat role so well, who effing knows what else you're putting your community and friends through. Let this be a warning to people who follow this person. Don't give her shoot because she doesn't deserve it. And then, let's see here. Okay, so then this is Bo Sheep replying, this is the most disgustingly inaccurate summary of the situation. You haven't seen hundreds of text messages. Oh yeah, this is the thing that, okay, we already looked at that. Okay. Artgun says, so by your own admission, they were okay with making anonymous indirect accusations publicly, and now that Taka has defended himself with receipts, they are accusing him of breaking other laws. If there's a legal case, it should have been handled privately the whole time. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Okay, this goes into a little bit more here. Artgun says, the legal system is built to handle these things. It might not be perfect, but making accusations online in a way where the accused isn't able to defend themselves without revealing information is cowardly and only hurts any ongoing legal situation. If not for you, this would have been handled privately and appropriately through court if indeed there is an investigation. Your post does nothing but presume guilt in the court of public opinion to tear someone down. You also claim you only listened to him, yet claim you had permission to share, ? This isn't trivial internet drama to be dropped on a whim. If actual crimes are being accused, a full investigation needs to happen offline, and it needs to stay offline until proven. You've helped no one and only caused grief for everyone involved, it seems. So essentially what people are kind of alluding to is that they're saying that going public is Alicia's fault, right? So that's kind of like what these guys are saying, right? Okay. Let's see here. Okay, let's see if any of this is important. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think we've looked at all those. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Okay. So. Okay. All right. So. Okay. Let's see here. Give me a second here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to find. Sorry, I have some notes. This is a lot of like information, so even I'm getting a little bit confused, chat. Okay, so give me 1 second, just while I find where I was. Okay. 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 So this is the next part of the story, okay? All right. So then what happens is Takahata posts his Google Doc. So let's see. Okay, so let's see what the Google Doc looks like, okay? All right, so let me pull it up here. Okay. Okay. So this is just a copy of it because I wasn't sure if it was going to be deleted. This is obviously posted in the wee hours of yesterday. So this is just a copy of the document here. So this is Takahata101 statement. Okay. All right. So let's take a read through this one. All right. Let me make it bigger. I can make it bigger. Hold on. Make it. Okay. Nope. Okay. Never mind. Okay. I'm just zooming. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So this is a copy of the statement here. Okay. This has been one of the saddest and most difficult periods of my life. So this is Takahata talking, okay? I have been hugely hurt by a wonderful person who I've loved for over 9 years. I've been the target of allegations, speculation, ill-informed judgment, and malicious rumor, all of which have been untrue and which, fortunately, I do have evidence to disprove. This one special person may have been the source for this, but they carry no blame. Others who have fed jackal-like on the scraps they have found perhaps do. For a while, I was confused and angry. I cannot understand how something like this could spring from such a trusting, long-standing relationship, but now I think I understand. Sometimes in life, events occur. Okay, sorry, this is an 8-page document, okay? All right, so just to give you guys some context, it's not 100 pages. You guys are okay. All right. Sometimes in life, let's try again. Sometimes in life, events occur which can rip away the protective layers surrounding our emotions. Sometimes these heal, but often they stay raw and exposed, close to the surface of our lives. Okay? Scientists may describe this as PTSD, but it is more than that. There's a beauty there too. If you know or love someone like this, you'll know what I mean. Their emotions are right there, so close to the surface. When they open themselves, their hearts, their feelings to you, it's a true act of love. What you experience from them is genuine and pure. It can't be fabricated. It's the truth. Emotional truth. Is this a Google Doc or a book? Okay, I'm kind of confused. All right, we're going to continue. Okay. But there's more than one kind of truth. There's the truth of feelings, of emotions, of the heart. But there's also the truth of hard facts and mundane reality, and sometimes they crash and collide. These hearts cannot accept the unacceptable, even when the facts demand they should. This is a Google document, right? Okay, like I mean, it's a little bit different than what we're used to, but okay, let's continue. I have found the difference between untruth and a lie. Okay, what's this? Oh, Breezy, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. It's because of false accusations. The rule is innocent until proven guilty. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, hold on. No, I'm just confused by this document. Okay, because like usually it's like kind of outlined a little bit more like a thesis, and this is kind of like more like a poem. Anyways, but we're gonna continue. Okay. I found the difference between the untruth and a lie. A lie is a deliberate falsehood, cold, deliberate, and rational, but an untruth can spring from a deeper place, from a heart that has no place for reality and is being asked to acknowledge. Instead, it insists on its own truth. What? Okay. For many of us in the VTuber world, I think a constructed reality can seem a safer, happier place. And I think this world provides shelter for many whose other lives are raw and vulnerable realities. I have suffered mental turmoil myself and have found many of the relationships here to be more fulfilling, meaningful, and safer than many I have experienced in my, quote, outside world. Okay. This person I loved for so many years came into my life before my entry into the VTuber world when we met in person at a convention, and we built the truth of our relationship together. I thought we knew each other deeply and truly. But maybe we never really knew the other us living in our other lives. But maybe I never really knew the other life she was leading. Yeah, right, Jeremy? Like, yeah, what is this Shakespearean-ness? Okay, all right. Okay. All right, let's continue. All right. Let's get to the facts, but okay. Okay, yeah, we may have to. All right. We're already seeing kind of like the initial what's called the tone. We're seeing the tone of this Google Docky is going to be a little bit different than what we're used to, but okay, let's continue. Okay. When finally we came together, there was perhaps a harsh collisions of the two worlds, a clash of realities. I had not seen or expected or understood this, and I failed to allow for it. Huh? Okay. All right. Okay. Let's continue, I guess. Okay. We have worked and planned to arrange a meeting. That's nice. Okay. It was to be joyful, tender, erotic. Okay. Oh, okay. We're going this way. Tender, erotic, happy, open. But the reality was different. I mean, that sounds like some. This sounds like some board meeting. Okay, sorry, but the reality was different. I think I did not belong in this or her other world. Huh? There, our openness and strength of our feelings became simple vulnerability. She found no place for me in that world, but nor did she want to hurt or reject the person she had loved all these years. So she allowed a new truth to be shaped. A truth that made sense of her response, her feelings. A truth that did not match the facts of what happened, but was true in her heart. So I guess he's saying that she's like a liar, but her heart told the truth. I'm very confused. Okay. I had now been found by her to be a different kind of person, a person guilty of the kind of insensitivity and even the essay that has no place in the world of 9 years of our previous relationship, loved, and shared intimacy. Okay. So this is what was said, implied, suggested to the others in that world. It is untrue, but it sprang from a hurt heart. Others fed hungrily on it for questionable and personal reasons. Okay. Oh my god, this is like, is this some like fan fiction shit? Okay, let's continue. But I do owe the truth to my friends, and now I have set out as clearly as I can the details of what happened over those few days of our meeting. If it reads a little clumsily, I make no apologies. It is based on simple records, communications, notes. I do not want to polish or refine this. I simply want to share the truth. But it is underpinned by evidence, solid, written, and now shared with my professional advisors. What in the Evangelion stuff is going on? Okay, guys, does he think he's Shinji here? Like, Okay. It just okay. This is a very interesting point of view. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. this is yeah, Takahata abridged, I guess. All right. We're just getting into it. Okay. Internal Zen, thanks so much for the $25 super chat. Gonna be real. Kirsch Virtual was taking the piss out of Vice in her cease and desist letter months back. It was more professional than this. She ran it by her lawyers. Lawyers love snark. Taka's lawyers love sappy if they okayed this. I'm surprised the lawyer was like, yeah, this is... Like, if you took this to court, the judge would be like, get to that point. What the hell are you saying? Okay, but anyways. I mean, this I will say this man's a storyteller, so okay, let's go on a journey, chat. Let's go. The clash of two worlds. Oh man, okay, the story begins. Okay. Here it goes. Okay, here we go. Our story begins with the clash of two worlds. All right. I've known EJ, aka Mistress Doom, right? Mistress Doom. Okay. All right. So, Takahata, Mistress Doom. Okay. All right. I've known EJ, aka Mistress Doom VT, for 9 years. I first met her at a convention in Newcastle. I believe Newcastle is in America. I think that's an American city. Okay. We hung out a lot during the weekend and spent a lot of time together, including getting Subway sandwiches at 3 a.m. after drinking, dancing, and playing board games at the convention. During that time, I could tell I was crushing on her, but I didn't share this until later. Later, she told me that she also had feelings for me, but we did not act on these feelings during the trip. After that, we began an online romantic and spicy relationship for a while. Okay. So it sounds like they were kind of like, really hitting it off during a convention. Yeah, the Subway is like the only place that is open late. But okay, all right, let's continue. All right. So so they bonded over their love of Subway sandwiches. Okay. All right. We kept in communication on and off again for years. It was a mutual friend's wedding in November of 2019 when I saw EJ again in person for the second time. To be honest, I thought she hated me for communication breaking off. So when I saw that she was at the wedding, I was nervous. In fact, when I got there, she was also arriving, so I bit the bullet and said hello and waved at her. We got to talking that day, and I found out she was also worried that I might hate her because she stopped communicating with me. So we laughed it off. That weekend we spent a great deal of time dancing and having long conversations over several hours on the steps of the manor where the wedding was taking place. At that moment, I knew absolutely that the reality was that I still had feelings for her, but I was dating somebody else. And that is why we did nothing. We went to our separate rooms that night, and although I was already in a relationship, I knew now that I had deep feelings for her. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's continue. Several months after the wedding, I ended my relationship with my partner at the time to pursue a non-monogamous lifestyle. Oh, no. I see. Okay. Non-monogamous. Okay, what that means, chat, is like, how do I say this? You know how sometimes at Taco Bell, when you order a combo, it comes with 2 tacos? Well, some combos have more than 2 tacos. And all the tacos all get eaten. Okay. There. Okay, I'm trying to make this as family friendly as possible. Okay. Anyways, so yeah. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so it's time to go into the poly lifestyle. Okay, here we go. Okay. Several months after the wedding, I ended my relationship with my partner at the time to pursue a non-monogamous lifestyle, which allowed me to interact freely with EJ. I don't think... Wait. Is that necessary? Okay. Couldn't you just, like, I don't know, like, switch providers from, like, one to another? But, okay, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Goodness. Hagfish, thanks so much for being a member for 12 months. Happy 1 year for me here, Lidia. Thank you, Hagfish. You're very kind. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So, yeah, listen. I'm not gonna yuck your yum if you are into the the mini taco party. That's fine. Okay, but anyway, sorry, I just kind of got confused during that part. Okay, I understand now. I understand. Okay, all right. Okay, sorry. Let me. Sorry. Okay, guys. I went to a Catholic school, okay? So I just, sometimes it takes my brain a minute to wrap around things, okay? All right, here we go. Several months after the wedding, I ended my relationship with my partner at the time to pursue a non-monogamous lifestyle, which allowed me to interact freely with EJ. During this time, EJ and I talked and engaged in very intimate conversations once again. Oh, boy. Okay. We discussed how we... Oh, I see. Okay. 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 We discussed how we lusted after each other and how it was hard that we lived so far away from each other. Throughout COVID, our relationship was on and off again. Obviously, you weren't allowed outside your house, but okay. But our constant communication did not start until we entered VTubing, which I was already working in before she also entered it, during which we were talking consistently. From there, our relationship grew stronger than it ever had before, and she started to do work on my channel and my streams, helping out with organizing. Man, this guy is getting the greatest deal of all time. Not only is he getting non-monogamous taco time, but he also has a mod. That's fantastic. Wow. Okay, here we go. Okay, EJ proved herself to be extremely talented at organizing the structure for my stream. Okay, wow. Sounds like this guy's getting the greatest end of the deal. All right, let's continue. Our relationship grew into an actual romance, and it lasted several years, during which she confessed to me that she was in love with me, and I confessed to her I felt the same. Fabulous. Okay, what's the problem? Okay. So as far as I felt and believed, we were in a romantic relationship together. So as far as I felt and believed, okay. Anticipation.pdf. Okay. Let me open this as PDF. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna just in case. Okay. Sorry. This is okay. So this is a link in the Google Docky that has like a screenshot. Okay. So this is I guess it looks like a text message between EJ and Taka. Okay. And it says here, feel my hands on your hips and bum as ouchie as I bang bang you finally making love to you. Both of us knowing what we actually want. And then I guess this says, it's not long now, huh? What date does your flight get into the UK? So it says here, okay, so they depart Prince Georgetown, BC at on August 21st, 2024 at around 4:55 p.m. And they arrive in Vancouver at 6:16 p.m. with a 1 hour, 39-minute layover via Air Canada. Okay. And then this person, and then I guess they continue on to London, United Kingdom on Thursday, August 22nd, 2024. Okay. All right. So then, so I'm trying to figure out who's the blue one and who's not. Okay. Anyways. So then this person says, makes note diary. I'm really bad at remembering dates. 16 days. Shoot. That's quickly approaching. Soon I'll be able to hug you. Aw, that sounds so nice. Okay. Then this person says, I'm going to be busy bee for the next 2 weeks. I'm happy to be able to load up Trav with lots of work, though. And then, let's see here. This person says, same. I got to script and record some stuff so I can take some videos with me to edit when you're exercising. Okay. So, okay, what it sounds like, EJ is in London. And, wait, so EJ is Mistress Doom. And Takahata, I guess, is Canadian? Okay. Okay, good to know. Okay, all right. Let's continue. Okay. I'm just keeping the censor on in case we run into some spiciness, because we got initial spicy, and I thought it was kind of a bit of a shocker here. Okay, anyways. Okay. I'm not a workaholic. And then I think she is saying, I mean, to be fair, I'm going to be getting in plenty of cardio with you. Oh, that's nice. They're going to be exercising together. That sounds nice. Okay. I reckon you'll get a good amount. Awesome. Maybe they're going to do like stationary bikes or something. Okay. I'll do my best to keep you exercise. Kissy face. Oh. Oh, what? Maybe they're talking about like the hotel gym. Okay. All right. I know it's lame, but I do keep thinking, what outfit do I want to wear to meet you at the airport? I want to look cute. That's so nice. Okay. You're gonna look cool, heart, heart, heart. And they're like, I want to go for a cute... What's this? Oh, hold on. Yes, exercise. Okay, good. Yeah. Exercise. Yeah. Lidia, no. Yeah, bike. Yeah, exercise bikes. Yeah. Okay, that's... I knew I was right. Okay. Okay. I want to go for a nice... Sorry, I want to go for a cute or nice summer dress. Oh, I think... Is that EJ? Wait, hold on a second. Who's wearing the dress? Takahata? No. Okay, Mistress Doom. Okay. So Mistress Doom... Okay, sorry. Just in here. Okay, so Mistress Doom is in the black text here. And the blue text is Takahata. Okay, sorry. I just didn't know whose screenshots these were. Okay, all right. Now it makes a little bit more sense. Okay. Oh, they're going to be wrestling. Oh, yeah. Wrestling is great exercise. Okay, so yeah, these are his screenshots. That makes sense because he's the one doing the screenshots. Okay, all right. I get it. Okay. I have an iPhone as well, so I get it. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay, they're going to do cardio, which is really nice. That's good. It's always good to stay, fitness goals, right? Yeah. That's good. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, to be fair, every time I've met you or hung out with you in a person, you have been wearing an amazing outfit. That's so nice. Okay. I remember how you were dressed at the wedding. I scrub up well, kissy face. I haven't slow danced with anyone else since that wedding. That's great. I mean, I don't think there's really many dancing opportunities, in general, but okay. Then he says, I'm glad we got to slow dance. God, I wanted to kiss you. Oh, okay. And then she says, I wasn't planning on dancing. I was so nervous when you asked. And he says, praying hands. I hope it was good for you. And she says, I enjoy being close with you. I want to be close with you. Pouty face. To which he says, we're going to be lying in bed and you can have your leg up on me with your chest in... Wait, hold on a second. We're going to be lying in the bed and you can have your leg up on me with my head in your shoulder chest. Hold on. Can I just... Give me a second. I need to... Okay, hold on. Let me figure this out, chat. Okay, Okay, so okay. I mean, this is what I'm imagining. So she's got... Okay, give me a second. I'm trying to figure this out. All right, so this is her. This is her leg up, like on his... What? And then, but her head is also on his shoulder chest. So, okay, give me a second. I think it's something like this. Is that right? Is that like her foot is in his face? I mean, like, okay, like, hey, like, you know what? That's awesome. You know what? Maybe she like took gymnastics as a kid. Good for her. That's fantastic. Okay, and then her other legs here. Okay, I guess so. Okay, I mean, I don't understand, but okay, we're gonna continue. Okay. All right, you can have your leg up on me with your head shit. Yeah. Okay, that is okay. That's okay. This is the correct pose. Okay, all right, got it. I just want to make sure. Okay, good thing. All right. We can still be closer, even closer than this. I mean, like, I can't imagine any closer than this. But okay, hey, whatever. That's good. Good for them. Okay, man, she must be really, really flexible. That's awesome. Okay. Okay. And then she says, I just hope you can enjoy your time with me getting to be close. And he says, trust me, it's important that I do this. I need to be able to spend time with people I care about to truly test my non-monogamy. I'm sorry, is there a test? Is there a test? I didn't understand that. Okay, I guess there's poly tests. Okay, listen, I don't know. I don't fully understand it, but okay, I guess that's part of like the, I don't know, like the great one second. Like the poly elders are like, this is your test, and they're like, please tell me what is my test. It's like, there is one woman, and it's like, oh yeah, it's like, you must resist the charms of this one woman. And she's like, hey buddy, what do you think about monogamy? And he's like, no, I cannot do monogamy. And he's like, you have won the test. You are rewarded with another woman. And then she's like, hey, big boy. And then he's like, yes, I passed. And the elders are like, good, excellent. Now put this upside down pineapple on your front porch so that everybody knows what's going on in this house. And he's like, and they're like, here is also your medal. You got a big stud medal. And he's like, yes, I have passed the test. I am non-monogamy. Okay, I don't know. Okay, listen, I'm just assuming. Okay. 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 All right, sorry. Okay, apparently there's a test. Okay, so for any poly people out there, just be aware that you got to impress the elders, okay? Anyways, okay, let's continue. Sorry about this. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I have to doodle to make sense. Okay. Trust me, it's important that I do this. I need to be able to spend time with people I care about to truly test my non-monogamy. This is a big step for me in this trip. Just being with you in general is a big step for me, and I'm happy to be able to take it with you. And also, just finally have a blow off to 9 years of tension, which will probably accumulate in... Oh, my! I see. Okay. And also just finally have a blow off to 9 years of tension, which will probably accumulate in about 3 minutes of spicy time. That's it? 3 minutes? Okay. Wow. All right. Sounds like a fun time for everyone. Okay. He says, I promise all the good times after the first time will be good. Okay. I don't think 3 minutes is something to boast about, but okay. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the math on that ain't math, and 9 years for 3 minutes. Okay. Anyways, listen, what am I to say? Okay. All right. I'm just a cat on the internet. Okay, let's continue. So she says, I'm just happy I get to spend time with you. I never let people this close to me, so it's kind of special for me. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, because, I mean, if you let everybody get that close, then you'll definitely have a lot of doctor's appointments, right? Okay, hold on. Wait, okay, let's see here. Okay, Lidia, never change. We freaking love you. Thanks. The F do you do with the pineapple? Don't tell me. No, no. It's okay. You don't want to know. Yes, you don't want to know. Oh, Lidia, you sweet summer child. Thanks. You know what? I get called sweet summer child a lot. Thanks, guys. Thank you. I love the summer. It's my favorite. It's my favorite time of year. I suppose it could be 2 guys. Or mix the pan poly. Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't. Poor Lidia. 3 minutes. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, all right. Okay, let's see here. Loves Illy. Thank you for loving my illustrations, guys. Thank you. Okay. 3 minutes of self-reporting. Never change. Thanks, Tristan. Thank you. Okay, let's continue. Sorry, I'm gonna keep this. Okay. I think maybe I'll unmute. Sorry, maybe I'll unblur this. Okay. I'm just happy to spend time with you. I never let people this close to me, so it's kind of special for me. I'd rather work than let people have one-on-one time with me. So he heart reacts to that. But I really want to give you that chance to be close with me. Heart react. It's not like pressure, because whatever happens. Like, I wouldn't be mad if after that week you never want to speak or see me again. Huh? Is this not like a rekindled romance of 9 years? What? Don't talk to me again? Okay, I'm confused. I'm glad we have the opportunity to explore our connection. They must mean the connecting flight. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm confused. Okay, we're going to continue. This is something that we owe to each other. Huh? We've talked a lot and been very close, and even if we just remain friends, you know I am so effing happy to have you in my life because you're such a genuinely good part of it. I'm not worried that we're going to randomly never talk to each other again or anything, but you guys had like a big gap. You guys already did that. Okay. Or anything, but ha. But I understand the apprehension you have about stuff. I want to reward that vulnerability by not making you feel like you made a mistake. I just want to be good to you. Like, are they like getting like a hot fudge sundae after? I'm confused. What reward is this? The 3 minutes? I'm confused. Okay. So she says, it's not apprehension or such. Just I have no expected outcomes and no hard feelings with how things play out if they went the worst way possible, you know. Man, famous last words, eh? Okay. You can be content and appreciate the experience, which is cool. Like, what is... I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. When they talk about, like, the experience, sounds like they're going to freaking Disney, okay? Okay, but anyways, we're going to continue. Okay, so he says that, I just know that there's going to be a moment where you're... Oh! Okay, excuse me. You're a news professional, Lidia. Get it together. I just know there's going to be a moment when you are on top of me, and I'm just lost in the moment, and I'm just going to want time to stop to live there. I guess that's romantic. Yeah, that's I don't think ladies will see it that way, but okay. Okay, now she says, see, that's really effing romantic, pouty face. Don't be cute. It'll make me want to kiss you, pouty face. And he says, we're going to be making a lot of, I guess I'm going to say, spaghetti. A lot of making, meatballs while making spaghetti. And then he says, she says, I haven't done something like this before. It's going to be interesting to see what we get up to. But you really should get some sleep. It's going to be hella late for you. And he says, I can't really sleep. It's a stressful day. And she says, you're okay, hun? He says, I'll be okay. I'm heading out to... Okay, so it should be fine. Okay, there we go. It should be fine. Okay, I'm heading out to my family's cabin tomorrow and Wednesday. I'll be home Thursday. Oh, nice. Nice. Your family's got a cabin. That's nice. I'm just struggling to relax my brain. Happy I'm chatting with you, though. You're not going to get any reception at the cabin. Okay. That sucks, but at least you can take a few days to refresh, detach from the internet, and just reset. It's good for you. He says, yeah, I'm just going to read a bunch of comic books and kayak. She says, it sounds like a good couple of days. I want to get my hair cut and get my nails done before I see you. I want to look my best. And he says, I'm actually going to get my hair trimmed for the first time in 5 years. She says, oh, shoot, that's going to be wild on you. He says, will it hurt? And she says, LOL, no, you're going to feel awesome. Your hair always feels lighter after a cut. It's amazing. He's like, I was kidding. Ha ha. I was kidding getting a haircut. Ha ha. But yeah, I have it down to my ass and I haven't cut it in a long time. I'm going to think of something. And she says, your hair got longer than me. Okay. Okay, this is the repeat. This is a repeat. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, these two pages are just repeats of the same thing. Okay. Anyways, okay, all right. So that is the excuse me. Okay, sorry. That is the anticipation.pdf. Okay, that's still part of Takahata's document. Okay, we're gonna continue. Okay. She was one of the few people in the world I spoke to constantly and I trusted. I saw her as a partner. We shared multiple years. Oh my. Okay. So I think the main point of the PDF was to establish that they have like an intimate relationship, as you all know. Okay. Anyways, okay. Oh, sorry, let me continue. Okay, sorry. She was one of the few people in the world I spoke to consistently and I trusted. I saw her as a partner. Can I just say, I'm kind of confused. Like I like that he saw her as a partner, but then he's like, yeah, after we have, 3 minutes of intimacy, it's fine if you never talk to me again. I don't think that's how partnerships work. But okay, I mean, maybe I'm just crazy. Okay. We shared multiple years of intimacy remotely. Okay. I guess they had digital get downs. Okay. And often spoke of, we shared multiple years of intimacy remotely and we spoke often of me visiting her or her visiting me. Finally, I bit the bullet and decided to book a ticket in April 2024 to fly in to see her at the end of August 2024, which coincided with the event AEW in London. What is with, can I just say, okay, listen, okay. The correlation between VTubing and wrestling is such like an interesting dynamic, okay? I don't know. I have no idea why fans who are fans of wrestling are also fans of VTubers. I think it's like the K-Fab. I think it's very interesting. Listen, hell, I love wrestling too. But it's very interesting. Okay. All right. So Takahata is going to a wrestling event. Man, even AEW's involved in this shit. Okay. All right. Oh my goodness. Okay. Anyways, I love it. Okay. Anyways, okay, so sorry, bit the bullet, decided to book a ticket in April 2024 to fly to see her at the end of August 2024, which coincided with the event AEW All in London, to share with her something I really enjoy. Okay, I guess he's like, hey baby, you and I enjoy wrestling. Do you want to see some other people wrestling? Anyways, it's awesome. Okay, so yeah, he was just obviously wrestling, in bed, and also wrestling in the ring. Okay. She expressed her excitement that I actually bit the bullet and bought the tickets and arranged my visit. She said no one had ever done something like this for her before. Okay. I mean, maybe this is her first time wrestling, but okay. All right. We talked about the dates I would be there and discussed where I would stay in London and what we would get up to. She even stated that she would meet me at the airport and that she was very excited to see me. EJ suggested staying close to Wembley, and it says affection and knowledge of tritdocs.pdf. Okay, what is this? Oh God. Okay, here we go again. All right, here we go. Okay. Something. Okay, so this is cut off. To spend this time with you, but we really don't have to rush anything. I don't want you making yourself uncomfortable, babe. That's what he said to her. Okay. And again, this is Takahata and Mistress Doom, aka EJ. Okay. All right. She says, I know, hon. I'm just very nervous because I've never done this before. I'm both nervous and excited. Purple heart. He says, we get to spend the week with each other. She says, yeah, it's kind of wild. No prying eyes, just vibing. It's kind of wild. I'm not actually going to believe it's happening till I see you at the airport. Then it's high chance I cry. And he says, babe, that's why I'm stressed as I am about the tickets in the end. That's just one day thing. And the real reason I'm coming out is to spend time with you. That's a lie. He wanted to see AEW. Okay. We're literally going to be able to relax in bed together and just... Okay, here it says knowledge and... Okay, sorry. That was just proof of the knowledge of trip and flirtation. Okay. Okay, so here it says, something. So she says places have like apps on or website accounts you can go to in order to grab tickets and have it checked in your account with the website. So he says, that's the thing. I think I purchased it without making an account. I have the website I ordered it from so I can message them sometime later today and talk to the customer service, and I have the credit card information that I purchased it from. I hope this sorts it out. It's just so effing frustrating. I really effing hate that I went through this website. I don't want to get stressed out about it, but it's $600 though. I'll just see what I can do tomorrow. Regardless, I would trade all of that in for another day with you. Isn't that nice? Okay. She says, it's okay to be stressed out about it. You love your wrestling. It's a huge factor as to why you're making the trip. You really want to attend an event in this venue, plus it's a decent chunk of money. It's fine to be stressed, but I'm sure it can be sorted. He says, I just want to hold you against me. I mean, interesting. Man, this guy jumps topic to topic pretty quick. He goes from angry customer service to horny man in moments. Okay. She said, I've lost gig tickets before and it sucked. Don't worry. I get the stress. He says, I appreciate your understanding. I'll keep you up to date with it tomorrow. Would prefer to get it sorted before I got there. I don't want to be sitting on the phone trying to figure out how to get my tickets when I'm there with you, you know? And she says, don't want to risk losing me to Unite. Eh? Winky face, tongue sticking out face. And then he says, before I get there, I don't want to... Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. And then he says, listen, I'm already well aware that we're... Ooh! Sorry. Listen, I'm already well aware that we're going to end up, how do I say this? Making spaghetti. I don't know. I feel like, no, maybe I gotta, yeah. I feel like that's very vague. That's too vague. What I'm going to say is maybe like, maybe stuffing tacos. Is that too on the nose? Hold on. Okay. Okay. This is okay. Yeah. Okay. Tacos. We're gonna do or wrestling. Okay, wrestling. Maybe wrestling. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I like that idea because we're already talking about AEW. Okay. Listen, I'm already well aware that we're going to end up wrestling, and I'm going to sharpshooter inside you, and then we're going to shower and RKO in the shower again. We're going to cage match on the bed while we both play our games on our personal devices. Okay. Then after a bit, we're probably wrestling again. Okay. And then she says, my, you have quite the stamina, kissy face. And he says, okay, maybe we'll just, grand entrance in the shower. And she says, nah, commit to the shower wrestling. And he says, looking at your, okay, let me see. How do I say this? Okay. Looking at your I can't say this on YouTube. Looking at your back and seeing your bum against me. And she says, exactly. Feeling you okay. I'm gonna wait. Maybe I can just do this. I can do this. Let me do this like Taco Bell style, okay? I'm sorry. All right, this is the easiest way to say. Okay. Okay. Looking at your gordita crunch and seeing your you know, there's no way. I don't know how to say this. How do I? Okay, yeah, okay. Maybe I need to stay with wrestling. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Looking at your back arching and seeing your let's see here. Outfit. You know. I guess. There's no possible. Okay, you don't have to read it. This. Okay. Okay. You gonna talk about for lunch? Come on. No. Okay. How do I say this? Okay. Looking at your back and seeing your bum against me. I'm just going to say that. And she says, exactly. Feeling you, let's see here. Sharpshooter inside me. Our bodies are oiled and together. Sounds pretty good, don't it? He says, yes, it does, babe. He says, I want to sharpshoot inside and be elbows connected, babe. Obviously, I'm trying to censor this for the love of God. This is so difficult. Okay. She says, that's the fun part. You're going to be able to do that this week. No more waiting. You're going to be able to. And he says, I can't believe we're going to do this, babe. I'm seriously going to be sharpshooting everything that makes me who I am inside. You're soft taco. And she says, hey, I can be like not attractive and just full on nerd if you prefer. And she says, winky face, tongue sticking out face. He says, the reason why I find you so attractive is because you're a full-on nerd. You nerd. And she says, I don't know about that, man. I think there's a direct link between being a MABA addict and not getting laid. Ha, ha, ha. Okay. Well, back arching is a wall of Jericho. Oh, shoot. Okay, I should have said walls of Jericho. Thank you. Okay. And then she says, he says, I appreciate you giving up your MOBA time for wrestling time. And she says, bro, I committed hard to the MOBA over a year. Wrestling free. Let's go. And I'm gonna make more MOBA than ever. Ha ha ha. And he says, the reason why I find you attractive is because you're... Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's he said that. Okay. Okay. And then she says... Hold on a second. Okay. You get to remind me what the wrestling is. You have a chance to save me, kissy face. And he says, I'll make sure to wrestle you and get the belt inside of you as much as possible. And then she says, I think after a year of no wrestling, I should totally count as let's see here, rookie again. And he says, last time you had wrestling was over a year ago. He says, I actually went for a wrestling test the other day. I haven't heard back, which is a good sign. And she says, over a year ago, I sure don't know the exact specifics, but and then she says, it's not like I get to be an incel, but not really, because I could easily get sharpshooted if I tried, but it's the closest thing I'll ever get to understanding the incels. It's men's fault, because whenever anyone tries to come over, I'm like, no, I'm playing MOBA. And he says, maybe you just waited for the right wrestler to wrestle you. And she says, well, that would be fair. Me getting into wrestling, and then you just fly over the ocean and leave. And he says, then she says, pretty extreme way of getting away from me. He says, that's why wrestling inside the ring unprotected is dangerous. He says, also, getting into it, wait, okay. Getting into it so you forget to take your how do I say this? Knee brace. I can't wait to hang out with your dorky ass for real. And she says, what's life with a little danger from time to time? And then she says, not a week with my butt, and you'll never speak to me again. He says, hey, that's my line. And she says, you'll be like, it was awful, guys. She explained in excruciating detail how to play her favorite Pokemon in Reunite and in VGC. It was like playing PS5, or no, it was like playing P5, no swaggy dungeons, and just math. And then he says, she was showing me her early late game build progression, and all I could think of is, girl, I got an early to late game progression right between my legs. What? Yeah, but he's a good team player. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Okay, so guys, I was really stumbling there. Essentially what they're trying to say is they're discussing getting pregnant, and well, yeah, okay. Listen. When a wrestling match happens between a man and a woman, sometimes if you don't wear the championship belt, then there could be significant losses. Okay, I don't know how to make this into a wrestling thing. Okay, all right. Let's continue. Okay. So she says, is a good team player, is going to steal objectives, going to dunk points. He says, overwhelming DPS. So she says, oh, so it's like a glass cannon, one shot, and it's over. And he says, steadily building DPS, DOT for multiple hours. What are they talking about? Okay. She says, so it's stack and tank got ya. He says, what is your physical damage resistance right now? She said, I'm a speedster, bro. I'm weak, fam. I got no damage resistance. All action, no defense kind of gal. And then, see here. Okay. He says, damn, one straight shot. Wait. They're not talking about gaming. I guess I can say this because I guess, damn, one straight shot with how do I say this word? Okay, penetration damage, and you're gonna go down. She says, I'm very squishy. One good move and it's all over for me. He says, I better make it count then. She says, God, I'm such a effing nerd. He says, it's so effing cute. We're gonna be we're gonna be lying in bed and you're gonna be showing me how to play Unite when I'm feeling wow. When I'm feeling your wrestling costume, she says, sounds like you're gonna be having more fun time than me, cause you know you get to feel my wrestling costume, and I'm playing you knight. He says, genuinely can't wait to feel your wrestling costume, babe. She says, it's pretty soft if I do say so myself. And he says, I'm gonna be thinking about it as I fade to bed here, babe. Thinking about you. Good night. 2 more sleeps. And she's like, actually, wow, sleep well. He says, I figured out the tickets. And she says, glad to hear it. And then she says, dude, I swear, my dog is deliberately causing issues. Okay, this is not sexy. Okay, dude, I swear my dog is deliberately causing issues. I'm gonna emergency take him tomorrow for an ear infection that he's developed since he has been seen on Friday. It's so bad. There's 2 different issues in less than 5 days. He says, if you need to come out a day later or anything, babe, please know I understand. She said, I'll keep you posted on what happens tomorrow. It's going to be a long night for me. He keeps frantically making his ears bleed. He says, F, babe, I'm so sorry. Okay, hold on. What's this? Okay. Oh my goodness, Jacob, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. If you wrestle in the ring without protection, it's dangerous. It is! Thank you. All right. And then she says, it's all good. I'll get started. Hope your day goes well. He says, just know if anything happens or comes up, you can tell me. And we can adjust plans, extenuating circumstances being what they are. She says, I can guarantee. Okay, can I just say, I'm sorry, quick little break. Why the hell is this important? Okay, like, I guess he's like a storyteller, but like, why is any of this? Why are we seeing any of this? Okay, anyways, I understand that he's like, oh, I got to establish that, there's like a motive and all this stuff. It's just bizarre. Okay. Because, like, this is a little cringe, but okay, let's continue. Okay, extenuating circumstances are being what they are. She says, I can't guarantee I'll be able to go to the wrestling stuff on Sunday, so don't worry about that. You'll get to see me guaranteed. And then praying, and then heart, and she says, like, I'd let you fly all the way to... She says, like, I'd let you fly all this way to see me and not see you. He says, okay, babe. But please know I understand because your pet isn't well and that you may need a day or 2. Okay? And then she replies, I'll let you know how he's doing tomorrow. I'm going to phone first thing. I would take him to the emergency vets, but they charge 300, I think that's pounds or euros, I'm not sure, just to be seen. No meds, no nothing. It's going to cost like 60 pounds if I wait it out and see his main vet. And there's the doggo. Cute doggo. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Oh, Internet Zen, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Here's $5 for the emotional and brain damage for trying to figure out to say all the raunchy stuff in a safe for work manner. Thank you. No. She says, doggo has 2 different ear infections plus allergy messing up his ears and paw. The meds should help, so I should be able to come to London Friday afternoon, evening. That's okay. He says, no worries. Okay, cute dog. No worries. I'll figure out a way from the airport to the hotel. I'll look at local transit options. She says, taxi from the taxi rank or the underground tubes. There's a pretty useful app in London Underground you can get. He said, I'll ask around when I get there. Not going to stress too much. He said, already terrified of the flight. I got a sedative. And she says, keep me posted on like your travel and let me know when you arrive safely. I worry. He says, peace. 2 peace signs. How long till you fly out? Start travel at 4:55, so 1 a.m. my time. I arrive, and then that's his like thing where he goes from Vancouver, and then from Vancouver to United Kingdom, and then she says, "You got this. I'm gonna take a sedative and hopefully sleep the journey away. When you get to London, if you have any trouble, you can always call and text me. I'll help." And then he says, "If plans change on your end, please keep me informed. If you want to come out late Thursday night instead." So they both take sedatives? Okay. Interesting. Okay. I don't know. They both mentioned sedatives, so it became like sedative. Okay. Anyways. I guess they just casually take sedatives. Okay. And then she says, okay, sorry. He says, if plans change on your end, please keep me informed if you want to come out late Thursday night instead. She says, will do. Here's hoping the drop soothed down his ear. By the way, what's the return detail flight? When are you leaving? Okay. So this is his return. I guess August 29th. Departure is 6:10 p.m. She says, cool. so I can go to the airport with you to see you off. Had to double check I wasn't going to get stranded in London. And she says, what hotel are you at again? Seeing how late the train I can get to see you if I can get there tomorrow evening. So this is where he's staying in London. Has a 8.4 out of 10. Very good reviews. All right. At the West Avenue hangar in London. And she says, thank you. See you there either Thursday or Friday. Kissy face. And he says, I appreciate you trying to make Thursday work. She says, doing my best. It's the least I can do when you've flown all this way to see little old me. Smiley face. He said, it's only 20 hours of transit. Ha ha ha. It's really the flight from here to Vancouver that I'm most nervous about. And she says, damn, dude, that's commitment. It's almost like you like me or something. I roll. JK, we all know it's for the wrestling, really. Winking, tongue sticking out face. He says, I also got a bunch of running around done and booked appointments with the doctor to try and get the sedative for the flight. She says, fingers crossed they will help you out. I wish the flight wasn't so long for you, heart. And he says, honestly, I'm more nervous about the... Honestly, I'm more nervous about the flight from my city down to Vancouver. It's shorter flight. Big planes don't scare me. The small ones do. She said, that's fair. I promise I'll be worth the trip. Big purple heart. Okay. I guess she's alluding to spicy time. He says, I believe you. Long time coming. And she says, I'm just happy I get to spend time with you. I never let people this close, so it's kind of weird for me. I think this is what we already read this part. Okay. I wonder why he put that in again. Okay. Maybe, oh, right. This was like anticipation dot something. So, okay, so this is, I guess he peppered this part in. I'm just happy you get to spend time with you. Never let people this close to me, so it's kind of special for me. I'd rather work than let people have one-on-one time with me, but I really want to give you that chance to be close to me. It's not like pressure, because like whatever happens. Like I wouldn't be mad if after that week you never want to speak to me again. I'm glad we had the opportunity to explore our connection. He says, this is something that we owe to each other. We talked a lot, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that part, like he already included earlier on in his document, like here, anticipation.pdf, okay? Okay. So yeah, sorry. Yeah. Don't worry. We're still in the Google document. These are just like the tangential, I guess, text messages that are related. Okay. So she said, okay. So just to recap, if you guys are just coming in, this is Takahata's 101's Google document between him and Mistress Doom, aka EJ. Okay. So let's continue. She said, so there's something I've always wanted to do while in London, which was visit the British Museum Egyptian exhibit. I'm probably going to go while I'm in London. So do you want to join me? He says, ooh, yes. She said, I've always wanted to go see it, but I've never had the time. Last time I was in the British Museum of History was literally for a manga exhibit and a private tour of that, so I couldn't go elsewhere in the museum. But I really want to see the Egyptian stuff, crying face. He says, you nerd! And she's like, yeah, kind of. I did get an A on history, so shrug. Okay. Amazing. Interesting. I guess this is the point of that. The point of the affection and knowledge of the trip was kind of like pointing out that, establishing that they had spicy discussions, which was uncomfortable for everyone involved. Okay. Obviously, I'm sure she probably didn't want those shared, but he decided to share them. Okay. Anyways, let's continue on with the statement. Okay. A few days before the trip, she told me she had a medical issue with one of her animals and she might not be able to come out. Okay. All right. So So just to establish, guys, he's going to London to see AEW with the hopes of meeting up with Mistress Doom, aka EJ. But obviously her pet is having some issues, so he's probably going to be having a date with his hand. But who knows? Anyways, okay, let's continue. Okay. So here it says, a few days before the trip, she told me she had medical issues with one of her animals and she might not be able to come out. The originally intended plan might change, but in her last correspondence, she stated she was planning to come out the night I arrived, which eased my personal anxiety as I would be alone otherwise. She expressed apprehension about being in London, away from her home, but nothing she said made it clear to the extent to which this would be an issue for her. Okay. And then it says, and because I did not know about the severity of some episodes she had experienced in the past and her resultant deep ill ease about being away from home, I didn't perhaps pay as much attention to her apprehension as I might have done otherwise, as the severity was not impressed upon me beforehand. yeah, I mean, it doesn't wait. Yeah, I guess from those text messages, and I guess not, but like there could be messages that maybe we haven't seen. But okay, whatever. Anyways, so here it says she would only be an hour away from her home, but every communication we shared leading up to my departure was warm and positive from both sides. Our correspondence was very personal and intimate, as we all saw, as she told me she had mental health issues which she battled throughout her life. However, when she talked about her mental health issues, she never indicated how severe they were. But I never questioned this, and I did not pry into the specifics of her illness. So I was never aware of the severity of the issues she faced until I arrived in England. Ah, the face-to-face meeting. Okay. As someone who has mental health issues too, I can understand fighting your own demons, as I would never disrespect her for this. In fact, I too have PTSD regarding flying. I told her repeatedly I was concerned about the travel and flight. She asked if I had medications, sedatives to be specific, and I told her I did. I took Avitian, a new medication to help calm my nerves while flying. During the trip, I took over double the intended dosage as the flight was incredibly turbulent. Oh no, that's not going to be good. Okay, let's continue. But when the time for our meeting arrived, a different reality cut in. Oh no. When I landed, everything changed immediately. I realized I'd increased lethargy and was disoriented and experienced increased anxiety. I was in the Uber to the hotel when I received a text from EJ saying that she wouldn't be coming until likely Saturday evening. The reason she gave was that her dog had an ear infection. What confused me about this is that she had multiple people in her home who could take care of her animals, as she had informed me in that, So this is a run-on sentence, sorry. What confused me about this is that she had multiple people in her home who could take care of her animals, as she had informed me that in the past that these people had done so. Of course, this was disappointing, as we agreed that she would have come Thursday, Friday at the latest. It says, excuses once landed. Whoa! Okay. This is going great. This is that. I love the title of this. Her excuse is well landed. Okay. Okay. So he says, I'm not going to lie, babe. I'm really worried. And she says, can you take the sedative for the first flight? I wish I could do something to help. Praying hands. And he said, I'll be taking a sedative. First flight is 40 minutes delayed. I should be able to make my flight to London. If not, they will rebook me for the next flight. I'll keep you appraised of everything. He said, I will keep you appraised. And then he's appraised. Obviously, appraised. Okay. She says, God, why is flying so stressful? Frowny face, sending hugs heart. He says, first flight is done. Flight to London is delayed 45. It's AC2160. And then she says, hey, you got through the hard part. How was it? He says, happy I took the Avitine, took the edge off. He says, okay, boarded now, flying out at 9:15. Check my flight info. I will likely be getting in later. Then first, I was about 2 hours. And then he says, landed. So like on Thursday at 2:48 p.m., he's landed. And she says, welcome to the ever sunny UK, which is a joke because apparently it rains a lot in the UK. Haha. Okay. And then he says, got to go through border and baggage claim. And then she says, then you'll realize I'm lying. It is not sunny at all. He says, oh, I saw. And she says, welcome to the UK. Thumbs up. He says, bruv, 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 which is like a term of endearment in the UK. When you call someone bruv, that means like a brother, like bruv. Okay. And then she says, already getting into the culture, fam. He says, made it through border, no issue. She says, good job on not smuggling or something. He says, automated kiosk. And she says, now on to getting the luggage. I really don't know how this works. And he says, I got my luggage and now just grabbing a taxi. I'm here, babe. And she says, you did it. And then so oh no. It's at this point. All right. How do I say this? Okay, so... Okay, how do I say this in a family-friendly manner? I'm saying... Okay, what I'm trying to say is, I feel like there was hot dog anticipation, and then the hotel came, and then there was hot dog deflation. Okay, all right, let's see. I'm just making an assumption, but anyways, okay, because like they were like, back, forth. Like, like there was no like big gaps here. You know what I mean? In time. Anyways, okay. So then she says, you did it. And then then she says, unfortunately, my doggo's ear is still really bad, so I can't leave him. If it's still bad tomorrow, the earliest I'm going to be able to get to London is Saturday evening. If that's the case, could you be down to grab the train to Cambridge Friday and I can just pay for a hotel for you, and that way we can still hang, and I can look after Doggo. I'll pay for train and such. Then we can head back to London together Saturday. So, okay. So, okay. So then he says, in taxi on my way to hotel, he says, I got your message. Sucks that your pup is still ill and you have no one to take care of him. I won't lie, I'm not versed in your transit system. How long would it take to get here? And she says, an hour train, I'll pick you up from the station. And he says, unfortunately, I paid for the hotel, so essentially I would be out $400 for nothing. Kind of like unimpressed face. Okay. So then he says, would I be able to take a train out there and come back? And then he says, I'm so sorry your dog is ill, and the last thing I would want you to do is to get... Oh, sorry. I'm sorry your dog is ill, and the last thing I would want you to do is to get you to abandon your dog, seeing as how you're the only one who can take care of them. You mentioned you'd like me to swing out to your place by one of these days. I'm here, so maybe that could be tomorrow, depending. As for getting a whole separate hotel, I don't think that's a good use of money. And she says, I still have to head back to Cambridge on Monday as well, regardless, to monitor the ear properly. It really sucks my dog got sick, but it requires very thorough cleaning that only I can do. And he says, is your mother not able to do this? And then he says, sorry if I'm coming across rude. It's just that I spent 20 hours in transit, and I genuinely don't know if I'm going to be seeing you at all for the next couple of days. It just sucks. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, oh my goodness. Okay. So then she says, no one in the house can do it, and if we F it up, the dog will have to go for surgery. I'm so incredibly stressed by this whole situation. I've been sick all morning and in a mental health crisis. It's rough, man. No pun intended, obviously. She says, so he says, well, just keep me up to date and the best you can, I guess. Disappointed face. I won't lie, I'm really depressed. I'm not going to see you for over half this trip that I made to spend time with you. And then he says, I'm not trying to guilt trip you here. It's just, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do aside from just putting a smile on my face. And I'll be honest, I don't understand why someone in your house can't handle it, but that's me being bitchy. I don't know the full story, so I can't judge. And then he says, a lot of these are edited, by the way. I don't know if you noticed this, like a lot of like the big ones. So you can see here, it says edited. So we don't really know what he initially said. We just know, like, I guess it's possible he could have come off ruder. So even here it says edited. So like, we don't really know what the initial message was because it was edited, but okay. Anyways, okay. Let's continue. So then he says, if you're just honestly nervous about actually hanging out, I understand, but this really sucks because I powered through a lot of negative stuff to get here. I just spent 20 hours on some of the most bumpy plane flights of my life, and I took a ton of sleepy pills to get through to it just so I can see you. And she says, I offered you a way to see me tomorrow, but you don't want to because of the hotel room. I'm genuinely not far off ending up in a hospital from how stressed I am from all this. Oh, sorry. Hold on a second. I offered you a way to see me tomorrow, but you don't want to because of the hotel room. I'm genuinely not far off ending up in hospital from how stressed from all this I'm getting. I have to look after my dog. I'm trying to give us ways we can see each other, where I can look after my dog and I don't end up in hospital. But it's going to take a little give here. So he says, why are you the only one who can administer medicine to your dog? You told me that you're probably going to be busy today, and I accepted that. But now it's changed to busy tomorrow as well, and I have to go out to see you if I want to see you. And the only time you can come out now is the third day too, but only at night, and you have to go back to your place immediately on Monday. That's over 4 days of my trip to see you. Unable to. I understand that you're stressed, but right now I'm really depressed and disappointed. I spent a lot of money and time to come out here. So then she says, dude, I get that, but my dog is sick. I'm the one trained to care for it. My mental health is at the point I'm going to ouchie myself, and I don't want to do that. But I don't know what to do here. And then she said, I am sat in a park crying, trying not to end up at the hospital. I told you I have issues spending nights away from my house, and you booked 7 in London when I wish that you could have asked if that was cool. I'm willing to pay for the Cambridge nights so we can see each other, and I'm not just in a panic state, but my mental health needs are incredibly difficult to manage in London, and I have no car, no pets, no carer, no way to be looked at when this panic hits. And he says, you'll be with me. I'm sorry, did you think I was just going to completely ignore you the whole time we were hanging out or something? And she says, no, I just don't want you to see the shittiest version of me that I can't control. I want you to have a nice visit, not deal with me crying and hyperventilating and such. And he says, I'm prepared for that. But I seriously don't think the right way of managing that is to literally barely see me while I'm here. And she says, then come to Cambridge tomorrow. Let me calm down around you and see if it's okay to go for London for a bit. Okay, okay, hold on. How far away? Give me a second. Away is London from Cambridge. Okay, maybe I'm just stupid. I'm from Canada, okay? Okay. In the UK. Okay. So it looks like an hour and 31 minutes is the difference between London and Cambridge, okay? So, okay. Okay, I mean, I thought it was further away, but okay. All right, maybe, okay. All right, so that's not too unreasonable, especially I feel like London also has transit as well. I mean, they could always like rent a car or something. That's an hour and 31 minutes. Like, I mean, you're allowed to drive a car in the UK, so I don't know. Anyways, okay. Maybe they don't have their license. I don't know. Okay. All right, anyways, let's continue. Okay. So, yeah, it's a little confusing. I mean, like he was on a 20-hour flight but won't drive like 1 hour? Like that's odd. That's odd. Or like a cab, even you can get a cab. Maybe it's too I don't know. It just something doesn't make sense. Okay, anyways, let's continue. Okay. Okay. So she says, come to Cambridge tomorrow. Let me calm down around you and see if it's okay. Then go to London for a bit. That's what I need from you. He says, okay, but will you be coming back with me to the hotel that night? Okay. All right. Let's see. She says, if I give you the money for the hotel and can buy you a hotel, we can stay in Cambridge and go to London Saturday. But he says, but are you still going to leave Monday and go back home for the rest of my trip? And she says, you said you'd come with me Monday. That hasn't changed. I'll need to check on my animals. I really can't stress to you enough just how bad my mental health is. She said, I'm literally in the middle of a park freaking out in the rain because I'm genuinely scared I'm going to hurt myself. I don't want you having to deal with this side of me. I can't spend all those days in London. Mentally, I can't do it. I'm at breaking point here, dude. It's terrifying. And then he says, I said I'd be willing to pop out to your home for a day. I didn't know you meant for the rest of the trip, just to my hotel. She says, I was only hoping for Monday or Tuesday. So then he says, sorry if I'm not being empathetic or nothing in the situation. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. And then she says, I'd pay for it all. He says, you have to pay to be at your home. And then she says, I'd get us a hotel so we have our own space. So then he says, then you wouldn't be able to look after your dog, though. I'm confused. Yeah, agreed. I mean, unless it's like a pet-friendly hotel, like it's because like the dog is kind of getting in the way here. Okay. So then she says, I can drive home and administer medication. In Cambridge, I have my car. I don't in London. Can't you just drive to London? Like, can't you just park your car in London? Cars go to different places, right? Okay. And then he says, would you want to bring your car to London? Okay. All right. There we go. Okay, there. Now it's okay. Let's see here. And she says, God, no, London driving is awful. Plus, ULEZ costs way too much. I need you to work with me and my mental health needs to make this trip work for us because I don't think you realize how bad this gets for me in panic states. So, and then he says, give me a few to process all this. Okay, but I need to know some assurances about the rest of the trip. If I come out tomorrow and you come back with me to London, you're still going to be leaving on Monday, and I won't be seeing you for the rest of the week. I can see if I can try to get out of my hotel there if I can. And then she says, just come back to Cambridge. Okay, yeah, sorry. So then she says, just come back to Cambridge with me Monday and spend Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday with me in Cambridge. He says, if I can get out of my hotel, then yes, I will. But otherwise, I'm literally blowing $1,700. That's a lot of money. And then he says, you were talking about how you wanted to go to the museum and stuff. So I assumed that you were completely down for this. Fair. That's fair. Yeah, because the museum in London had the, Egyptian thingy. Okay. So then she says, I can't do 7 nights away from home. I never have. I have a 24/7 live-in carer. That's how bad my mental health is. Normally, I can do short trips because I have a carer with me. Carer. I guess this person. Okay. All right. It's all gonna make sense. Okay. And then, so then he says, I really wish you had told me this weeks ago. Who is your carer? Your mom? And then she says, Jimmy. This is the carer, guys. This is so in their 9 years of chatting, this never came up. It's a little bit strange. Okay. Because even he didn't know about Jimmy. Okay. And then she said, so then Takahata says, what is your relationship with Jimmy? Fair question. Okay. It took 9 years to get to this point. Okay. And then she says, he is my carer. His job is to look after me. He is paid by the government. And then Takahata says, do you feel comfortable being in a romantic setting with me? And then she says, nervous as hell about it, but that's PTSD. And then he says, what is causing a lot of this? And she says, I imagine PTSD is triggering a lot of today's nonstop attack, but also the night panics, the being away from home for so long. Oh my goodness. Oh, thanks so much, Jacob, for the $5 super chat. Noticing how she's always mentioning her mental health, but not his. The both of them shared how they aren't well. So shocked she isn't considerate. Yeah, it definitely has to be like a two-way, streak in a relationship, right? Okay. All right, let's see here. So then he says, and I'm not trying to be mean when I say this. I'm trying to say this with as much loving kindness as I can. It just feels like there's tons of excuses right now. The dog being sick, needing to be near you, your carer, all this stuff. And I say this with love, and please know I don't say this with cruelty. As long as I've known you, one of your animals has always been sick at some point. Okay, Internet Zen Master, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Enter chat right now. Wait, who the F is Jimmy? Right, who is Jimmy? I know, okay. We're gonna find out. Okay, all right. And then, then she says the hotel cancellation policy is pay one night stay. And he says, well, no, I don't think I can get out of paying $1,700 for my booking. I can try, but I don't know if I can get the money back. And then he says, before I left my trip, I really needed you to be more clear with me about your mental limits. That's fair. It would have changed fundamentally how I booked my hotel. I'm not opposed to being in Cambridge. So then she says, see if you can and see if we can move the main stay location to Cambridge. If not, I'll work my ass off and pay you back the money. Okay. And then he says, like, the problem is, like first of all, like, I mean, if this was like a Hilton or something, I wonder if you could like just transfer to like a different hotel. I'm not really sure how London works because like maybe it's just like not franchised hotels. I don't know. Anyways, okay, well, let's continue. So she says, he says, like, the problem is I came here for this big event near Wembley and bought my tickets for it. And, I was looking forward to just checking out different parts of London with you. Because I'm also a tourist and I know nobody here. I'm actually really nervous because of all these things. I can't, babe. That's just not how this works. I booked through hotels.com, not through hotel itself. Okay, yeah. And then she says, I will pay you back any money you lose, but I'm sorry I can't do 7 nights in London. I don't feel at any point I was really asked if that was cool. Huh? You know what? I guess it was like implied, but like, listen. From what the earlier text implied, I thought they were having like a 7-day wrestling match, but I guess the cage match is not happening, guys. Okay. In fact, we're not even having Monday Night Raw here. There's nothing going on. I thought there was like it's going to be like some sort of endurance match. It's not happening. Okay, all right. Let's okay. this is the only wrestling he is guaranteed for this because he has tickets. But okay, anyways, let's continue. Okay, so then he says, I genuinely didn't think something like this would be an issue for you, as how it's only an hour and a half away. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, okay. So the Google was correct. Okay. He said, I tried calling. Can you please call back? Oh, this is, man, this is, can I just say, this is, yeah, like, I don't know, like the way she's kind of like, how is it? How am I trying to say this? In normal situation. Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. I know. Okay, let me just draw this again. Okay, I know. I need to understand this. Okay, so in a normal situation, from what I understand, being a human being. all right. This guy's like, hey, I'm gonna go on a flight with you. And so wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. So I imagine it was something like this. Cause like what we saw was, he's like, hey baby, I live all the way in Canada. And she's like, I live in the UK, that's too bad. And he's like, what if I fly over the pond to see you? And she's like, I would really love that. And he's like, I'm gonna go see a wrestling match. But then after that wrestling match, we'll have our own private wrestling match. And she's like, that sounds good, baby. And then he's like, okay, I'm gonna fly on the plane. And then she's like, so then what happens is, I guess we got some overnight clarity, and we're just like, and it's like, I am busy. And he's like, babe, what happened? I thought, were we not having our own wrestling match? And she's like, no, we're not having any wrestling matches. In fact, I'm going to be over here. He's like, but I'm over here. And he's like, oh, that's too bad. I'm all the way over here. He's like, but like, why don't you come here? And she's like, no, you come here. And he's like, I can go there, but then I'm going to leave my hotel. And she's like, I'll pay you back eventually. Trust me, bro. And so you can kind of see where like the shift in mood is happening. Something is weird. What happened between the flight and him landing? You know what I mean? Like, this is very like, I don't know. If you've ever seen like those, I'm not sure if you've ever seen those, like, you know, like, catfish videos where like the guy is like, you know, hey baby, I'm coming to Russia. And she's like, yeah, come here. And then he's like, hey baby, I'm in Russia. And she's like, oh, I have a family trip and an emergency, and also I hope you enjoy your trip to Russia. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, interesting. Anyways, whatever. Okay, we're gonna go back to this. Okay. Something happened. There was definitely like a mood shift here. Something happened. Like someone is maybe like maybe not being entirely forthcoming. Like something is odd. Okay. What's this? Something smells fishy. His name is Jimmy. Okay. All right. So he says, I tried calling. Can you please call back? Question mark. Obviously, this guy's in a different country. He's starting to panic. The one person that he was trying to meet up with is no longer answering the phone. Okay, whatever. Okay, let's continue. So then she says, Shid, sorry, I was walking back from the park. And he says, taking an Uber to King's Cross Station. And she says, you need to get a train from their Cambridge North. He says, 2 things. If you want to take the train back with me, we can do that. But apparently I also have free parking space with my hotel room. Well, there you go. Perfect. Then that covers the car. Okay, wonderful. Okay, good solution. All right. Cause like she could just drive back and forth to the dog, right? Like an hour and a half. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, how often does a ear? Hold on. Okay, let's look this up. Okay, how often do you have to clean a dog's ear infection? Because I don't know. At home. Okay, let's see here. Now, get out of here. Not interested. For an active ear infection, your dog's ears need cleaning daily or every other day, but the exact frequency depends on the type and severity of the infection and should be determined by your vet. Okay, that doesn't really give us any information. All right. Anyway, so let's continue. Okay, so hold on. Okay. So he says 2 things. If you want to take the train back with me, we can do that. But apparently I also have a free parking space in my hotel room. And she says, let me know when you're on the train and when you hit Cambridge. Don't get off at Cambridge, though. It's a stop after called Cambridge North. He said, I'm not at the station yet. It's a rush hour right now. Do you need a ticket to Cambridge North? He said, and then she says, yes, you have to get the train line app. And he says, no. Oh, Jacob, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. She says, Jacob says, that's called flaking. Also, Monday Night Raw. Maybe it's a good thing they didn't get to that wrestling match with the end result. Oh, okay. Yes, you need a train app. No. And then he said, then she says, wait, I'll buy your ticket and send you the code to scan. He says, okay, I'm at the station. Oh my God, it's like Harry Potter for realsies. Okay, all right, okay. And then he says ETA, and then here's your ticket. And then she says, here's a ticket. You want the 6:40 train. Also, as 18:39 train Kings Lynn. And then he says, okay, I'm through, and I'm waiting for cars to get attached to the Cambridge line. They have to attach cars? Oh, interesting. Okay, I just thought that a train came with those, but okay. That sucks. Okay, so then he says, I have to get on the front ones. They have yet to attach. And she said, you got this. Welcome to English trains. And then he says, my phone is at 37%. I'm going to keeping on low. Well, I saw some of the stuff out, but I will be in contact all the same. I won't be surfing my phone at all. To return, we have options though. Yeah, babe, I told you I'd be willing to do this. So thank you for getting me tickets and sorting out the headache. I just got to wait for these attachment trains to show up. And then she says, the train app says your trains changed to platform 8. Oh, God. Okay. He says, the staff all reported to me pointing me in the right direction. And she says, great job, train staff. Sorry, good job, train staff. And he said, I asked someone where I was supposed to go, and she pointed to number 8 already. And she had me go to the front and not get the actual back, but the ones in the front, because the back train will detach when we get to Cambridge, and the front trains will go to Cambridge North. What the hell? Hagfish says, Harry Potter is King's Cross, Lydia. Thanks so much for the $2 super chat, Hagfish. Thank you. So she says, that's so wild. I never had trains do that. And then she says, dude, I feel so effing trash. I'm, what? Oh my. Okay. She has many Tic Tacs and all that. And he says, wait to see how tired I look. Have you decided how you want to get back to London? She says, yeah, we can just grab a train back because driving to London is rough. And he says, can we have food before? That's fair. And she says, honestly, best shot at food is waiting till we get back to King's Cross. I can pick you up a snack from the shop if you want. He said, train is moving. How long for the train? Hour and a half. And then she says, an hour. He says, can you grab me a snack and a bottle of water? She says, yeah, what kind of snack do you want? He said, a sandwich wrap or something. Praying, crying face. And she says, what kind of sandwich? I don't know what you eat. Wow, 9 years of intimacy and you don't even know what sandwich? That's interesting. Okay. He says, anything with salami. Yes. Yes, salami. All right. Okay, sorry. Internet Zen, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. I know this is Taka's document, but everyone who's turned against Taka probably feels really dumb after reading this. Hard to sympathize with the victim here. We're going to get to the other one as well, but yeah, this is all too much. Okay. Okay. Surprised he doesn't want sushi, but okay, yeah. He's like the salami. Get the salami. Okay, anyways. Anything with salami, laughing my ass off. Otherwise, surprise me. She says, I had to go with surprise. And he says, what's the app? Train line at Lenchworth. Okay. Because, I feel like the salami, a very well-timed PP joke could have happened. But, okay. Anyways, it seems like EJ is in no laughing mood. Okay. So, anyways, otherwise, surprise me. I want to surprise me. He said, what's the app? The train line at Lynchworth. How are you enjoying the UK's trains? Smooth, Royalston. Next stop is Cambridge, then King's Lear. And she said, it's a stop after Cambridge called Cambridge North you want. And he said, it's called King's Lynn. Yeah? She says, the stop called Cambridge North, but it's on the route to King's Lynn. He says, oh, okay, Cambridge North after Cambridge. And then she says, yes. And then he says, praying hands, how far am I now, would you say? She said, when you reach Cambridge, 5 minutes. He says, Cambridge, gonna be there a bit as they detach. See you soon. What is with the trains in the UK attaching and reattaching? Get more trains. Oh my goodness. And then she says, I am at Cambridge North. He says, okay, thumbs up. She said, you moved yet? He says, I hear. At Cambridge North. She says, meet you in the lobby. He says, upstairs, yeah? And then, okay, so then that is kind of when the conversation ends. There's not any I don't know. Okay, through the text messages, there's not any excitement. It's not I can't wait to see you, babe. Oh my God, yeah. You know what I mean? That definitely there's been a tone shift. You can notice a tone has shifted, right? It's just kind of more like an annoyance, okay, thumbs up. You know what I mean? There's I don't know. I guess yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. They're just there's like some excitement missing, right? Okay. Anyways, and then she says 5657, which I have no idea what the hell this means, and that's the only message from midnight. So that could have been, I don't know, like a code or something. Anyways, so then he says, on my way back, so embarrassed. So embarrassed. On my way back, so embarrassed. What? What does that mean? Okay, what's going on? And then she says, LOL, it's all good. I vibe to music. Da F, did you go? Made it to the underground. And he says, I'm glad. Thank you for telling me. Nervous. And she says, on the tube, almost at King's Cross. So is this the same day? Friday. Still, okay, it's Friday at different times, I guess. Huh? Okay, I guess maybe he got like mixed up, like maybe he got lost. It's kind of confusing. Okay. Anyways, and then she says on the tube, almost at King's Cross, and it says continued in museum plus day after. Weird, really weird communication style. Very, very, very strange. Okay, we went from sexting to just like very like basic stuff. Anyways, did I miss something? Hold on. Did he get the salami sandwich? We'll never know, chat. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see here. What happened with the dog? Okay, so he was on the train. Sorry, he was on the 5 a.m. Thursday. And then Friday is kind of like when everything when I guess he took the train out to meet her. Okay. I'm kind of confused. But okay. Anyways, let's continue. Okay. So that was excuses once landed docs PDF. Okay. So then he says, but as we continued to talk about this, she kept saying that she was afraid of coming to London because it was far from her bubble and was asking me to come out instead. She pivoted and said she couldn't come out for the full allotment of the day that she had agreed to and was pushing hard that I come out to get a hotel in her hometown and visit her instead. I had known EJ and been in love with her for years, and I thought bubble nerves were only issue here. I didn't expect them to be a real problem. At that stage, I had no reason to realize that her fear of being away from home was as severe as in fact it was. So then he says, so this is still Takahata's statement here. Sorry, it's like there's a bunch of tangents within the document. Minute Rider, thanks so much for the 199 super chat. Back from lunch. What did I miss? Essentially, Takahata went to England for wrestling, and he was supposed to meet up with Mistress Doom, aka EJ, and looks like the dog got sick, and then he went to Cambridge via the UK public transit system. That's kind of what I'm gathering right now, but okay, let's continue. So he says, I was worried, disappointed. I just traveled 20 hours from British Columbia to be with her, and this had been planned and agreed upon for months. But now it was beginning to seem as though she was making excuses, including her animals as a reason to not hang out with me. After a long text conversation, we called one another and spoke on the phone at length. She said she was simply anxious about leaving her bubble and traveling by herself. She suggested I might book another hotel close to her home. I expressed reluctance in money needlessly being spent. It was only an hour to wait. We mutually agreed for her to come out to the night. Sorry. We mutually agreed for her to come out that night, and I travel to pick her up to allay any fear of her traveling by herself. She says she appreciated this gesture and even paid for the train ticket for me to travel out to where she was. It says purchasing ticket. Okay. This was the. Okay, I think we already read this part, but yeah, this was the ticket. Okay. This is all the same stuff. The salami sandwich. Yeah. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, yeah. This is all stuff that we read. Okay. I feel like this person's never done a Google document before. Okay, but anyways, let's continue. Okay. Or maybe they never read one. All right. Okay. But when we met, she seemed like a different person. Okay. And I attributed this to her anxiety about traveling. She didn't even smile. Ooh, okay. This was not the person I knew before who I had met at the convention or the wedding. This felt like a different reality. Ah, okay. Because when you go to conventions or weddings, it's only like a one day or a little weekend thing. But like you're on her home turf for 7 whole days. Oh goodness. Okay. Huh. Sometimes like, yeah, like things. Okay. I will tell you this, guys. I will tell you this. Sometimes, you know, you think you have a friendship, right? Like, okay. Here, I'm going to word it this way. If you know, if you have a friend and you're not sure if like if they're gonna stand like the true, you know, test of time, go on a trip with that person, because a lot of times when you go on a trip with someone, you definitely see a lot more sides to them than you normally would, right? So sometimes some people change, right? Some people change when they're on trips with you. So that's always like a very, very good test. If you ever want to test a friendship, be like, oh, is this like, should I, is this person like really like a kind of like a fair weather friend, or is this someone that's going to be around all the time? Usually going on a trip is kind of like the thing. So, okay, this is interesting. Okay, let's continue. Okay. This was a different reality. Okay, here we go. So then it says, we chatted during the ride back and I thanked her for we chatted during the ride back and I thanked her for coming out. At no point during our travel or in the hotel room did she suggest she was apprehensive about intimacy with me. Okay. All right. When we got to the hotel room, she said she wasn't in the right headspace yet, but now that the travel was over, she would chill out. Oh my goodness. Oh, Internet Zen, thanks so much for $20 super chat. 3 questions. 1, what was the dog doing? Fair. 2, does she ever mention the alleged rampant knife crime in London, or was it her own personal issues? 3, if she was that nervous about traveling, how could she go to conventions? Very valid points. Good question. I don't know. Maybe she had brought other people with her to the convention or the wedding. I'm not really sure. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. When we got to the hotel room, she says she wasn't in the right headspace, but now that travel's over, she would chill out. Okay. She had said that once travel concluded, her anxiety would calm down, and that once the travel was over, she would chill out. We went and got snacks at the store around the corner, and we returned to the hotel room to watch TV together. Sounds fun, okay? I did not press her in any way. We sometimes held hands in the bed together. I fell asleep as I was exhausted from having traveled for over 24 hours. Yikes, yeah. At some point, she woke me up with her hand full of unknown pills, oh geez, and joked that she had to take these to live. But I did not know what these meds were or why she was taking them, and she did not tell me. Okay. Gradually, into the night, we grew closer and more... Oh... Okay. I gotta put this on. Gradually into the night, we grew closer and more intimate. She didn't betray a sense of being uncomfortable with being intimate. I asked for consent for every wrestling act. She gave me consent. 3 separate consents for 3 separate acts. During wrestling, things that were conveyed to me that literally everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Okay. I mean, that sounds... Okay. Wrestling is over. Okay. There we go. I fell asleep after wrestling. I'm not sure when she fell asleep. The following morning, she woke up and she said she wanted to go home. Oh no. Okay. She woke up with me and said she wanted to go home towards the end of the day and return on a different day because being away from home had been more of a trial than she expected. However, she impressed upon me that she still wanted to go to the British Museum before I left. I told her I appreciated her coming out all the same, and I understood due to how clearly anxious she had been. I didn't pressure her to stay. That day, we went to the British Museum, as that was the activity she truly wanted to do, and we had talked about the most. She left the British Museum to head home via train after we checked out some stuff at the museum. Oh, God, now we got to see his museum pictures? Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, what is this? Okay, on the tube. Okay, thank you. Wow. He's doxing her, too. Oh, my goodness, so great. Okay. Very cute lady. Okay. She says, safely on the train home. Have a good night with your friend. And then he says, we're getting food. Did you get that train? I planned the best I can. And then she says, yeah, I got on the train like 40 minutes out of Cambridge. I'll let you know when I get home if you want but you can trust I'm all safe, smiley face. He says, thanks, babe. Crying face, crying face. And then she said, have fun at the museum. Thanks for letting me indulge in my morbid side. Praying hands. And he says, I'm really glad we got to check out actual mummies. She said, yeah, those things are hella cool. And then, truthfully, I really like the disease through time chunk. Ugh. Okay, and then he says, aha, you're such a goth. Kiss, kiss, kiss. And then she says, stuff's fascinating. I had to climb down 175 steps to get to the underground. I wore the wrong shoes. Crying face. He says, F. I'm glad you're sitting down. She's like, yeah, almost in Cambridge. I see the train from Cambridge to London. It's kind of fast. Cambridge, yay. He says, glad you're home, babe. And then she says, just got in. And then he says, heart. And he says, glad. Got back to the hotel, going to friend hotel with him to hang for a bit tonight. Feeling okay. She says, when on a hunt for pizza. I'm starving after all that walking and travel. And he says, I walked to Wembley from a friend's Airbnb. And then he says, how's the pup? Which, because the dog, right? That's very, very thoughtful. And then he says, she says, how was it? Doggo is okay. I gave him chicken. And then he said, I had fun, went for coffee as well. Had really good Chinese food as well. I'm going to have a nice shower. So then the day after says, hope you had a good sleep. Appreciate you powering through your anxiety to spend time with me. I'm sorry I put you through this. I really do not feel good about how I managed to plan this trip. It was very foolish of me to plan the way I did. And for that, I'm incredibly sorry for my selfishness. I guess because he didn't send like an itinerary. I don't really understand how it was selfish. But okay, maybe I'm missing something. I'm happy you're in a good place now, and I understand why you need to go home. This entire trip has already been a This entire trip has already been a wake-up call to me about a lot of things, and I just want you to know that I'm incredibly sorry. Again, this is an edited text. What does this mean? And then he says, apologies for the spam. I'm just very much in my head tonight. I appreciate you reading my messages. And if you want to talk tonight, I'm here and I would like to talk. What happened here? What happened here during this time? Why is he apologizing? Okay, something weird. Something weird happened here. And it's an edited text. So, okay, let's see here. Okay, so then she says, sorry, I was mid-Unite game. I'm not really sure what I meant to say. I didn't know how hard it would be for me, but it's rough, you know? I think my mental health issues are way too well hidden, but they are nasty. Oh my goodness, maybe it was a 3-minute sharpshooter. I don't know what happened there, guys. Okay, all right. And he says, I appreciate you messaging me. I appreciate you and everything you were willing to power through. I'm sorry for not communicating better with you before this trip. I myself are prone to depression episodes, and unfortunately, I'm hitting one right now. Post-wrestling clarity? No. Was this Heath's making her apologize the day he got played like a fiddle? Oh, huh? Interesting. Okay. This is a head scratcher. Okay. Okay, so she says, I'm really sorry to hear that. I really want you to have a nice trip, but you're also not going to have that if I'm crying the whole time. My roommate and me are willing to pay for the hotel for Monday and Tuesday. Hold up, what, your roommate? Why the hell would your roommate care? That's a weird one. The mom, the dog, or Jimmy? Jimmy? Like, does she mean Jimmy? Is Jimmy coming? I'm so confused. Hold on. My roommate and me are willing to pay for the hotel for Monday and Tuesday if you still want to hang Cambridge way. I won't charge you a couple months for the VOD channel to cover the loss on the hotel. Hey? Huh? Okay. Is this a triple threat match? What is happening? He says, I'm open to it. Thank you for being willing to find a workaround. Do you even need to come out to the event? I don't want you to foot the whole bill. Don't worry, the roommate's helping. Okay. This is on me not communicating with you properly. And then she says, I'll come back Sunday morning for the event. I think I can manage one night in London for a wrestling show. And then he says, and then I go back with you Monday and stay until my flight, yeah? And then she says, you can, or you can head to London on Wednesday night if you want. He says, let me double check when my flight is. I'll head out Wednesday night by train to spend one more night here. My flight is at 2 p.m. in the afternoon on Thursday. And she says, sounds like a plan. And then he says, whereabouts do you think I could stay? And she said, there's hotels 10-minute drive away from my house. Don't stay at my house. Interesting. Okay. I don't know. Maybe the mom is I don't know, referee or something. Okay. Jacob, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. This has been an awkward situation talking about wrestling, not a story you should listen to without headphones. Right? Exactly. Okay. And then he says, do you feel comfortable having me close? And she says, they ain't fancy, but they do the job of giving you a bed, smiling face. Being able to drive between hotel and house gives me the option of easily crashing where I feel comfortable. Definitely, she's got a lot of hand in this situation, but okay. I'll sort out with my roommate, Griff, when he wakes up tomorrow. How many roommates did you have? Oh my goodness. Okay. Do you feel comfortable having me near, though, right? She says, I'm fine with, like, hugs, just not lots of them. Hey, wait a second. Hold on. We went from cage match to handshakes? Interesting. Oh boy. Guys, okay. Like I said, 3 minutes. Okay. Self-reporting 3 minutes. Okay. Okay. It says, continued in being friends and invited her to a place in transportation. Ooh, you got demoted. Oh no. He lost the wrestling match, guys. Oh no. Okay, wow. Oh. God. Was it the mummy? Okay, anyways. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Okay, let's continue. Okay. So then, okay, so this is still Takahata's document. Okay, Hegwish says the roommate is a he, Lidia. I mean, like, I don't know how expensive London is. I mean, like, I don't know, right? Okay. Cage match to a handshake. What is this? The Ring of Honor? Friend zone has arrived. Oh no! He was lost before the wrestling match even began. Oh no, Hegfish, no. Jimmy uses shattered dreams on Taka. No. All right. All right, let's get back to, okay. All right, so then, okay, so, okay. And then he says, I went my separate direction. She had left her travel suitcase and several other items in the room, and she told me earlier she would come back for them later. Okay. Throughout the day, I texted her to make sure she got home okay. She apologized for anxiety getting the better of her and expressed appreciation for how I was there for her and how I handled the situation. When I expressed regret over how I planned the trip, she stressed the fact that her anxiety had gotten the better of her, but she still very much wanted to see me. Furthermore, she again invited me to come to her hometown. We talked again about having me get a hotel near where she lives if I came. Later, she texted me again saying that she would prefer to just friendo hang out. Ooh, shit. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Hold on, I gotta get my other water. Hold on. Let's see here. Okay, hold on. Hold on. One second. I thought I had it, but it's behind me. Here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, Trent. This is very. Okay. I lost my straw. No biggie. Okay. Let's continue. Shit. Oh, this is okay. Okay. What's this? Taka disappointed his rival, so he was demoted to Mukth number 3. Okay. He's denoted to the chair. No! Okay. Hold on, let me continue. Later, she texted me again saying she would prefer just friendo hangout. Ooh, and not so many hugs going forward. Oh, no! This guy just RKO'd himself. Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, my God, guys. Taka thought he was getting the sharpshooter, but really, it was only a Boston crab. Ah! Okay, all right. Okay, let's see here. Let me just continue. Okay. Frick. Okay. Friendo hangout. Oh, this hurts, man. This hurts to read. And the fact that this was made public information. Okay. I feel like we're all just cringing. Okay. Okay, not so many hugs going forward. Shit. Okay. She also shared the extent of her past trauma, panic attacks, and PTSD. I listened to her story of not niceness. I felt horrible for her as she went into detail, but I understood and worried I might have pushed her too far in getting her to leave her bubble to visit me. And then it says, being friends and invited her to her place and transportation. Is this not the same thing? Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. We read this. Okay, yeah. Fine with hugs, just not a lot of them. Ouch. Okay, here. Then it says, sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. I really feel effing awful right now. The last thing I want you to do is to make you uncomfortable. Can I call you? And then, so she says, I'm kind of chill gaming with peeps at the moment. Please don't feel awful. Like, I'm not mad or anything. I just think we got a friendo hangout, you know? And he says, I understand. I'm having a bit of a mental health crisis right now. I'm talking with my therapist as well. And she says, what's up? I know this trip has been rough so far. I don't want this bad on you either. Like, I want ya to meet my animals, hang out with my roommates. These are all, like, easy ways to be on really good ground with me. Why do you gotta be... What happened here that you gotta be on good ground? You gotta earn brownie points now. Something bad happened between that and that, right? Okay. He says, I appreciate you saying that. I just feel awful for miscalculating so much of everything. I don't want to pressure you to do anything. And then she says, I think what matters is finding the level ground and making the most of the rest of the time. Like, I'm looking forward to showing you Cambridge. He says, I really appreciate you saying that. And she says, I can tell you care a lot. I can tell you care about me a lot. That's a weird way to say, I don't like you very much. Like, okay, but here he's like, there's this apologizing tone. I appreciate you. I feel awful. Like, something happened here. I don't know. There's something weird. There's another shift in tone here. Something's weird. Okay. I can tell you care a lot about me. I know none of it's coming from a bad place. What does that mean? What does that mean? And then he says, F, thank you for saying that. I really need to hear that. And then she said, it's obvious that you care. You just didn't know how bad my anxiety problems were. And then he says that it's why I'm trying not to overthink everything, but it's really hard right now. I appreciate you talking with me right now, though, because it's helping. I apologize for stressing you out. So much apologizing. And she says, I'm glad it's helping. I've been replaying between Unite matches, hence slow. He says, haha, I figured. She said, you said it's obvious I have big love for my family and friends and pets, so it means the world to me when people make effort to get to know my roommates. Because you ain't wrong, they are family to me, so we're going to take you bowling. We're going to game. It's going to be fun. I'm still letting you into a part of my world, so I obviously don't hate you. I'm not mad at you either. I had a fun time at the museum. It was nice. I'm glad you came with me. What happened here? Something bad happened. Something really bad happened. Okay, all right. But obviously they're not talking about it. Like, I guess she enjoyed the museum, but just not the Monday Night Raw, I guess. Okay. He says, I am too. It was super cool to actually see that. Hold on a second. I am too. It was super cool to actually see that stuff in person. Never have seen anything like it. And she says, rough start doesn't mean it has to be a fully rough trip, you know? And he says, I look forward to meeting your friends and hanging out. She said, I'm glad. They look forward to meeting you too. I'm really sorry for any disappointment I've been. He says, I'm sorry for any disappointment I've caused. Okay, so this is like very, like they're apologizing back and forth here. He says, I'm not, and then she says, I'm not disappointed with you either. He says, thanks so much for saying, EJ. And then she says, like, I know it all came with kind intentions. Honestly, it's good it happened in the UK. Imagine if we tried Canada. I'd like actually have died. Oh, goodness. Okay. And then he says, I was thinking about that last night for a bit, that what if you had flown all the way here and visited me and had one of these things hit you all at once? I literally wouldn't forgive myself. She says, yeah, LOL, straight up, I would have died. It's good to know I learned a decent amount about myself these past few days. he says, I wish it was a lesson that was a bit easier to learn on your end for real. I saw how rough it was with you. Oh, Internet Zen, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Quote, been rough so far. The lion, the witch, and the audacity. Oh no. She's been basically mistreating him this entire trip. I've yet to hear anything that Taka did. We can call him wrong. Okay, yeah, we're okay. We're gonna just keep investigating. All right, let's keep going because like there's more to this story than just his document. All right. She says, I wish it wasn't so effed up, but it is what it is. Thank you for being kind with dealing with it. And then he says, I think that's part of just got to be hard for me to let go of, but I appreciate you talking with me about this. And then he says, oh, sorry, I didn't say that properly. What I meant to say is I could tell it was really stressful for you, and I feel bad about that. Lots of edited text. This one's edited. This one's edited. It's kind of confusing. Okay. So, like, because, like, we're only shown what he wants us to see, right? Whether or not because there's so many edited text messages, it's kind of interesting, right? Okay. Anyways, so then she says, fun fact, it gets worse than that. It was high up, okay. She said, fun fact, it gets worse than that. It was high up there, but there's a tiny bit further it goes. But that just goes to show how bad my anxiety issues really are. And then he says, it was a shock to you too, as you said. She said, it was like an 18+ hour attack, man. It's so long, crying face. He said, that's why I'm happy you're back home and away from that feeling. And I don't want to do anything that brings it back. She said, it's incredibly embarrassing that I spent an entire night crying at you. But you were very sweet in handling it. You did good. I enjoyed watching a reality show and finding the One Piece characters. He said, God, I was like half asleep, haha. And then he said, I did what I could. And she says, nah, there are lots of people who are uber cruel when I get into states like this. I've literally been... What? I've literally been, yikesed, karate chopped, and, turtlenecked because of it. He said, I'm so effing sorry that happened. She said, which unsurprisingly did not help. And then she said, I can confirm that's one of the worst way to handle panic attacks. He says, I want to tell you, having a sense of humor about this is pretty damn incredible to say the least. All right, there we go. And then she says, humor is my style. If you don't laugh, you cry, and sometimes you do both. And he says, laughter is the ultimate coping mechanism. She says, how are you doing? Why is all of this important is my question. Okay, what's fine. So he says, I'm feeling much better, babe. Oh, still saying babe, even though he got, demoted, but okay. Feeling much better, babe, this horrible. Because before we started chatting, I was genuinely in a panic attack of my own. And she says, I'm genuinely sorry to hear you were having one of those. They suck, and I wish they weren't a thing any of us had. He said, luckily, you talked me through it, and my therapist helped too. Thank you so much for spending some time chatting with me today because you have eased so much of my fear and anxiety I had. And she says, glad I could help. Praying hands. Get some sleep and enjoy tomorrow's show. Praying hands. The show. AEW. Okay. And then he says, I will try my best. I hope you rest well too. She says, should have left the monkey toy for you. And then he said, I'd give him a good hug. And then she says, they're old as heck. He says, you've taken good care of them because they don't look that way at all. And then she says, good afternoon. Hope you have a good day. At 6:30 in the morning. Good Lord. Okay. He says, I'm going to try to do an event tonight as I didn't really fall asleep until 6 a.m. last night, but I did get 8 hours of sleep. I think I was fighting off something last night. I seem to have beaten it back. The weather is bad out here. Haha. Good news is I might have found us new tickets through a friend for really good seats. And she said, pogging doors for the event are at 3:15, right? And he says, yes, thumbs up. She says, cool. So I'll try to get to London for like 1:30. Oh, now she can come to London. Okay. No problem. All right. Cool. So now I'll try to get into London for 1:30 so I can swing by the hotel and get changed. I saw her left my outfit in your hotel room. Why would her outfit be in the hotel room? Unless a cage match did happen. Okay, all right. It was a no-clothes wrestling match. Okay, I see. He says, you left a bunch of stuff, haha. She says, I left trading cards. What? Okay, crying face. And she said, I'll keep you posted on my travels tomorrow. And he says, how are you feeling? Genuinely good question considering all of the blow up and all that stuff, right? Okay, how are you feeling? She said, a lot better. Been thinking of what to show you around Cambridge. There's a real tourist part I think you'll love. So I'm going to take you there and we're going to go to the gift shop and get you a uber British souvenir. And it's near a big candy store like you said you want to see. He said, I'd like some chocolate for my mom for sure. She said, I'm certain you'll be able to get some. It's a big ass candy store. If you remember the downstairs, you can make your own fancy little chocolate pick and mix. And she says, so he says, we're going to head out Monday morning. Yeah? And then she's like, yeah, whenever we get up on Monday. And he says, fair. It might be early afternoon. Ha ha. Oh, okay. And then she says, I am not a morning person. He says, we need our 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Ha ha. And she says, but the stuff we're going to do with my roommates is in the evening. Want to go to a cheeky Nando's with my roommates, bruv? And he says, I think I can manage it. Okay, and then it says, so then she says, well, the Nando's is right next to the bowling stuff, which is where we're dragging your butt to. We're going to get food, go bowling, play in the arcade, play pool. Think you can handle a classic Doom hangout? Wait, a Doom household hangout? Oh my goodness. Okay, so now you can kind of see her tone is kind of like shifted back to like normal friendship-y, like not so like, I don't know, like back against the wall stuff, I guess. Okay. He says, I think I should be able to. I'll be honest, I'm still a little bit stressed by everything, but I'm empathetic to your situation and how you feel. And she says, we're not that scary. He says, the thing is, I was cool with going out to your place for a day and meeting everybody, but I really did travel out here to spend time with you. Ah, okay. And then she says, you're spending Tuesday with just me. Yeah, like 1 day out of 7 days is like, okay. Odd. Okay. He says, I'm aware there was plenty of miscommunication about everything with how I planned this trip, and a lot of that is on me. I mean, I guess, but like there's, I don't know. Something is sus here. Okay. And she says, going around the actual Cambridge town and stuff was just going to be us two. It's only Monday. You're hanging out with my roommates. And he says, and please know, I don't think of hanging out with your roommates is a negative thing. And then she said, I only planned the Monday to be with my roommates. The Tuesday and the Wednesday, I was going to do solo stuff with you. He says, sounds good. I really appreciate it. She says, I've been trying to plan around both of our comfort levels. And he says, I can tell, thumbs up. And then she says, I'm pretty good at looking after peeps when I'm not constantly crying. He says, I appreciate you wanting to show me what you love about where you live. And she said, oh, well, then I have to show you the Cambridge cows. He says, oh, you guys don't have pigeons? The cows ate them. And then she says, we have pigeons? He said, did they eat crows? She says, no, we just have both crows and pigeons. Why do you think we don't have pigeons? He says, because it's funnier to imagine Cambridge just having all crows if this is their territory. And then she said, you're going to be super disappointed when you see a pigeon. And he's like, haha, I'll do my best to be impressed by the pigeons. So then he says, how's your day going? This is on Saturday. She said, took the convertible out for a drive and got really wet. Okay. Okay. But there's this video game Pokemon ROM hack of all the Yu-Gi-Oh creators and I'm in it and I want to find me. He says, oh, cool. And she says, yeah, kind of wacky to be in a game. I found an artist that would do custom sprites. We put it into the game so the characters are our VTubers. If we ever do the Soul Link, I thought it'd be cool if we can be switched to rivals. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Okay. I thought it'd be cool if we could switch the rivals to be each other's models and the main trainer to be us, but I don't think we're ever going to do that incentive. And he says, oh, it's a modded game, huh? She's like, yeah, I want to know what role I got in the game. He said, all plans tonight didn't come to fruition or were canceled. I'm not in a good place right now. Disappointed face. And then she says, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear. He said that I actually asked my friend more directly about hanging out, and he is actually hanging out with his buds, so he invited me, so I'm going to go. I'm happy this is working out tonight. I was worried I was just not going to have much to do, but I'm going to step out of my comfort zone and hang out with my friend and his friends. After a good night's sleep, I'm feeling better. I actually got 8, haha. And she says, I hope you have fun. He says, thanks, babe. Notice how he's the only one saying babe? Okay, all right. He says, when I go out to Cambridge, can I use your laundry or do you use a local laundromat? She said, yes, you can. We have a washing machine and a dryer. He said, I didn't pack enough long pants. LOL. Trousers. I mean trousers. Probably this guy thought he was just going to be wearing just his, his wrestling, his wrestling unitard. But yeah, apparently, okay. He's like, I'm not gonna need trousers where I'm going. Okay. So then she says, we also have shops if you need to buy new stuff. But yes, you can use our washing machine. He says, thanks, babe. Peace. And then he's like, how's your night going? She's like, I'll be real. I'm watching the Barbie movie with the fam. And then he says, too pink, eh? Laughing my ass off. She says, yes, also stupid fun. I dig it. And he says, it is. And she says, how's hanging out with your friend? He says, good, having tea. Gonna go to a pub later for a bit, not drinking. Why is all of this necessary? Why is all this necessary in his document? Why can't he just cut to like the meat and potatoes of what exactly is happening? Why do we need this like storytelling stuff? Okay. So then she says, ooh. Okay. All right. So like, I just want to be clear this up tonight before I head to London tomorrow, in case you decide you don't want to come, but like I'm heading back to London as a friend. Oh, geez. Okay. All right. She's trying to, yeah. She saw all the babes' text messages and she said, listen, I don't want to, I'm not doing any more tag team matches. Okay. Listen, we're rivals now. All right. So I just want to clear this up tonight before I head to London tomorrow, in case you decide you don't want to come, but like I'm heading back to London as a friend. I just want to friendo hang. I just want a friendo hangout. Get to know you as a friend. Just a quick reminder, guys. 9 years. 9 years these guys have been sending spicy text messages to each other. But the moment they meet up, they're just friends. Okay, yikers. Okay, something happened there. Okay, I just want a friendo hangout. Get to know you as a friend. I know that might suck for you, but I realize I really have to get to know people as a friend to get comfortable with them. So no like intimacy, no or such or touching me all the time in that. Wow. Okay. I know that might be upsetting for you, but I really just want to be friends. So if you don't want me to come to wrestling with you, that's fine. But I really just want to clear this up and have you understand where I'm at. I'm sorry for any upset this might cause. Whoo, 3 minutes can do that to a person. No. Oh man. Okay. Okay. So from what it seems like, some sort of major event happened. But they're still hanging out. Like something happened for it to, for this to happen. Okay. So then he says, I appreciate you telling me directly, as this was what I was assuming from what you had said last night. I respect where you're coming from, and I want you to know I understand. So she says, I'm super glad you understand, and I know this isn't exactly what you were hoping for. I understand if you don't want me to come to wrestling, and respect you might want some space from me. And then he says, I apologize for my part in the miscommunication. I'm sorry that me visiting has brought up so many unexpected things. I know this hasn't been easy on you, and I feel terrible about that. I hope you do not think less of me because of this. And she says, you're still a good friend. Don't worry. I don't hate you or anything. I want to make this not as rough for you, but I'm not one to BS. I'm pretty blunt. Do you still want me to come to wrestling? It's totally fine if not. I'll come to London either way for my stuff. Woo! Okay. He says, sorry, I'm on my way back to my hotel now. You absolutely need to get your stuff. Haha. Are you comfortable going to the wrestling event? And then she says, if you want me there, yeah, I'm down to hang out. Like, it's totally fine to hang out. You're still welcome to come blank as well. And then he says, can you give me a few minutes to respond? I need to take a shower. If you want to come out to the event and hang out with me and see it, that would be cool. Though I don't want you to feel forced to spend the night at a hotel. If you want to head home after the event, praying hands. As for Cambridge, I think I need to think about it, as this has all been an incredibly large amount for me to emotionally process properly. Oh, Internet Send, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Turns out that we'll wrestle and then never see each other again. Jokes they were actually making were a bit prophetic, huh? Yeah, like at the beginning, right? Yes, that you're right, Internet Zen. There was like a little bit of like, yeah, there was a little bit of that kind of preview at the beginning, right? So then she says, you know what time the event ends? He says, I believe it ends around 9:30 or 10. And then she said, trains are uber sucky tomorrow. So I think maybe it's best I don't go and just come collect my stuff on Monday when the trains are back to normal. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Trains legit only go to Tottenham Hale, and then I'd have to go to 36 Underground with multiple switches to get to you, which I really don't think I could do alone with luggage and make the train home. He says, I completely understand and we can make this work. She says, legit, there isn't even enough time to get from Wembley to the train station. I would miss the last train home. I don't know why, but tomorrow there's no direct trains to King's Cross. And there's like some sort of like schedule. And she said, it will take 4 hours tomorrow just to get to you. He said, probably it's because it's a Sunday, yeah? She says, it doesn't usually do this. Like 4 hours to get to the hotel is nuts. It's actually cursed. And he says, does the train sort themselves on Monday? She says, yeah, they do. Hence why I can collect my stuff on Monday. But trains being fine Monday doesn't change a 3-hour trip to get to you tomorrow and having to do 36 Underground stops alone. But she has a car and he has a free parking spot. I don't know. Okay, okay. I guess I'm just, it's just, sounds like a bunch of, sounds weird. Okay, let's continue. She says, I was literally terrified just going from the one stop to the museum to King's Cross. So if you're terrified, then drive your car. Like, what? So he says, wasn't it only 12 to get to the museum and you were able to take a train back to King's Cross that was only one stop? I'm not familiar with the routes, so I don't fully know the way they angle. She said the museum to King's Cross was one stop, which I did on my own. Because I had to. I was okay with the 11 stops to getting to the museum because I wasn't alone. This is 36 stops alone I have to do tomorrow. He says, why is it 36 stops when it only took 11 to get so close to King's Cross? She said, I showed you the route. Tottenham must be really far out. And he said, but we only took this train. It was only 11 stops. I remember this train ride. She said, that was a different part of London. There are 6 zones. It requires 3 different train lines because it's from a different part of London. He says, sorry, I'm a bit confused right now. And she says, right now, trains no go from Cambridge to King's Cross tomorrow. You have to get off at Tottenham Hale, which is miles the other direction from you. To get there, your hotel, you need to use 3 different undergrounds and a bus. He says, wait, so from the museum, how many stops was it? Because you left from the museum, you said you were going underground heading to King's Cross. Because we got out at Tottenham and walked a few blocks. She said, that's not Tottenham Hale. Those are different places. He said, She said, there's a bunch of underground routes across the whole of London. The museum from your house was 11 stops on one of those routes. Tottenham Hale doesn't have the direct route where you are, as they are totally different zones. So you have to use 3 different lines and a bus for a bunch of stops to get to your hotel. King's Cross is more direct because it's central London, but I can't get there tomorrow. And he says, wait, it's closed because we left from here and went on a straight route right there. We didn't switch trains at all. And she says, no, we went to London Museum, which was nowhere near Tottenham Hale. It's near Russell Square. I'm not sure what's confusing here. I've shown you the route I'd have to take to get from where the only train in London to London drops me off. It requires 36 stops and 3 different lines and a bus, and I cannot travel alone. It's like 17 stops and 2 different lines to get to where you are, staying from London King's Cross. Okay. And then he says, do you want me to meet you halfway? She said, how do you meet halfway at the underground? And then she says, like, the only other place in London I can get to is Liverpool Street. He said, would bringing out to King's Cross work? She says, Liverpool Street is better, but the issue still stands. I can't get home. Liverpool Street is 17 stops. It's all one line. So that's better. He says, as I said, would it be better for me to just bring your bag to the train station and you just skip the underground entirely? She says, what, like, go to Liverpool Street, get off, meet you, grab my bag, and go back on the train? Because if I'm just coming back for my bag, it's easier to just do it Monday when the trains aren't wacky. He says, like the train from London to Cambridge, the station I took to go out to Cambridge the first day. I'm saying I can bring out your bag to there, not Liverpool. Sorry for the confusion. I've been talking about Monday. And then she says, what, then hang in Cambridge with us? He says, I thought we've been talking about Monday the whole time. She says, oh, I thought we were talking I could still come to wrestling, LOL. The trains are not an issue on Monday. But you said you didn't want to come to Cambridge. She says, sorry, I'm super confused right now. She said, okay, so what I was trying to sort out was me being able to still go to wrestling with you and get back to Cambridge that night since you said you didn't want to head to Cambridge. Okay, so she wants to go to wrestling. And then he says, you have to forgive me. My assumption was after you said this, you didn't want to come out on Sunday. By tomorrow, I thought you meant today because we started this conversation around 12:30. She had to understand all the confusion. He says, I was confused. She said, I entirely understand why. This is what a phone call should have taken place, guys. You shouldn't have to travel all the way to Cambridge to bring me my stuff. He says, I wasn't suggesting that. I was suggesting me going to the train station from Cambridge so you avoid the underground entirely. On Monday, because you mentioned you didn't want to deal with the trains, I just want to confirm that you don't want to come out for wrestling, correct? Wrestling event being on Sunday. She said, clarify for me you aren't coming to Cambridge Monday if I was with you and heading back. Like, I can get to London, Liverpool Street, and then Hanger Lane from there to go to wrestling event, but I get stuck in London. That's the issue. My only option back Sunday is to get an hour and a half, 150 pound Uber. And he says, what time is the last train? I apologize if you already answered this. Like, can I just say the communication is just like, pick up the phone. Just pick up the phone at this point, okay? And then he's, so it says 22:25. So not enough time to get from Wembley to the train station on the train. He says, would you be comfortable just attending half the show and leaving early so you can catch the last train? She says, where would I store my suitcase? Oh my goodness, this is wow. She says, like, at that point, I just watch the show and head back to your hotel, grab my stuff, and order an Uber. It's about what I would pay at your hotels in Cambridge. Okay, what's this? Full Metal says, I think he is going full TMI with every text because if he left out anything, people would accuse him of covering something up or leaving it out of context. His best move was to show everything. I mean, I guess, but like, to what end, right? Like, this is all just like nonsense that we all don't really need to know about. Okay, anyways, let's continue. Like, it's, I mean, like, I don't know, like, where is the, okay, yeah, okay, oh, she's trying to flake. Oh, okay. Well, this way we at least get even the most minuscule amount of context. No chance of her arguing lies. Okay, I see, okay. So I guess he's trying to, I don't know, he's trying to disprove something. Okay, but anyways, okay. Let's see here. Okay. I'm sure it'll all make sense. Okay. So she says, like, at that point, I just watch the show, then head back to your hotel, grab my stuff, and order an Uber. So yeah, she's not even interested in staying overnight. Okay. It's about what I would pay on your hotels in Cambridge, but I sort of need to sort this out relatively soon because I have to get an early train to get to you with enough time to get ready. And he says, would you be comfortable doing that? She says, do you want me at the wrestling show? He said, only if you actually want to go to it and hang out. I know how much traveling and closeness outside your home stresses you out, so I don't feel comfortable asking now. She said, you'd come back with me to the hotel and see me off in the Uber, yeah? Like, you're not just going to leave? So it says, continued in going to the event attachment. Okay, so this was part of the being friends and invite her to the place plus transportation. Okay, so that's this part. Okay, all right. That was the tangentially. We're still reading we're still reading Takahata's document, guys. We're on page. What page are we at? We're on page 6 of 8. Okay, so we're almost finished this document. Okay, so then it continues. The next day, she sends an ambiguous. Wow! Oh no! The next day, she sent an ambiguous breakup message. What about the laundry? Oh my god. Okay. Sorry, the next day she sent an ambiguous breakup message expanding upon her text from the previous day. This was a shock to me and I was heartbroken to my core. However, it felt the romantic split was amicable and was hopeful that our long-standing friendship was still strong. Despite being thoroughly devastated, I told her that I understood and respected where she was coming from. She appreciated this and told me she still wanted me to come visit her in her hometown during my trip. And then it says clarifying the friendship PDF. All right. Hey, Fierce, thanks so much for the £5 super chat. Avery says, there are 4 train operators in London and Cambridge every day, Lydia. These are Great Northern, Thameslink, East Midlands, and Greater Anglia. Oh, okay. Oh, I did not know that. Okay, wow. Jeez. Okay. All right. Let's see what this is. This document, this one's called clarifyingfriendship.pdf. Oh, this is like was she watching the movie? Oh, yeah. Okay, this is we already read that, where it's like, just to be clear, I'm heading back from London as a friend. Okay, yeah, we already read this part. Okay, I'm pretty blunt, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is kind of what she made it clear. We're just friends. We're just friends, and this is like the whole thing. We read this already. Okay. The King's Cross and like the whole blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, pretty sure this is all the same still. Okay, Ubers are sucky and blah, 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 blah. Okay, and the time of the train. Okay. Yeah, here. This is where that last one ended, right? Where you come back with me to the hotel and see me off in Uber, yeah? And like you're not just gonna leave. Okay, this we already read. Okay. Okay, so here it says, then we talked about her coming to the AEW show. AEW, all right. Then we talked about her coming to the AEW show, and I asked her if she was comfortable still doing so. We went back and forth, and she said she was worried about getting home in time. I had already said I did not in any way expect her to stay the night, as being away from home would be causing undue stress. I told her I was willing to leave the show early to help her get back. I told her I was willing to leave the show early to help her get her train back home. I was adamant the whole time that I did not want her to do anything she wasn't comfortable with, and I did not want her to feel obligated, as her anxiety was now clearly debilitating. The next day, in the early afternoon, she arrived at the hotel with one of her roommates/carers. I was happy with this because it helped her. Okay, interesting. She's like, I'm bringing, like another person. Okay. I was happy with this because it helped her anxiety. We decided she would pack up her stuff and we would leave it in the front desk. She could grab it on the way out later that evening. Yeah, a very, very good solution. Okay. All right. Why wasn't that just the solution in the first place? Okay. So it sounds like they hung out because the next day she brought someone with her. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. We decided she would pack up her stuff and we would leave it at the front desk and she would grab it on the way out later that evening. So that means that they must have been hanging out, right? Okay. So then it says, we all went out to the wrestling event. Okay. So she went to the wrestling. Okay. We all went out to the wrestling event, but when we got to the stadium, there was a fair crowd of people and I could tell she was starting to get really, really nervous. So I asked her if she honestly felt comfortable going to the show at all, just as I had asked her many times leading up to this. She replied that there were too many people and she needed to go home. Right. I was naturally disappointed, but did not take it personally as her anxiety was clearly overwhelming. So she left with her friend who would wait nearby till she wanted to head home so she would have someone to travel with. I saw the show alone. Man, that sucks, right? Because like how much those tickets were, like. So the guy was just gonna wait, or I don't know if it's a guy or a girl. The person was just waiting outside until the show was done. Huh, interesting. Okay. I saw the show alone. Okay. Attachment going to the event. All right. Okay, so here it says okay, wait, hold on. Do we read this already? Okay. Yeah, you come back to the hotel and send me off an Uber. Okay. Now it continues. Okay. Okay, here, this part. We never read this part. Like, you're not just going to leave me at the event. So then Taka says, like, halfway through the event, and I wouldn't be leaving the event and leaving you at the event. And then she says, no, at the end of the event. Like, I'd stay for the whole event and just get a late Uber back from your hotel. And then he says, I thought you were talking about you being there for half the event. Apologies, I'm just a bit confused. So she says, no, I'm talking about me staying with you for the whole show. Then when the show is done, we head back to your hotel room. I pick up my stuff and I get an Uber. I wouldn't come for just half the show. I'm really jumping through hoops and comfort zones here to watch the show with you. But like, you don't have to. He's given you an out like several times. Does that option not work with you? Are you planning on hanging around the show to meet up with peeps? He says, I don't want you to do anything you're not comfortable with. If you come for the full event, I would go with you back to the hotel and see you off. Right. Okay. That seems reasonable. She says, Like, yeah, I'm uncomfortable doing the underground on my own and taking an Uber alone at night, but I wouldn't be offering to do it if I wasn't willing to do it. This was like the one thing we planned to do, and I know you've been looking forward to it. So if you want me there and to hang out, So if you want me there to hang out, we can do that game plan, but I need to know nowish because I need to be up early for the train. Am I gonna be nervous and stressed getting there? Yeah, but I can push through to hang out for this. It's like, this is so confusing. Like, just say no, you don't want to go, right? Okay. So he says, yes, I would like to go to the event with you, but I'm worried about how uncomfortable you're going to make yourself. We're both coming out and going home. Oh, sorry. With both coming out and going home, like I genuinely feel worried. And that's fair. That's fair for him to feel worried because, since he landed, there's been a lot of like conflict and like turmoil, right? So she said, we'll power through. Just text with me while I'm in the Uber. He says, I might be hanging out with people at night, but I'll keep my phone close. I know some people plan to probably hang out tomorrow night, and I didn't want to go to one of the events, but I would be even okay with leaving halfway through the main event to leave early to avoid the crowd rush, but those are tentative plans. So she says, how early is halftime? He said, not halfway through the main event, like the last 30 minutes of the show. If we leave a little early, we can avoid the rush of everybody, and I'm willing to do that so you don't feel the crowd strain. And she said, are you sure? He said, otherwise, it might take us at least an hour to get away from there. Like, there's going to be 50,000 people, and if we leave at the same time, they're all going to be trying to use transit and everything. That's fair. That's fair. Like a squishy like sardine can, right? Internet sent, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Devil's advocate time. Perhaps Taka was too clingy, and we don't see it in the messages, but I have trouble believing it given how accommodating he was. Okay. We'll continue. Okay, let's see. She says, okay, sounds good, but let's game plan this one step at a time. Step 1 is getting me to London to your hotel. I'm looking at 11 a.m.-ish train, but I'll text you and keep you posted. He said, so you'll be getting in around 12, and then it'll take a little bit on the train, right? About how long would you think it would take for you to get here? And she says, nah, the train is an hour and a half to get to Liverpool Street, so looking between 12 to 1 for getting to London. Then I gotta do 17 stops on the underground. I'm not gonna get to you until 2. Can you meet me at the Hanger Lane underground subway? I really hate walking that subway. So interesting how when he says, can I meet you underground? She's like, how is that possible? But then when she's like, you meet me underground, suddenly it's possible. It's okay. I'm so confused, chat. Okay. So he says, I can come down there, no problem. Meet you by the little circle with the kiosk, right? She says, yes, please. I'll text you when I'm close, signal permitting. He says, I'll set an alarm. She says, want me to call you when I get into London? He says, sure, that might be for the best just because my sleep schedule is effed up. She says, okay, I'll do that. He says, I really do hope you enjoy the event, but I understand if this is all going to be super stressful for you. So she says, my dude, I'm coming to have a nice time with you. I don't intend for us to have a shit time. I've downloaded some banging music, so I should be fine as I can be. I'm really trying to still give you a good trip. He says, I appreciate you willing to push through the anxiety, but I don't want you to put yourself out. She says, it's okay. I'm willing to do this for you. I do still care about you. I hope you maybe feel up to popping by Cambridge for one day, even if it's just the two of us hanging out. No pressure though, my dude. Options are always open and it's easy. Train right away. I also totally get it if you hate me after this and never want to speak again. Interesting thing to say. Okay. Kind of confused. I'm kind of confused. Okay. So he says, I'm not going to hate you or anything. Like, this is... I'm not going to hate you or anything. Like, this is just been a lot to process away from my home. I'm happy I get to enjoy a fun event with my friend. You've never been to wrestling before, and you're about to watch You've never been to wrestling before, and you're about to watch pretty much a super show. For WWE, they have WrestleMania, but it seems for this company, this is their version of WrestleMania. So she says, I look forward to it. Did you get better seats like you mentioned? He says, the thing is, the person who gave me better seats, the reason why he gave them to me, because his partner seems to have a hurt pre-existing injury. Sorry. Oh, hold on. Let me read this again. The reason why he gave them to me, because his partner seems to have hurt a pre-existing injury, so he gave them to me, but now it seems like things might have normalized, so I'm not going to be peen and possibly give him back his tickets unless only he is coming himself. And that means I won't be able to go because then it would split us up and we would go with the original ticket, which sucks because it's actually VIP box with press and food. But if he's coming back, I'm giving him his tickets back because it would be rude AF to hold on to them after he gave them and something changed. Easy come, easy go, so to speak. I'll know more when he responds in the morning when he wakes up. So she says, oh, well, if it's just him going and you could have a VIP booth with press and solo stuff. Sorry. Oh, well, hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. Oh, well, if it's just him going and you could have VIP box booth with press and stuff, but it's solo, as long as I know early enough, I can just go home. Wouldn't want you to miss that. That's too cool an opportunity to throw away, my dude. So then he says, there's a lot up in the air right now, and I don't do well with it. Like, he could ask for his tickets back tomorrow because he already implied he's likely wanting them back, so that's why I'll know more in the morning. So she says, keep me posted. I have to go to London to get my stuff back anyway, so if I have to leave since you have the opportunity, that's totally fine. He said, I'll keep you posted on everything, but my plan is to spend time with you, okay? You're coming out for this powering through a lot of negativity that's really challenging for you, so I'm not about to ditch out on you. It's a cool opportunity, but I don't know the details of it right now, and I won't until tomorrow morning. So right now, I'm planning for you coming out. She says, I'm going to be on the train early in my world, so you probably won't be able to tell me till I'm in London. But no, I ain't going to take away that opportunity for you. Praying hands. She's already trying to be like, yeah, you go. I don't want to go. Like, you know what I mean? Like this, I don't know. So then he says, if the guy who first offered me the tickets can't make it, then we'll be able to use them, but only if he's coming. I don't want to split us up because last thing I want to do is leave you alone at some big event like this, so I'm not going to do that. She says, oh, I just won't go to the event at all if he only has one ticket for you. I'll just grab my stuff and dip. That kind of seems like what she's wanting to do, right? So he says, I already have the tickets for the event purchase. She says, not going to let that opportunity, not going to let you miss that opportunity. Praying hands, it's too cool. You'd love that experience. Like, it's totally fine, honest, smiley face. You'll know early enough I can get the train back. He says, it's true, you still need to grab your stuff. But right now, I have no idea and not counting on us getting those tickets or just being one. I think he might just be coming back with us partners, so we'll just be able to go to the event, but I just don't know right now. This got dropped on me tonight. There is a lot of uncertainty right now. It's very exhausting. I'm so effing exhausted. She says, I'm sorry, my dude. I know I haven't been literally any help. He said, you've been overly kind to facilitate it, but it does look like him and his partner are coming to town. So your kindness is likely in vain, so to speak. Haha. And then she says, keep me posted. And then he said, like, it sounds like he would love his tickets back, so I'm not going to hold on to them. You know what I mean? Okay, so he's like, yeah, okay. It's like, let's get to the point. All right. So then she says, yeah, I do. He said, like, the seats are great and the VIP stats sound amazing, but the thought of us holding on to a gift after a situation changes, it feels effing horrible. I don't want to do that guy when he's so kind enough to offer them. Like I said, go easy. So easy come, easy go. I'm not going to lose my mind over it. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to go to the event? Do you not want me to? Is this a repeat? Okay, hold on. Do you not want me to? I've already said I'm coming. And he says, I know that's why I don't want to take off even half an opportunity and miss out on taking you to a giant wrestling event. She says, but it's such a good opportunity for you. So if it's there, please take it. Okay, I feel like these guys, even though they talk so much, I feel like they're not communicating at all. Is that like, do you understand? Like, it's like, you guys are just talking in circles. Just pick up the phone, for God's sakes. There's too much texting happening here. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, so He says, okay, 1 second. Okay, so she says, there's such good opportunity. If it's there for you, please take it. He said, I'll keep you informed. It sounds like it sounds like it's both of them. I appreciate you being so kind. She says, just keep me posted on it. I'm sort of taking tomorrow step by step. He says, please don't push yourself through stress. It's going to cause you harm. I beg of you. She said, I'm not. Don't worry. I think I'll manage. Thumbs up. Scary for sure, but I'll work through it. I know how much this means to you. He said, we can talk more about the rest of the trip when you get here tomorrow. All right. It's been a lot for me to process. I apologize for not being committed to any plans after this event. It's just been a massive shock to my system. Yeah, because I mean, the plan was wrestling was the only part of this trip that, like, apparently it was supposed to be like a cage match for the entire 7 days, but looks like the cage match was canceled, so it's not happening. Okay, so that's why he had no plans, because he's like planning, you know, like the whole vibe from like when he got off the plane to like present is just totally different. Okay, all right. It's just it was just honestly, it's like yeah, remember the cage match in the shower? Not happening. All of it got canceled. All got canceled. All right. So anyways, on Sunday, he says, you doing okay? And she says, yeah, I'm just pulling into London. Griff didn't want me. Okay, Griff was the roommate, right? She says, okay, so yeah, I'm just pulling into London. Griff didn't want me doing the trip alone, so he came with me and is going to wait around so I can get home. And he said, this is one of your roommates as well, yeah? And then she says, I can't do trips alone. Yes, Griff is one of my roommates. This guy looks so impressed. He's like, hey. This guy looks so pissed. He doesn't want to be there. He's got a cool Goku shirt, though. Okay, anyways. So then Takahata waves. And then, EJ says, Griff is the only reason I've been able to get to London. And then EJ says, does he want one of the spare tickets I have to the event? And then EJ says, is the seat with ours? And then, Takahata says, unfortunately, no. How far away are you, would you say? So she says 40 minutes. He says, K. Ooh, just a K with a thumbs up. Ooh. And then he says, how are you feeling? She's saying anxious. The train is cramped and stuffy. What happened with the tickets in the end, by the way? So then he says, the person who gave me the tickets got different tickets for themselves. So we have the special tickets. I'm asking more details about the area. You're 20 minutes away. Yeah. So she said, like 10, but I can walk to the hotel with Griff. And so he said, I figured. And then she said, are we good to go to your hotel room? I got to get my stuff and freshen up. He says, of course, 3:30. So she says, all the trains home are canceled because the track broke. Enjoy your wrestling. I'm going all over to get home. What? Okay. So then he says, oh my effing God, I'm so sorry. What happened? What's your game plan? I just got into my seat. She said, literally no trains to get back. He said, line was long. She said, had to try and get an Uber, but the driver canceled. He said, is your mom going to try and come pick you up? Or are you going to try and get another Uber? Is there any way I can help? Right, because she has a car. Makes sense. The dog, the ear infection, right? Like all this stuff, right? So she says, waiting on an Uber to get us another driver. I hope you enjoy your show. Is the seats good? Show me the view. And then she's not too shabby. And then there's a picture of her and Griff, I guess, just waiting for an Uber. And then she says, trapped in London selfie. And he says, I'm glad he is there to be support for you, for real. And she says, I would be hysterics if I was alone. And he says, crying face. I love how like, Griff is just not impressed. Griff is not impressed with any of these shenanigans, okay? Anyways, all right. And she says, in an Uber, driver is super nice. And then Taka says, I'm glad that this got sorted. What is with this freaking photo shoot situation? Poor Griff. This poor guy. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Okay. She says we're en route in traffic though, but looking styling. Yeah. Griff is definitely posed for this photo. Okay. And then Taka says, glad you're safe, praying hands. She says, like 30 minutes from home now. Driver is super nice. Back in Cambridge now. Enjoy your show. Yeah, great. You know, like, you know, you could have like, it's so frustrating. Okay. She could have gone to the show. Like, if she was gonna take a Uber home anyway, she might as well just enjoyed the free food and the wrestling. But okay. So I'm just confused. All right. Why didn't she just drive? Why didn't she just drive? There was a free parking spot at his hotel. That, like, what is the point of public transit if it's gonna be stupid like this? What's the point? I don't know. Okay, in Canada we drive a lot. Okay, the public transit isn't the greatest, so like that's like I don't know. Maybe that's just a Canadian. Maybe that's just the Canadian in me talking. Sorry. Anyways, okay, whatever. Okay. Okay, so okay, glad you got home safe and sound. She says, enjoy your show. Maybe see you in my neck of the woods soon. Maybe. Okay. What says? Okay, Leo says, what about the dog? Right. What about the dog? See, Leo, you're asking, did it die? Did it run away? You're asking the hard-hitting questions, right? Okay. Okay. This is, okay. Oh my goodness. Hold on. What are you guys saying? Okay. Okay. Oh, train tracks don't break like that? Really? Okay. Lydia, my head hurts. Oh, same, Andy, same. Okay. Okay. All right. I am so freaking confused. This woman is a very confusing person, but okay. Like this is a very simple thing, but okay. Okay. Let me continue. Okay. All right. She gave the dog chicken. Right. You're right. I'm sorry. All right. I stand corrected. Sorry. So he says, show was fun. VIP seats were strange. It was non-wrestling fans, haha, but the wrestlers weren't there. She says, oh, LOL for reals. You get to meet some wrestlers. And then it says, continued in leaving event attachment. Okay. Yeah, guys, we're still reading this document. Yeah. It was, okay. Azira says, the real dog was the 3 minutes we had along the way. This is how much more. I know. This is, hold on. Okay, we're at page 7 of 8. But don't worry, there's more to this story than this document, okay? Don't worry. Man, box seats, that's awesome. Good for him. Okay, all right. So this is okay. So he saw the show alone, which kind of sucks, but like especially he could have scalped that ticket. I don't know. I'm not sure how the rules are in UK, but anyways, whatever. Okay. So we'll continue on Takahata's statement. Okay. Google Doc. Okay. So then Takahata continues to say, but throughout all this, EJ has been inviting me to spend time in her hometown. She said that she and her roommates were willing to pay for a hotel there. And then says, attachment, invite to home. Which I think we already read this. Okay. Okay, hold on. Maybe we didn't read this. Okay, I don't think we read this. Wait, man. Okay, I don't think we read this. Okay, hold on. There's so many text messages, and like even though they're like named, they're not like, you know what I mean? It's not like a cohesive like story. Okay, anyways. Okay, this is attachment invite to home.pdf. Okay. So he says here, so she says, I hope you can make the most out of your trip, even if it doesn't involve seeing me. Ow! Damn. Okay. And then she says, that doesn't mean you can't come to Cambridge. Sorry. Shit, I'm sorry if I came across that way. And then he says, okay, like, can I just say, wasn't the main reason for his trip to see her? Like, so something happened where she's just like, nuh-uh. Okay. This doc is longer than the director's cut of Lord of the Rings. Yeah, okay. So she's even acknowledging, like, you know, like, I hope you can make the most out of your trip, even though it doesn't involve seeing me. Like, even though he literally planned the entire trip, he planned the trip to go see her. Like, technically speaking, yes, he was going to see AEW because they were doing their, like, WrestleMania stuff. But, like, AEW also comes to Canada as well. Like, you know, it's, like, look, you can see him. Like, there's a Canadian Maple Leaf here. You know what I mean? He's coming to Toronto on Saturday, September 20th. On Saturday, September 20th at the Scotiabank Arena. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the main reason for the trip was to see her. But, like, okay. Anyway, so here is her text message where it says, I hope you can make the most out of your trip, even if it doesn't involve seeing me. Smiley face! This guy thought he was getting WrestleMania, but he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Okay. She said, that doesn't mean you can't come to Cambridge. Shoot, I'm sorry if that came across the wrong way. And then he says, not at all. I understand what you mean. I appreciate you being willing to communicate with me through all this. As I know it hasn't been easy for you, I know it's been difficult. She said, I would hate myself if I left you in England with no communication, nothing. It would actually be evil. I would never be that cruel. And then he says, it would be unfathomable after all of our years of knowing each other. 9 years. Just a reminder, chat. 9 years of spicy text messages and stuff. But okay, let's continue. She said it would be a dick move. I'm not one for dick moves. I might be incredibly blunt IRL, but I'm not an a-hole. And then she says, I'm only uber blunt about fashion. I'm off because I'm exhausted. Sleep well, and no, you can call me anytime if you need me. So then he says, rest well when you do. Peace time. And thank you for talking. Thumbs up. Okay, and then she says, what is this? He's on a 4-hour phone call? What is that? What is this? Why is he on a 4-hour phone call? I wonder who that was with. Okay. Anyways, okay. She says, stay safe and rest well, praying hands. And then he says, if I came out tomorrow, what would we get up to? Like you mentioned, you wanted to show me some places and hang out with your friends. I'll probably head out the last train. And she says, museums and tourist places. Okay. Lots of fun. Okay. So here he continues to say, had the events of our night together been as she later claimed, this enthusiasm to meet again would have been a complete contradiction. But by this point, I wasn't sure I wanted to visit her home, given how much she pulled back from our plans already. Fair to say. Okay. So I told her I would think about it. So the next day after AEW All In, I asked her to remind me about the plan for me going to her hometown. Because remember, they were going to do like bowling and like pool and they were going to do all this stuff. But I guess now they're just doing museums and tourist stuff. So even that she's kind of pulled back from, right? Okay. So anyway, so it says, so the next day after AEW All In, I asked her to remind me about the plan for me going to her hometown. She said yet again, she would like me to visit. But now since it was past Monday, the plans would need to change. We would not be seeing her friends and animals. Instead, she would visit historical sites there with me one-on-one. It says attachment going back on home. Okay, what's this? Oh, there's so many like side attachments to this. Oh my God. Okay. So here he says, if I came out tomorrow, what would we get up to? Like you mentioned, you wanted to show me some places and hang out with your friends. I'll probably head out to the last train, ? She says museums and tourist places or a historic city. So he said, what time is the last train usually? And so she says, I wouldn't recommend getting the last train just in case what happened yesterday to me happens again. He says, so you wouldn't want me at your place at all? Sorry. She says, no, I mean, like, don't get the latest train possible. He says, sorry, I should have prefaced this with what I said better. She said, like, leave a few trains before the last one of Cambridge runs. He says, do you still want me to meet your pets and everything? She says, we can put a pin in this until later. Ooh, that means no. Sorry, can we put a pin on this until later? I'm just heading out to hang with friends and I gotta drive. What? What? That's okay. Why? What? Okay. What? Isn't... I don't understand. Okay, I don't understand. You're just hanging out with other people. Even though this guy literally traveled from Canada to come see you. Okay. Put a pin in it equals it's over. Right? Exactly. Now she can drive, right? Like, I'm a little confused. Yeah, so now that she wants to drive, she can drive. Okay. Make it make sense. Okay. Okay, so then she says, I got food reservations. Thumbs up, I guess. Okay. Wow. And then she says, I thought you meant just come hang for the day. That was not what you meant? But she said earlier, like she wanted to do like all this stuff with him. But now she's pulling back all the way, man. Like that is like, ooh. She went from sexting to friends to acquaintances. Oh man. Okay. This is like a friendship backwards speed run. Okay. So then he says, I was referring to you mentioning yesterday, the other day, that part about coming out would be hanging out and meeting some of your Fry NFS. Oh, friends. Oh my God, this is friends. Okay. It's just on 2 lines for some reason. Okay. I was referring to you mentioning yesterday, the other day, that part of coming out would be hanging out and meeting some of your friends and meeting your animals as well. You mentioned meeting your animals many times. Haha. And then she says, you don't gotta meet my animals. Ooh, okay. Wow. Okay, no. You shot that pass. Okay, how's the dog? What about the dog? What happened to the dog? The dog was the big problem why suddenly things weren't happening. And now it's just like, you don't get to see the dog. Is it perhaps the dog? Maybe there's nothing wrong with the dog? Is that a possibility? I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Wow, she's pulling all the way back. She's like, oh, hell no. Okay. She says, you don't got to meet the animals. They're a neurologically challenged dog is being really bad, and me and the vets have no clue what to do. Honestly, I think you would hate my pets. They are a lot, and I get that. Okay. Like, if she doesn't want to interact, just say you're done. It's weird that she doesn't want to interact, but yet she's, like, still messaging. You know what I mean? Like this is... I'm very confused. I'm so confused. Because, like... Imagine someone you were spicy texting for 9 years. You finally go to try and meet them, and they are just completely different person than what you thought they were. And you had one 3-minute encounter, and then this is wow. Yikers. This is, man, going to London. That's a lot of money too. Okay. Now he's no dogs. No roommates, no bowling, nothing. Okay. All right. So, okay, there we go. Okay. So we're gonna, so she's like, you're gonna hate my pets. They're a lot, and I get that. Okay. She says, if you come to Cambridge, I'll show you Cambridge, but not my house. Oh shit. He must have done something terrible for her to just pull back this far to be like, cause like guys, I literally, I unprovoked, I will show you a picture of my cat. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is Kagami. I love her so much. She looks like this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, wow. The fact that, like, what happened here? Okay, all right. Something bad must have happened. For her to pull back this much is odd, right? It's odd. Something bad must have happened. Okay. And then, so like, he doesn't even get to, like, you don't even get to come near my house. Okay. So then he says, I feel as though our initial plans to hang out with each other and do more switched. Therefore, I am missing home badly, and I am disconnected from my own bubble. So as exciting as ... Okay, it doesn't continue. Okay. I'm sure it'll continue in another attachment. Okay, here we go. All right, so let's continue. Okay, so here it says, at this point, heartbroken and depressed, I did not feel comfortable hanging out one-on-one with her. That's fair. She's giving many signs that she is not interested. So that's fair. Okay. I decided to go back home to British Columbia and cut my trip short. That sucks. You should have go visited the Queen or something. Go eat some bangers and mash or whatever. Okay. Hold on. Let me see what okay, so let's see. This is choice to return to Canada.pdf. Okay. So he says, so you don't want me at your place at all. And then she says, no, I mean, like, don't get the latest train possible. That's not what she said. She said, you're not coming to my house. Hold on. Let me just, because she said, at the very last thing, she said, if you come to Cambridge, I'll show you Cambridge, but not my house. So how do you take that? That is, you are not allowed to come to my house. That's what that means. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. So he said, sorry, I should have prefaced this, what I said better. And then, oh, this is the put a pin in because she has food reservations. Okay. Yeah, I think we read this part already. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you don't get to meet my animals, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Okay, so, okay, this is where that last text train kind of led off. Okay, so he's like, I feel as though our initial plans to, he says, I feel as though our initial plans to hang out with each other and do more together switch. Therefore, I am missing home badly as I'm disconnected from my own bubble. So as exciting as it was to meet up and see some cool things in London, I'm afraid I might have to cut my trip short for mental health reasons, as I'm dealing with a lot right now away from my own support network. Totally fair. Makes sense. Okay. She says, that's totally fair. Do what you need for your mental health. If you can get a flight home early, go for it. We both got to do what's right for our own mental health. There's no way I'd tell you to push through your mental health and cause yourself damage. And then she says, hey, I know you're probably still super stressed out from the trip. And then something. Okay. There's no more. Okay. I'm sure it'll probably make sense later. Okay. So he's wanting to, I mean, fair. He's kind of getting the cold shoulder. But also, can I just say, guys, if you were in the same situation, I would make the most of it. Like, definitely go to places solo. It's not that scary to go to places solo. And like, honestly, it's really refreshing to like do things solo because you don't have to entertain anyone, right? Like you just get to do what you want. Like go visit the queen, like go have a pint at a bar. Like, you know what I mean? Like just lots of fun things I'm sure to do in London. But anyways, I guess he was just not feeling it. Oh my goodness. The queen was dead at this point. Oh no! There's Charles, whatever. I don't know. I think I'm not sure if King Charles lives at Buckingham Palace. I know he likes to like do like naked gardening or whatever. I don't know if he does that. Listen, I know Canada is part of the Commonwealth. Okay, I don't know the intimate details of what King Charles does with his time. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Anyways, okay, let's continue. Okay, so it says EJ seems supportive and encouraged me to do what was best for my mental health. Yes, please leave my country is what she's trying to say. Okay. So then she says. So then Takahata's document says. But once I arrived back at my home, I was horrified to receive a message from her accusing me of spicy misconduct since she had been sedated and could not give consent. Okay, accusation.pdf. Okay, here it comes. Okay, so here is kind of like what happened, the shift and all that stuff. Okay, although I feel like the shift kind of happened as soon as he touched ground in London. Something kind of, you can tell there was like a shift in tone. But okay, this is where she's like, this is her perspective. Okay. So this is the text message. So he just okay. So he touches ground in Canada. He's come back to his house and he gets this text message here. Okay, here we go. So EJ says, okay, here at around 9 a.m. So she says, hey, I know you're probably still super stressed out from the trip and everything because I know I'm still recovering and I'm going to be for a long while, but I really need to talk about some things. Okay, this all could have happened when they were actually in the same country together. I mean, but okay, maybe sometimes some people aren't best getting their words out like in person. Sometimes people need, to sit down and clarify their thoughts. But like, it seems like really poor timing. Be like, oh, now that you're safely out of my country, I can finally let you know what happened, right? Okay, I don't know. Interesting, but okay, let's continue. I guess she's recovering from like being on the train, like okay, or I guess whatever had happened. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so hey, I know you're probably still super stressed out from the trip and everything because I know I'm still recovering and I'm going to be for a long while, but I really need to talk about some things. 1, I do not wish to work on your VODs channel any longer, so please take this as myself and Jimmy resigning effective immediately. Oh man, she's taking Jimmy with her too. Okay, wow. Okay, oh man. This guy, okay. I request you remove me as a channel manager from your YouTubes and as moderator from your Twitch. Oh man, this guy, his day is just getting worse and worse. I won't be doing any work for you. I won't be doing any work for you going forward as I simply am not comfortable. Whew. Yikers. Okay. Not Jimmy, guys. Okay. All right. Number 2. This is a big one. What happened Thursday really wasn't okay, and I genuinely need to know that you understand that your actions weren't okay. I'm talking to you about this because we used to be friends. You guys were spicy texting for 9 years. I think you were a little bit more than friends, but okay. I'm talking to you about this because we used to be friends, so I'm giving you a chance to do what little you can to take accountability here. Oh boy. Okay. I was not in a good headspace, and you knew that. I was drugged up on Tic-Tacs for my panic attack on a strong sleeping med and had mentioned multiple times I wanted to be friends. But you told me I hadn't just led you on, had I, and kept making advances the entire night and pushed for spicy time. Whether you think you were... Okay. Where's weather? Okay, there we go. Okay. Whether you think you weren't pushing or not, I was not in a headspace where I could consent properly. You should never have tried anything on me. Wait, sorry. You should never had tried anything on with me that day, but you did. It doesn't matter if we had been spicy via text. In person, you should have respected me and my boundaries. I'd spoken to my therapist and support groups, and I know it wasn't okay. Believe me, I blame myself for a while, but I know that's just wrong. A while? It just happened. I mean, because he said, once I arrived back home, I was horrified to receive a message from her. Huh? A while? A while? When did this text message come in? Yesterday? Okay, never mind. Doesn't have the, okay, interesting. I guess maybe the 7 days was the while. Okay, I guess. Okay. So she said Thursday. So it's been like a maximum a week at this point. Okay. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, therapist. Okay, believe me, I blame myself for a while, but I know that's just wrong. She says, it was messed up, and it's why I can't be your friend right now. I can't leave you thinking that was okay because I don't want you doing and hurting someone else this way. You need to own up to how messed up all of Thursday was. Right now, I can't smile and pretend to be professional with you because you majorly screwed up and hurt me. So I'm not going to pretend we are good because we aren't, and I refuse to be fake. But I'm trying to talk it out with you. I understand this is scary for both of us. Huh? So he says, I feel awful. I would never want anyone to feel this way. I'm mortified at the prospect of taking advantage of anyone's body autonomy when I asked for consent throughout the entire process. Because I think he said he asked for consent 3 times. Let me just confirm. Hold on. I think that was up here somewhere. Remember 3 being like a weird... Okay. Something. Hold on. Control F3. 3 a.m. There. Okay. Here. He says, gradually into the night, we grew closer and more intimate. Okay. I asked for consent for every spicy thing. She gave me consent. 3 separate consents for 3 separate acts. Okay. All right. Okay. I thought I remember seeing the number 3, but okay. Where's accusation? Here we go. Okay. We were here. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So, okay. So I feel awful. I wouldn't want anyone to feel this way. I'm mortified at the prospect of taking advantage of anyone's body autonomy when asked for the consent throughout the entire process. If at any moment I had received a signal from you that it was not okay, then I would have stopped. I firmly believe that consent can be revoked at any point in the actual act, which is why I asked every step of the way. I am sorry for any hurt that was done inadvertently. My understanding was that Thursday was completely consensual act between us. Again, I regret and am mortified if I misunderstood this. I would never want to cause anyone pain or distress, especially not you, who I held dear to my heart. I just want you to be as well as you can take and hold on, I'm confused. I just want you to be as well as you can and take care of your needs at this time. It was never my intention to cause you any pain. Given my past personal experience, believe me when I say I would never want anyone to experience non-consensual touching or lack of body autonomy at my hands, and I take this very seriously. So she said, did you read and actually take in what I said to you in the previous message? I'm telling you, it has hurt me and it wasn't okay. There's no ifs there. You have hurt me. You claim you care deeply for me, yet you downplayed my mental health issues to a dangerous degree, pressured and took me away from all of my safety network. What? And made advances all while I was in a tic-tac upstate and had nowhere to go. None of that is okay and is concerning if you think it is. I made it clear to you I was in a mental health crisis, and yet you still pushed. I'm making it clear here it was not okay, and it's not okay if you can't accept that, and then there's no conversation to be had here. I don't know why you think a crying, panicked, tic-tac-up girl who had asked if you would be mad if they just wanted to be friends and wanted spicy advances and wrestling. I'm even more baffled. You think a panicked mental health crisis, tic-tac-up person in a state of mind where they could make, where they could make informed consent. Even worse here is all I'm asking for an actual apology for putting me through all that you did. Huh? I'm a little confused here. Hold on. Okay. She is in her home country. She is capable of calling an Uber. I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused by this. Okay. He said he asked for consent. Apparently she gave it, but I guess, so I'm a little confused how what happened here. I guess maybe he was saying, I guess she's saying that, like, even though I gave consent, I wasn't in the right headspace to give consent. I guess that's kind of what she's trying to say. Okay. So, I mean, I don't think, so all I'm asking is for an apology. But, like, I don't know if an apology is going to be enough for that. Oh, God. Cogni! Okay, hold on. I think she broke something. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. Give me a second. Where is it? Cogni, hold on. Sorry, guys, I'm back. Thank you so much for waiting. Sorry, I was trying to look everywhere. I'm like, what did Kagami knock over? I thought it was like a glass or something, but she knocked over like a wooden standee I have of like Mario. So just like had like a Mario face like staring up at me like, oh, okay. So nothing is broken. No broken glass. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Anyways, sorry about that. I had to pet Kagami because she was a little bit frightened, but she's all good. All right. So, okay. Okay, so here we go. Where were we? Ah, yes. Okay. So, okay. So we were here at this point where she's, okay. So essentially she's like, she kind of springs this on him. Like, you know, like, how dare you? Like you know, what happened on Thursday was not okay. And she says, I want an apology. And then he says, okay. All right. So then he says, I'm so effing sorry. I want you to genuinely know how effing horrified I'm effing horrified. Sorry, let me try again. Hold on. I also refilled my water. Hold on. All right. So then he says, I'm genuinely sorry. Bleh. I'm so effing sorry. I want you to genuinely know I'm effing horrified by this and genuinely feel terrible about visiting. I hope you believe me when I say I thought your anxiety reaction to everything on Thursday was about being away from home, away from your bubble and support network. That was my mistake. I am so effing sorry. I would never have even remotely pushed us in that direction or would have asked you to come out and visit me if I had thought had thought otherwise. When we hung out, and please believe me when I say this, I did not pick up on just wanting to be friends. That was my fault, and I'm sorry, and I profoundly apologize for not using better judgment in interpreting everything. Had I known the extent of the state of your condition, I would not have asked you to come out. And then he says, I interpreted the situation completely wrong and hurt you in the process. I'm so effing sorry, and I feel truly awful. Out of respect to our relationship over the years, from the bottom of my heart, I am sincerely sorry. So then that was read, and then there was no response. Okay. All right. So then, okay. So then this is still Takahata's Google Doc. There's a lot of tangents on the Google Doc, but anyways. Okay. So then he continues to say, I was shocked as I never knew she was sedated. She had told me that she needed pills to live. I thought she was exhausted as I had been. I did not think she was intoxicated, let alone incapable of giving consent. I went into this thinking this woman loved me. She had encouraged me to believe this. To have her pull back on me devastated me. I had been understanding and accepted when she said she wanted less intimacy and to be friends instead, no matter how much it broke my heart. But now she was making this allegation, which I knew was simply untrue. I could not understand what was happening. So I went over the events of the... okay, sorry. Here it says... So I went over the events of those few days in my mind. This had been a sad and difficult time, with conflicting messages and mixed signals. Oh my God. With conflicting messages and mixed signals. But I knew that I had asked for and received her consent at every stage of intimacy. She clearly had been wrestling with issues and anxiety, but she had explained, and I had believed that those were related to her fear of being away from home. These had not been presented as issues with being with me. She didn't at any point suggest she had an issue with being intimate until after the fact. I wish she had been clearer and more honest with me about the specificity. Hold on. This word is specificity. Hold on. Specificity of her issues and what her limits were. This has been a terrible moment of failing to communicate properly. Yes, I misread the severity of the situation and am profoundly devastated. I'm still processing this heartbreak at the same time, and I wouldn't wish this on anybody. We have both clearly been hurt by miscommunication. But I was profoundly shocked and filled with sadness when, after my visit, 5 months later, EJ began sharing claims with several of our mutual friends. She alleged that I had spicy assaulted her and I coerced her into being intimate after she expressed a desire to simply remain friends. These claims simply did not align with the reality of our relationship. Sorry. Oh, Decoy, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. So what I have read, Taka is VTuber Johnny Depp. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. Sorry, hold on. Where was it? Thanks so much for the $2 super chat, Decoy. Thank you. Okay. Okay, here it says, and I still have the written messages to prove this. Her version of events also altered the timeline of our trip planning and omitted key context, such as the fact that we had been in an on and off relationship for 9 years, during which time we had met twice in person and shared many intensely spicy interactions, virtually and online through text leading up to this trip. Friends of mine gave me insight into what was being said once this became apparent. I'm fortunate to have friends who have known me for many years and who questioned the accuracy of what they were being told. With their permission, I'm sharing some of the messages and Discord exchanges they sent me, which reflect their perspectives and support and help provide a fuller picture of the situation. Okay, it says allegations made evidence from Bo. Hold on. Allegations made evidence by Bo. Okay. Oh, you can see here. Okay, over 11 people are viewing this right now. All right, let's see here. Bo is this person, Bo Sheep. Okay, so it looks like, okay, so Mistress Doom, aka EJ, is having a conversation with Bo Sheep in this particular, looks like a screenshot of Discord. Okay. All right, let's take a look here. So like, it says, hey, I need to talk to you about something really serious. Bo says, you okay? And then, so I'm assuming this is, yeah. So this is, does he say? Okay. Which reflect their perspective and help. Well, actually, maybe this isn't EJ. Okay. You know, I'm not really sure who this exactly is. Okay. All right. We'll read through it and maybe maybe it'll make maybe it'll paint a better picture of who's who. Okay, so this person says, hey, I need to talk to you about something really serious. Bo says, you okay? This person says, well, yeah, I'm kind of okay. I don't know. I have to call when you're free. Bo says, let me go down to my office. I got a cold, so ignore the blit of my voice. And then this person says, it directly affects both of us in a really bad way. So then Bo started a call that lasted 22 minutes. And Bo says, blank knows and is appreciative. I did not tell her who. They said, okay, heart. Bo says, is there any other action being taken, by the way, like more official, if you catch my drip? Speaking in code because I can't go on a call and know it is sensitive. And then this person says, I mean, there's a police report and a grape kit, so I don't know. And Bo says, gotcha. So then Bo says, blank, do you know if this is going to actually come out? I know you said she had cold feet. Okay, so this isn't, okay, so this isn't Mistress Doom. Okay, so she's talking to someone else. So Bo's talking to someone else. Okay. So this person says, honestly, I don't know. She wants to, but I don't know what her plan is at the moment. Bo says, I know some of us who had upcoming plans with him are unsure of how to proceed. On one hand, if this is true, which I clearly assume it is, we don't want to continue working with him, but we'd eventually have to explain that to him. So this person says, yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I can ask and see. But if you guys want to proceed as normal, by all means. I went ahead and asked her what her plan is. Bo says, understandable, it's a difficult situation, but I think for some of us, We just don't know how to move forward. We can't explain our concern to him or our desire to take a step back without inadvertently outing her, because who else would it be about, right? So this person says, yeah, I know. I don't know. This is also rough. I don't know if she's going to back out or post it. And Bo says, if she's afraid of the internet backlash, she can always consider sharing the document with people she feels needs to know, and it can be dealt with without the internet's randoms potentially jumping on her. I know the concern is probably that it could happen to someone else. And then this person says, yeah, but then if she doesn't want people to know it's her, therein lies the issue. I don't know. Like I said, I asked and I'll let you know what she says. And then Bo says, okay. So then this is, I don't know, the screenshot. It's kind of too small to see. I don't know. Okay, maybe it'll make sense here. Hold on. Something proceeded. Okay. It looks like this is that, but a little bit bigger. Okay, because even like the purple kind of matches. Okay, it's the same statement. Okay, here we go. Okay, something proceeded with avoiding him with no statement posted. Are you planning on posting the doc you made, or is that for just in case purposes? Heart, I'm sorry to even ask this. And then this person says, I plan to provide it to people privately at present, but it's not written up fully yet. It's been a struggle to work on. They don't need a public statement to avoid him, though. Just like avoid him if they want to. I'm working on it with Red Claw Thursday, so hopefully it can get done. So, I mean, this seems like it could be this person. Like, it's obviously everything's kind of... There's an M. There's an M there. M. Doom ends with an M. It's quite possible that was that, but okay. We'll see. Okay. Okay, and then this person says, okay, BB, no worries. And then this person says, I'm also having to think through what to include that doesn't harm the legal case if I want to go forward with that. Oh, boy. Okay. And then Bo says, okay. This person says, she said the more she works on the doc, the more sick it makes her. Bo says, I get it. Been there as you have too. This person said, yeah. Bo says, so the plan is to share it privately at present. The concern is not that we want a public statement to avoid him. It's more, some of us have a harder time avoiding him without explaining ourselves, and we don't want to say anything that would hurt her. So we just want to know when it'll be okay to tell him why we're cutting ties. And then she says, so this person says, I bet, take your time. This is super hard and you're being incredibly strong. This person says, I feel anything but strong. I feel weak, man. People keep pushing for a public post, but they aren't understanding how destructive on the victim that would be. I only think he's a threat to professionals. And then this person says, I think you'd have more in your corner than you think. I completely understand how daunting that is. It's a heavy, horrible ordeal. You are being incredibly strong, even if it feels like you aren't. Even reaching out to close people to let us know and be there for you is super hard as is. And then this person says, yeah, I understand. She's doing the best she can currently. And Bo says, yeah, I get that. Can I call you in a minute, or are you streaming soon? And this person says, I'm not streaming today, so I'm free. And then Bo says, okay, let me just switch to my office. This person says, okay. And then Bo started a call that lasted 38 minutes. Then this person, so this is on January 17, 2025. This person says, Taka knows he's been prepping to defend himself for months. She's taking him to court. He's calling people and trying to convince them she's lying. Bo says, that doesn't shock me. Everyone pulling out of plans with him at the same time probably alerted him to something being off. She says, yeah, he called Red last night. And Bo says, This person says, I guess it's really going to show who has his back and who has hers. When it all comes out in the wash, it's going to be a big divide. Bo says, it's a very precarious situation to be involved in for anyone. I'm going to publicly maintain distance from it. And then this person says, yeah, same. I will refuse to be friends with people that know and defend him. It's going to be hard. And Bo says, I won't be defending him. I do still need to see some form of receipt before I can fully form an opinion, though. Which feels bad to say, but I hope you can understand why I feel that way. I am sure Bo says, I am sure part of it... Hold on. I am sure part of it is that I don't have pre-existing friendship with her, so I don't have that to go on either. This person says, yeah, it would be ignorant to just trust word of mouth. I completely understand. And then Bo says, did he seem to know Red was helping her, or that was purely coincidental? And then this person says, he didn't know Red knew. He called him to convince him she's lying. And then Bo says, okay, thank you. This person said, you're welcome. And then Bo says, can we talk on the phone for a minute? This is, yep. So then Bo started a call that lasted 44 minutes. And then Bo started a call that lasted 4 minutes. And then this person says, well, he hasn't answered me all day, so it's probably safe to say he thinks I'm an a-hole that tried to ruin him. And then Bo says, I'll call you in a second if you're up for it. And then that's the end of that. Okay. So, okay, what was the point of this conversation? Okay, hold on a second. With their permission, I'm sharing some of the messages and Discord exchanges they sent me, which reflect their perspective and support to help provide a fuller picture of the situation. Okay. That's it? That's the end of the statement? That's the end of the... Okay, all right, okay. Okay, guys. That doesn't make any sense. Like, what? Okay. Okay, guys. Okay, let me just, hold on a second, okay. Okay, class, welcome to LidiaNekozawa's How to Write a Google Docky, okay? How to write a Google Docky. All right, step 1. Have a TLDR on what the situation actually is. Okay, number 2. Have strong opening and closing statements. All right, step 3. Show relevant proof. Okay, step 4. Like, what is the point of your document? What are you trying to convey? Okay. If people are more confused finishing the document than they did, like, you know how much time we spent? We spent like 4.5 hours on this freaking document. I am more confused now than I was before. Okay? Anyways, guys, welcome to the Lidia School of Doing a Google Docky. Please make sure to keep this in mind should you ever have internet beef moving forward. Okay. Anyways, yeah. This is poor AEW. They don't need this kind of publicity. All right. Anyways, okay. All right. So that is okay. So that is okay. Takahata's Google Docky. Okay. Okay. So now that we have read the Google Docky, let's see what the replies are to his tweet there. Okay. So hold on. Let's go to Takahata's. Hold on. Okay. Where was that? Hold on. I have it up here. Okay. There. Okay, Takahata. Okay. So this was the post where he had posted my tumultuous relationship with Mistress Doom VT. This person. Okay. And then as a trigger warning, emotional abuse, gaslighting, slander, defamatory accusations, tic-tac use, accusations, blah blah blah. Okay, so here it is. So here's that. That was, okay, so that was just the document, okay? So this is like part 1 of 3. Okay, so now let's continue. Then Taka says, I know I had originally said I wanted to protect this individual due to concerns for her mental health. However, due to recent events and the fact that she has continued to use other creators to tell her story via grotesque representation of the facts, I'm now forced to name her. I need to protect myself and those who have been dragged into the situation. Okay. So that's so when Takahata says that she's using other creators to tell her story, what he means is that he means Alicia, and he also means Adora. Okay, that's what he means by saying that. Okay, so let's take a look at what some of the people on X are saying. All right, let's see here. Okay. Okay, so Tsubasa says, oh, so that's why Hasher didn't hang out with her for a while. Libby says, very hard read. Agreed. That was very hard to read. Yeah, freaking yikes. Okay. Very hard to read. All love, Taka. The fact alone you took time off and tried your best to deal with things privately out of respect of a woman you felt love for speaks volumes to me. Can't wait to see you back. Lycon says, sending much love and support, Taka. I'm impressed and proud for you handling everything incredibly professional and respectful. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Graphics, video editing, therapist, and distraction. You got this. What the? Oh my goodness. Hey, Boshi Pierre. The point of the screen cap was to show how the story was being spread and how were you being encouraged not to tell him and to avoid him. Ah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Bo. I appreciate it. Okay. I'm just trying to figure this out just because there's so many like twists and turns to this story that like I'm trying, like I have like some notes just to kind of like figure this out, right? Like just not to be like, oh, this person's right or this person's wrong. It's more just to be like, okay, what are all the facts here? What is all the public information here? Okay, thank you, Bo. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, all right. So, okay, so let's see here. Okay, what's it? Okay, okay. 4 hours just to get a 4-minute ELA lecture. This is a nutcase of a case. Okay, all right. All right. Okay, 4 hours to learn 3 minutes makes people crazy. Okay, all right. Let's continue. Sorry, we're gonna continue here. Okay, so then Stargazer says, "It's funny. I met you at a convention once. You didn't seem like the type. You're a very funny person. It had to be like 10+ years ago. I just don't see it in you. What you're wearing, a trench coat or something. However, I'm sorry you had to go through all this and lose your smile." Dude Plus says, "Dude, you didn't deserve any of that. I'm sorry you went through that. I read the entire document. I'm very convinced of your innocence. This is a gross attack on your character. I wouldn't be surprised if you seek legal action, but I'm more concerned about your well-being. Take care. I'm behind you, Takahata." Scrooby says, "Now this is a valid use of a Google Doc to show proof and evidence against a real legal issue and criminal allegations. I hope you can heal from this and move forward stronger than every day." And then this person, Salem the Witch, says, "I'm sorry this is happening to you. I read through everything and I'm baffled by individual behavior and point of reasoning and accusing. You could have never known what medication they used by them simply showing you pills and briefly claiming that they did. I'm horrified about this and I hope you find peace and healing after this, even though it'll take a while." Nessa says, "I'm sorry you had to go through this, even though I don't think she was doing this out of malice. It seems like it seems to me like her trauma took over, though this doesn't excuse what she did or has done." Miss Sarah says, "I'm very sorry this happened to you, Taka. I can't imagine the stress the entire situation has brought. It feels like a deeply malicious and calculated move after you showed less and less interest of hanging out one-on-one due to her actions throughout the trip. I really hope you can heal from all this and move from it." Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if there's a... Okay. Oh, here's Bo's statement. Okay. Hi, Bo. Okay, I'm reading your tweet. Okay. Bo says, "The approach that was taken against you has nothing short of malicious. You can rescind consent at any time during the act, not a week later. We are responsible for our own prescription meds. To know the side effects, it's also our responsibility to inform others." Very good point. Yeah, okay. All right. So that is... Okay. So I think that was... Yeah. Okay. I think that was my next point, but I think I already read it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, this was in my list. Okay, I already read that. All right, check. Okay. So then, okay. So, after all of this, so after the document and after all of the screenshots and everything, Mistress Doom has her own response into this entire thing. Okay, so for this particular section, chat, I will be censoring for reasons. Okay, but obviously you can go on to her X if you want to read the uncensored version. Okay, let's see here. Where's my censor button? Okay, there it is. Okay, okay, hiya. Okay, okay, here we go. Okay. So this was posted on Mistress Doom's X account, and this was posted on September 9th, 2025, around 9:26 p.m. And it says here, "Hello, this is the carer of Mistress Doom." Okay, so the carer, I guess she has a couple of carers. I guess one is Jimmy, and the other one is Griff. So I'm not sure which one this is, but okay. So let's take a look. Okay. So okay, let's see here. "Hello, this is the carer of Mistress Doom. Some of you know me as Jimmy." Oh, this is Jimmy. Okay, this is Jimmy. All right. All right, so this is Jimmy. Okay. Okay, let's take a listen. Okay. Hello, this is the care of Mistress Doom. Some of you know me as Jimmy. I'm posting this brief statement on her account on her behalf so that she does not have to traumatize herself further. These are her words for now. This is not a brief statement. This is a very long statement. Okay, let's go. Okay, so she says, okay, so then it says here, quote, finally, a chance to speak after a year and a bit of suffering from someone's actions. Well, kind of speak. This is an active police investigation. Nothing about this case should be public as it is in the hands of police and actively being investigated. This has been a police case since August 2024. Taka publicly posting that document is a crime and breaks the Spicy Offenses Amendment Act 1992, which states an alleged victim of grape or spicy assault is granted anonymity for life as soon as they report, which I did back in August 2024. I would love to be able to share my story and evidence. However, it has all been with the police since August 2024 onwards. I need to speak to the officer in charge of my case, as well as my grape crisis advocate, before I can make more of a statement regarding this. I know this is the court of public opinion, and you want evidence, but what Taka did is a crime and is being handled by the police. Twitter has also been made aware that this post is a crime. Unfortunately, it was around midnight he did this, so neither the police officers involved in the investigation or the advocate are awake, so I have to wait till morning to be able to speak with them and clear what I can publicly share. I put none of this public, and I never wanted it to go public, nor did I want anyone to know what the victim... Sorry. Hold on a second. Let me try again. I put none of this public, and I never wanted it to go public, nor did I want anyone to know that I was the victim of that. I know I can't give the evidence right this second, but I know the evidence... Sorry. This sometimes the sentence structure is tough. Okay. I know I can't give the evidence right this second, but know the police have had the phone logs and his lawyer's letters since the end of January and February 2025. And as of literally today, September 9th, when I spoke with them, they were still actively pursuing the investigation. I have given no one permission to share this story, and most of the people claiming they have heard my side and spoken to me are lying. I have proof of everything I claim. It is just tied to a police case, which I can provide proof of as soon as the officers in charge of the case and my advocate are awake. But no, I wouldn't have a police officer in charge and a grape crisis advocate for nothing. Once again, this is a police case. None of this should be shown publicly. Outing my name is a crime. Please allow me the space to speak with the police and the advocate and know that having a trauma that has almost yeeted you against you is a trauma I will never forget. I am a real person with feelings who has suffered for over a year with this. If I must make this clear publicly, then let this be my word to listen to as a victim in the investigation. I do not currently consent for anyone to speak on my behalf other than my carer at this moment. The only consent previously given in the past was to only state there was an ongoing police matter and nothing further. Any posts that targeted the situation publicly were done against my will. If you made a post on my behalf, you did not have my consent. Wowza. Okay. So let's see what some of... So now that I've read that part, okay, let's see what some of the replies here are saying. So Takaholic says, with all due respect, Taka lives in Canada. You wouldn't even contact him or his attorneys. Why would he be subject to some random law he didn't even know existed in a country he did not reside in? How is it that even I knew of the allegations before Taka went public about anything when I haven't spoken to him in almost 5 years? You spread scraps of rumors around. You now think it's acceptable that he not even defend himself when his social media presence and reputation is his job. You and the people you fed information to effed up, not Takahata. Okay, so this person, so Nessa says, Nessa says, I don't know nor follow either of you, so I hope my words are taken into consideration. Unless I'm misunderstanding, 1, you made it public by talking about it to others, who then spread it from there. And 2, why would you not correspond with his attorneys or get your own? Many people made public vague postings because of what you said or on your behalf. Anonymity was lost at that point. I think many of us are going to need something concrete after what he showed. If your recollection is correct, I'm sorry you went through that and I hope you heal. All right, so let's see what some other people are saying. Idol Digi says, we need more proof from you before I can say anything fully. As someone who has been repeatedly spicy harassed under emotional duress, you don't fake being friends / ask still to be friends with your abuser. Your lawyers and the police should reach out for criminal proceedings if you have a case. Let the police and the court decide. Best way to deal with this is to take it offline. Regardless of how either of this will go, you will both likely get harassed if you dish this out publicly. I say this because of your physical and mental health. It's so bad you can't consent or remove consent. You probably can't handle the amounts of toxic hate this could send you. You've already destroyed their online presence once with private accusations turned public. You can just let your lawyers do the rest if your side is true. Okay, so I'll read like maybe one more. Echo says, please go after the people like Alicia. She is talking on your behalf ever since this happened and needs to be held accountable. And then Shinigami says, maybe you shouldn't. Oh, no. That's not. Okay, we're not going to read that one. No. That's a bad one. Okay. Okay. This is GW says, the act and right of anonymity is nullified and lost if the person that is regarded as the victim has made themselves known to too many people to the point where you are no longer anonymous. This is where this comes in. All right, so let's see the screenshot here. This was a screenshot of Alicia saying, my decision to part ways with him was solely based on my conversation with him. I gave him the benefit of the doubt because he was one of my best friends. Regardless, I'm a strong believer of seeing proof in screenshots and talking to the person accused to hear them out. In this situation, I only talked to Taka, the accused, and that alone made me leave. There were other women in the scene who interacted with the victim, and I know more about her side. I cannot speak on behalf of them. As for the screenshots, Taka told me in our final call together, he has a Google Doc with the entire history of their text conversations, which is what we saw. And then this, okay, so there are other women in the scene who interacted with the victim, and I know, and Norma Rosa, I cannot speak on her. Oh, right, okay, so that's the, okay, right, and this is the Adora thing that we talked about, that weighed heavily since January. So this, okay, so that's what this person is saying, right? They're like, based on these two things, that's, the anonymity is nullified, right? Okay. Okay, so, okay, let's see this. Maybe this one. Okay. All right. Toffee Cybercow says, a take my word versus a doc backed by evidence. His image got damaged ever since you spread this claim. You didn't want it public, but you didn't stop your friends from making their tweets about it. But I guess everyone doesn't have your consent now, and you're only the you're the only victim. Okay, I see. Okay. 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 Estereo says, nothing about this case should be public as it is in the hands of police and actively being investigated. End quote. And it says, this is null when you told all your friends about it and they made it public. Clearly a desperate attempt at silencing the opposition. Looks horrible for you. And then Docstar says the Spicy Offences Amendment Act 1992 in the UK would be valid if she hadn't gone around spreading the story and info to others and then said others posted it in ways that legitimately place the accuser under public scrutiny within circles that know both the parties. Okay. Let's see here. Ta-da. Okay. All right. I think that's a good sampling of kind of like what people are saying in regards to the story here. Okay. So let me. Okay. There we go. So let me see what's. Okay. Okay. So that was That was Mistress Doom's response. Okay. So then, here we go here. Okay. Okay. So then we have, we have a tweet from Bo. Bo, if you're still here, I'm reading your tweet. Okay. All right. So this is posted on Bo's X account on September 10th at around 7:49 a.m. And Bo says, the last several months have been extremely hard. Being one of the few people openly in your friend's corner when they're accused of something serious is a test of will. In Taka's document, you see, when I was initially approached, I did not immediately question the accuser. I encouraged that things be handled legally. I asked for some form of receipts that would show basis to the story I was told over a call. As time went on, how things were playing out didn't feel right, so I approached Taka despite the accuser's wishes. I'd found that little receipts I'd been given did not paint the picture accurately. The story was delivered in a way that positioned his guilt as undeniable, key info omitted. When based on the uncut receipts you've all now seen, it was clearly not the case. The way this information has been handled by third parties has been deplorable. Taka repeatedly attempting to let things go without naming anyone or going into intimate specifics. These third parties kept pushing until he had no other choice but to show all he had in defense. The way I and many others were approached was unfair. I was being told things without real proof, with the obvious expectation that I would cut him off. I was told it was my choice, but I felt pressured by the fact that I could be painted as an apologist if I didn't. Bo says, I felt guilty and I was doing something wrong when I approached my friend of over 4 years just to get his side of the story. Honestly, I was scared. However, I couldn't stand by and not give him the chance to defend himself. And then Bo continues to say, as I said before, I lost friends over this. I have felt people pull away from me without explanation. I, too, became isolated. It has impacted my interactions and comfort in this job immensely because the original damning versions of the event spread so far. And then Bo continues to say, I hope now that I can finally begin to move on from this experience. As a victim of spicy assault myself, who was gone through the legal process to have one of my attackers successfully convicted in court, this has been particularly upsetting. So let's see what some people on X are saying. Okay, so Skull says, this whole thing sounds like Cinder's situation. Key information was hidden in the Nano's doc that made it into bows. And then, let's see here. Eldon says, I've said it before and I'll say it again. You're a very good and admirable person. When I saw what was happening months ago, I was really scared and confused as a survivor of CSA myself, but couldn't believe that the Taka I'd spoken to and known for more than 15 years could ever do something as terrible as what was being implied. I'm really glad my instincts were right and I'd stayed defending someone who deserves peace, but I'm even more glad he has friends like you to help him maintain the peace. You are an amazing person. And then, so Zan, who is a VTuber PR and business consultant, interesting, says, know that I'm watching everything around the situation with great attention. There are different avenues you and Taka can take to handle this. Stay careful and be mindful. Oh, this guy's trying to get a PR pitch. Get out of here. Okay. Cinnamon says, thanks for handling this with such care. The vague posting never felt right to me. And to now see just how messed up everything was and how harmful it was to you and Taka hurts. I'm glad things are in the open, and I hope justice can be served legally to you and Taka can heal. Yeah, like, the vague posting is a big problem, okay? It's a very big problem in the VTuber sphere, okay? Vague posting leads to speculation. Speculation leads to suffering. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, it just, we have a big communication problem here in the VTuber sphere, friends. Okay. All right, so let me hold on. Let me okay, hold on. Okay. So okay. Let me just okay. Let's see here. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. Okay. What's this? Bo says, sorry. Alicia is the rat always looking for next drama. Okay. Suffering, yeah, suffering leads to the dark side. Exactly. Thank you, Mike. Okay, you know what I was talking about. Okay, all right. Let's see here. Okay. So Alara had also done a stream about this, and in Alara's stream, Bo had mentioned some things here. Obviously, it's not something I can really show on screen here, but I'll just read off to you some of the comments that Bo was saying. Okay. So okay. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so Bo had said, Doom had physical, medical struggles unrelated to mental. When she told Taka, pills I need to live, he assumed that they were related to those. So yeah, that was kind of like in his statement. Hold on a second. Pills to live. Okay. Yeah. Because at this point, right? Okay. She needed pills, right? Because at the beginning of their encounter or something, she had showed like a handful of pills or something, right? Hold on, let me see if I can find that one. Okay, it was that Thursday night. It was the Thursday. Hold on, Thursday. All right. Was the only one? Okay. Oh, maybe you know what? It may have been in the text messages. Okay, there was like a point in the Thursday. Okay. Anyways. Okay. So Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh, Jacob, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Let's see here. Moral of the story, dating is screwed up. A guy can't do anything and will be claimed of crimes even if he asks consent, and why men stop approaching. I mean, that's a very negative way to look at it, Jacob. But thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you. All right. Nerm says, what we got here is a failure to communicate. The era of crazy catmen has arrived. What? The TikTok. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Don't date robots, guys. Okay, that's not a solution. Please don't date robots. Okay. Okay. Pills to live sounds. Yeah, it's yeah. Okay, so Taka and her on again, off again for like 9 years, right? That's why he kept trying to connect. Yeah, like they were from what I understand, it was like a 9 year spicy relationship, right? Like that sounds like at the beginning here. Okay, Control F and 9. There we go. Okay, here. It says, I have been hugely hurt by a wonderful person who I loved for over 9 years. 9 years is a long time, man. 9 years of edging, man. Okay, so I'm just a little confused on who Jimmy and the other guy is. What happened to the dog? What happened to the salami sandwich? There's a lot of loose ends here, right? Oh my goodness. Okay. This is a clanker-free community. No! Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Hold on, let me see what you guys are saying. Hold on. Okay. Spicy meatball pizzas arrived. Nice. Enjoy it. Okay. Scarl says, have you ever noticed most of these dramas are from the English VTuber indie scene? To be fair, we speak English in Canada and also French, but like, to be fair, I mean, I do most of my coverage of mostly English speakers, so that's probably, maybe there's like a language bias there. That's possible. Okay, John says, if she has caretakers, why weren't they with her at all times? She shouldn't have been allowed to go alone with anyone. Valid point, John. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, okay, I'm kind of confused. What is a caretaker in the UK? Okay, hold on. What is a caretaker in the UK? Not a cricketer. Did I spell this wrong? Caretaker. I did. Caretaker. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here it says, in the UK, a caretaker is typically a person employed to look after a large building. Wait! That doesn't make any sense. Okay, hold on. For a person. Okay, for a person. Okay. Huh? Maybe disability? Maybe the disability? Okay. A carer is anyone, including children and adults, who look after a family member, partner, or a friend who need help because of an illness, fragility, or disability, or a mental health problem, or an addiction, and cannot cope without their support. Okay, gov.uk. Here we go. Okay. Reject the cookies. All right. Carer's allowance. Okay, here we go. Okay, probably this. Okay. Okay, so this is on the government.uk thing. It says, okay, you could get £83 a week if you care for someone at least 35 hours a week, and they get certain benefits. You don't have to be related to or live with the person you care for. You do not get paid extra if you care for more than one person. If someone also cares for the same person as you, only one of you can get the carer's allowance. Okay, so okay, I guess you get $83 a week if you care for somebody. I guess I don't know if that's like a lot in the UK. Okay. For each week you get carer's allowance, you automatically get national insurance credits. And if you live in Scotland, it's different. Okay. Okay, carer. I've never really heard of this term. Okay, interesting. Okay. Carer's credit. Show more. Okay. Okay, what is a carer? What is a... okay. Okay, carer. C-A-R-E-R. Carer. This must be like a UK specific thing. I've never heard of this. Okay. Okay. Caring for someone. Okay. Okay. Universal pension. Okay. I guess if you care for somebody else, you get $83 in the UK. Who knew? Okay. Interesting. I've never heard of this before, but okay. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Hager says try caregiver or caregiver NHS. Okay, caregiver NHS. All right. Caregiver NHS. Okay. Okay. In the UK, a carer typically refers to an unpaid carer. Huh? Well, it looks like you get money, though. Okay. In the UK, a caregiver typically refers to a unpaid carer looking after a family member or a friend who needs help due to illness, disability, and mental health problems or addiction. The NHS provides for support for carers through resources on the NHS.uk website, offering carer assessments, information on benefits, and access to local support services to help manage the demands of caring. Okay. A carer is anyone who looks after a family member, a partner, or a friend who cannot manage without their help. The care is unpaid and can involve helping with daily tasks like washing, dressing, taking medication, shopping, and managing finances. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's see here. Most likely it's like a support worker, aka a handler. I think it means to live in a nursing care. Wonder if any Aussies or Kiwis are commenting. Oh, I don't know. All right, let's see here. I wish there was a way to pin comments on you. I know, Nine, I know. Okay. Okay. Carer and caregiver are fine line. Okay. I don't know who to trust. It's no surprise. Let's see here. What are you guys saying? Okay. UK is silly. Suki says, Nekozawa wants cookies. Okay, see here. Sierra says, I know someone who has caretakers and they almost always go out with the person. I agree they should have been with her if she needs a caretaker. Anything can go wrong after all. Ed says, this is for those that give up work to care for someone full-time. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Nerm says the British Empire has been the light of reason and comedy for over 2,000 years. For example, this live stream. No, oh my goodness. Hagby says, I think this is made up. I don't think her care is a legit NHS career. I think she was just making this up. She had like two. Yeah. Like from what I understand, there was the mom, there was Jimmy, there was the unimpressed guy in the Uber, and the dog with the ear. What happened to the dog? What happened to the dog? The dog was the whole reason this started. Okay. Okay. She has mistress in her name. I wouldn't be surprised if the caretakers were actually pets. Oh no! That's what I'm thinking. Kara wouldn't be a mod. Her Kara was her mod. That's right. Yeah, Jimmy Jimmy it literally says Twitch and /mod Discord. Sorry, Twitch/Discord mod for Mistress Doom. Man, like this is crazy. Okay. Okay, it's all very confusing. The other guy, what was his name? Jared or there was a guy with the G. Hold on, what was his name? Where they waved in the Uber. What the hell was his name? Purchasing trick and restraint. Hold on. Clarifying the friendship. Leaving. Okay, here we go. Where was that guy? The unimpressed guy. This guy. What was his name? Oh shit. Man, this guy. Griff. Thank you, chat. Griff. Yeah. Okay, so we had the mom, we have Griff, we have Jimmy, and the dog. All right, so there's that, and I mean, that's all the people we know of, right? So then, like, why does he even bother mentioning at the top here the Polly situation? Like, why? Yeah, because like here, it's like, right? Like, didn't he say like he was doing a monogamy test and like the elders or something? Okay, hold on. Control F. Monogamy. Monog. How you spell monog-omi? There we go. That's right. Yes, because after the wedding, he ended the relationship with his partner to pursue a non-monogamous lifestyle. Okay. Non-monogamous lifestyle, which allowed me to interact freely with EJ. You're right. That's right. Okay. Okay. What Gruff is MacGuffin? What? Griff is the MacGuffin? What is okay? Okay. Kiriyama says, I'm my father's primary caregiver. I help with making sure his meds are set up, cooking, cleaning, and taking him to appointment, shopping, and many other things. Okay. I see. Okay. They're probably all dating her. Okay. The dog doesn't exist. What do you mean the dog doesn't exist? Her number of pets multiplied depending on EJ's convenience. Oh my goodness. I forgot about the elders. Wait, there was a poly situation? There is at the very beginning. This is a page 3 of his document. Yeah. He said he wanted to go non-monogo and switch to poly. But like, I don't understand why he did that. You could have just switched providers. Like, I don't understand. Like, you didn't have to go to poly. You know what I mean? Like, but I guess, is it possible that maybe that's what I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. I am more confused now than ever. Okay, all right. Let's see here. There were poly references, but I didn't see anything that was actually poly at all. Yeah, same. Like, there wasn't like. I'm also a little bit confused why that was like even mentioned. Right. Exactly. Okay. Let's see here. What are you guys saying? Okay. True plot twist. There is no Jog and there's no Jimmy. No, the dog. Wait, hold on. Okay. You know what? Yeah, let's look at the dog. Hold on. Where was the dog? Hold on. I think the dog was at the beginning. The dog is what started it. All right. Oh yeah. Okay. No, we don't want to click that one. No. Okay. Okay. Excuses once landed. Where's that dog? Hold on. Where's that dog? Woof, woof, woof. I can't control F dog. It doesn't make sense because it's an image. Okay. Okay, nope, never mind. That wasn't the dog. Okay, the dog must be somewhere else. Okay, not important. I mean, it is. I mean, like, I feel like we never got an update on the dog, but that's okay. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. So, we have a little bit more to go, chat. We have a little bit more to go. Okay. So essentially, when Alara did coverage on Takahata's statement, Bo had just had made some clarifying comments here. So Bo said Doom had physical medical struggles. Okay, so when we're talking about Doom, we're talking about Mistress Doom here. Okay, so this is coming from Bo. Hold on, let me just drink something. Okay. So Bo says Doom had physical medical struggles unrelated to mental. When she told Taka, pills I need to live, he assumed that they were related to those, just for context. And then let's see here. Okay, so then Bo said we were quiet for months. We all kept it quiet on purpose, Red Claw included, until the first distance announcement got posted, and it was a domino effect. And then Bo says, so for me, Laura, when I was approached, I was flat out misled about the timeline. I was told that she didn't even know he was coming to London and that he surprised her. I was told that he ran away back to Canada after he accused her. That's why I've been supportive of Taka, because no, I don't know what happened in that hotel, but I know I was misled. Telling your truth does not require fabrication. Okay. And then, okay. So I think that's kind of surprising. She didn't know what was coming. She didn't know he was coming to London. Like, I'm pretty okay. So you know what? Now we're starting to see why. Like, I was like, why is he giving so much detail? Why is he like putting in all these text messages? So now all of it is starting to make a little bit more sense. You know? Okay. Okay. Here, I think where it says acknowledging the trip. Okay. Hold on. Where was that? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, the dog. I found the dog. Okay, hold on. Okay. This is acknowledging of the trip. This is the, hold on. This is, okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Found the dog. I found the dog. There was the dog. All right. Zooming in. Or we're going to zoom in on the dog. All right. Nuts. I can't do it. Okay, never mind. It's fine. Okay, here's the dog. All right. There's the red ear. Okay. Anyways, but not important. The important part is here. It's not like a, oh my God, I can't believe he came to London. Like you knew he was coming. You had, in fact, you had all the timestamps. You knew exactly what flight he was on. He was keeping you informed, being like, hey, you know, like blah, 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 blah. Like all the, you know, like I'm here. Like, you know what I mean? Like all of that. Okay. Now that's starting to make sense. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So within Alara's stream, there was also another person named Viamora, who was claiming to be close with Mistress Doom. So in Alara's chat, Viamora had stated, I used to be close with Mistress Doom, and she's an expert at gaslighting and lying. To be honest, for context, it's unlikely Doom wrote any of this, referring to the tweet. At any time she feels overwhelmed, her carer becomes her ghostwriter. I have personal experience with being close with Mistress Doom. I know for a fact that whenever she feels overwhelmed, she gets her carer to write for her. Doom has been lying and gaslighting people about numerous VTubers in the past, causing blacklisting and etc. It's not out of the realm of possibility. She is lying with this to further her career. And then Vimora continues to say, as someone who was close with Doom, she is also a habitual liar. She literally cannot help herself. So I believe you on this. And then they say, I'm obviously using a throwaway account but I was actually in her inner circle. So to be fair, we don't know if that person is legitimate. Like that's not like, there's no real like proof there. But anyways, okay. So moving on from that, let's see. Okay. So Reddit has obviously found this information. So let's see what Reddit is saying. Okay. So this is posted on the virtual YouTuber subreddit. This is posted by Infinite Job 4200, and it says Takahata101 says 101's response, which is what we've obviously looked at. And it says here, context. Takahata from Team 4-Star, the creators of Dragon Ball Z Abridged, was accused of something a couple of months back that forced him to lawyer up, and it caused him to and it caused people to cut him off. We never knew what the allegations were because everyone was vague posting about it. Okay, so that's so let's see what some of the people on Reddit are saying. So Iron Warrior says, man, the controversies from this particular circle of indie VTubers, Taka, Alicia, Adora, Lidia, etc., have all been an absolute mess so far. And genuinely sad to see it all become a shoot show since it seemed like they were all close friends. Okay, so let's see what other people are saying here. Okay. Black Moon says, Alicia could probably have some crazy receipts ready for all the stuff she claimed earlier today. And then let's see here. Let's see here. Okay. Samurai says, I despise Adora Bunny for her mentioning a situation she had no hand in, then pieced out like it was her call. It makes my skin crawl. She got exactly what she wanted and doesn't get to suffer any of the consequences. None of this is any of our business, but we have brought it all out. But to have it brought out for all to see makes things worse for everyone. Adora, I hope you can see this. F you. Oh man, this person's pissed. This is Samurai Triple D, says, context for those who are unaware, Adora Bunny came under extreme hot water after she was outed as being a manipulative person towards mainly Lidia and by multiple different parties after her own counter doc not only failed to reinforce the notion of her being a bad person and friend, she chose to reveal sensitive information on Taka under the pretext of, quote, getting it off her chest, accusing him of spicy harassing someone through rather useless screenshots, implicating Red Claw, another VTuber, and sharing said text between her and DMs. And it says, related to the mentioning of Adora Bunny, and I effing called it in my other post, the initial thread about Adora shooting her mouth off. It looks like she is straight up trying to rebrand. I don't like Sylvie, but keep an eye out for a VTuber called Rose Rave. Called it like a goddamn telephone, this person said. Okay. Similar Tune says, so Red Claw going to chime in considering he spread evidence in a literal legal case, ... And then Hyperdrive says, being a former fan of Takahata, I hope he's innocent in the situation. I've had my fair share of discovering VTubers being exposed as horrible people, and I hope he's not one of them. Taco says, literally Googled why he stopped uploading and learned this stuff an hour before this post, LOL. C.A. Butler says, there's going to be a lot of he said, she said involving this. I would hope that Takahata was smart enough to run this document through his lawyers and got approval before posting this. Any good lawyer would go through this document with a fine-tooth comb to prevent anything that could be used against their client going out in public. One would also hope anyone else involved does the same thing, and anybody not involved, ... not get involved. Hard to say where this goes, but this isn't going to be pretty, and I don't think anybody is coming out of this looking good. And then additional guest says, Google Daki! And then Ubera Fide says 2 things. Firstly, I dislike that Adora is part of the reason why we are seeing this, because they thought since things weren't going their way, they just wanted to seem as if they, quote, had to say something about this absolutely disgusting behavior. Second, I'm going to agree with something someone else said here. It seems like they preferred the online interactions with Taka over actually meeting him. It seems like once they had a moment to gather themselves, they realized the reality of all meeting up entailed, not assuming the worst, strictly referring to the idea of meeting them in person. Fantasy doesn't always live up to reality, and in this situation where you deal with serious anxiety to the point where you can barely leave your house and you have 24/7 caretaker, meeting someone only heightens these things, even if it's someone you like/love. It sucks that Taka was not returning home. It sucks that as Taka was returning home, rumors were being spread among his own friend group about what happened. I'm not saying this is the case here, but it's sad we live in a time where people will literally attempt to ruin you for clout, attention, or even a bit more fame or even money. The VTuber sphere here lately has this absolutely ugly underbelly to it these days, where people we thought were nice, kind, caring, and selfless are behind the scenes toxic, manipulative, and consistently in the center of some sort of drama. You're like, can't we just like stream and like have fun and play video games? Like, come on, you know? Like why is it gotta be like this? Leeming Russ says, quote, I met her at a convention in Newcastle, end quote. That was SunnyCon 2016. It matches. That is my local con I've attended every year since it began. That's where I met Taka too. Played some cards with Mascoto X, also from Team 4-Star. I hope he's being true. I hope he's innocent. I enjoy his content. It was sad to see him getting dogpiled, to have waiting patiently for the truth to arrive. Ilatario says, it's so a crazy British woman who can't leave her own hometown without being, oh no, this is very negative. This is very negative. Okay. Okay. I'm going to skip that one. That's too negative. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna skip that one. Okay. Oh no! Pargo says, and the moral of the story is, do not date VTubers. Oh do it. Don't date them. Don't befriend them. Don't interact with them. It's not worthless. Sorry, it's not worth it. They will ruin your life. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, guys. All right, guys. All right. Don't date robots. No, I'm kidding. Okay. So, yeah, I guess, so she was a VTuber? Was she a VTuber? Twitch partner or YouTube? I mean, I guess she was a media personality? Like, he's a VTuber. Is she a VTuber? Okay, all right, let me see. Okay, hold on. Yep, she's a VTuber. Okay. I see. Okay. Yep, that's yep, she's definitely a VTuber. Okay. I suspected, but okay. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. What about Rev? He's dating one. Says the VTuber. All right, shut up. Just shut up. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Don't stick it in crazy. No. All right. Okay. That was sorry. That was the hold on. That was the one Reddit talking about it. Okay, so now we're gonna bring up the other Reddit as well. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. What? Oh no, didn't. Where'd it go? No, didn't work. No. Hold on. Did it get deleted? There it goes. Okay. Here we go. I'm in the right spot. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So this is posted on the YouTuber drama subreddit, posted by Japer, and it says Takahata101, part of Team 4-Star and VTuber nowadays, allegedly accused of grape. And it says from the beginning. All right, so I'm just gonna. There we go. From the beginning, Takahata101 is a well-known voice actor who's part of Team 4-Star, Voice Cell, and the other characters. Oh my goodness! Crib, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. VTubers be crazy. Shut up, Crib. Shut up. Okay, that's true. I know. A little. Okay. I mean, I guess you have to be like a little nutty to be a VTuber, but like also, yeah, I don't know. Guys, the VTubers aren't all that bad. Okay, come on. Oh my god, you're killing me. All right, let's continue. Takahata101 was a well-known voice actor who's part of Team 4-Star, Voice Cell, and the other characters who branched off to be a pretty prominent and popular VTuber nowadays. He streams regularly where he hosts a bar of sorts that invites a lot of other VTubers to hang out. He typically streams games. Earlier this year, he's suddenly gone silent, no communication, no nothing. There are whispers of VTubers saying they are distancing themselves from Takahata, but all kept very, very vague about what's even happening. There's only a few whispers here and there. Something bad maybe happened. Okay, sorry. There's only a few whispers here and there about something maybe bad happened. Fast forward to this week. And then it says another VTuber, Adore Bunny, is crashing out about their own drama, but that's not what we're here to talk about. The whole thing is the important about this. She slipped out what was the deal with Takahata, which was the screenshot of Adore Bunny's ex. It says, and apparently, talking to another VTuber who goes by the name of Red Claw, there are accusations of Takahata graping someone and discussing it. All of the text is censored, just a vague proof that some sort of narrative going on, and paints a bigger picture as to why everyone seems to be dissing themselves. And it says Takahata101 would recently come out of their silence, which is the tweet we already saw. Finally speaking about these accusations, after all this time staying quiet, he was quietly addressing the accusations in the background and seeking legal counsel against his accusers. Apparently, no legal response was ever made from his accusers, and decided to move on with his life and will try to get back into streaming soon. Whether or not the allegations are true is yet to be seen. There hasn't been much public evidence to gaze at, as it seems like a lot of it was talked about in private until it was leaked. VTuber Red Claw is accused of making up lies, but this is yet to be verified as the entire thing is a mess. For now, these are just accusations without any strong proofs. It's being handled legally at the moment with no response from the accuser, which we already know that it has already happened. Because we had a response from Mistress Doom, which is like her pinned post. Okay. So let's see what some people are on Reddit are saying. Louis F says, what an effing mess. It sounds like he was doing what he should have done. Sounds like he was doing what he should have behind the scenes with what with going straight to legal counsel. Doesn't mean he's innocent or guilty. I can absolutely see someone being afraid to go against a beloved figure like him if it was true. I really hope it's not true, but outside of legal proceedings, which the accusers seem to be avoiding, we probably will never know, and it's probably unfair to attack him when he's trying to clear it up through legal means. It makes sense he would try to go back to his life. Says, edit, that evidence is literally nothing. Like, what? Literally nothing. Are we seriously going to get another fake grape accusation this year? Effing Christ. Literally no evidence between a completely blanked out DM exchange with unknown person and the accusers are avoiding responding to legal. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Trying to push my bias out of the way. There's literally nothing to go off of until there's literally anything else. Apparently it was pushed to law enforcement, but it seems nothing came of that yet, if true. Starpunk says, at the moment, it is probably for the best to reserve judgment till we actually see something. At present, we don't even know if Adora is relaying the accusations accurately to us, and given that there is no reason at all to believe that she got permission from the supposed victim to share this publicly, I have deep reservations about engaging with this at all. Frankly, I think the only reason this became public at all is because Adora wanted to drag someone else down on her way out the door. Sinfire says, gonna repost my opinion from the other day. Multiple people have seen Taka's side of the story and sided with him. Others have sided against him, not for what he did, but for what he said in his own defense, per Alicia, who admittedly isn't the best judge of character in general. The only person who said it was SA was Adora. Her evidence was essentially non-existent. I have strong doubts that anyone who stands by Taka through this would do so if Adora was telling the full truth. Team 4-Star has had an auntie in the past that falsely accused the entire group, Shady Vox, who vanished with following being called out by Little Curry Boat. Until we see what the actual accusation is, and whatever evidence Taka shared with the others, we do not know enough to judge the situation. Given the alleged victim has completely ghosted Taka's lawyer, I personally doubt there will be a conclusion that satisfies everyone. Okay, see here, and then the update that he made the document. Okay. Bollywood says, from the sounds of it, Adora just threw an effing hand grenade into the room and then ghosted any attempts to reach her from his legal counsel. Yeah, so yeah, essentially, yeah, I mean, it's good that the truth came out. The fact that it came out in that way was probably not the best way for it to be handled. But okay, but I mean, okay, hold on a second. Okay, there we go. Let me just go back to here. Okay. Okay, so let me see what you guys are saying. Okay, hold on. Okay, bot will free his boys. No! Last Laura says, it take arrogance to be a streamer. Arrogance. VTubers are scary, Lidia. They're not all scary. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Hagfish, when are you dropping your Google Doc? No! From the moment I understood the weakness of flesh, it disgusted me. If you know, you know. No, I don't know, Jolly. Narrator. Adora was not, in fact, being truthful. Oh my goodness. Is this a Warhammer reference? Everyone is skeptical of Adora's tweet. Yeah, especially because it was like nothing. It was it was just bizarre. Like, okay, hold on a second. I'll show you guys again. You guys have seen a tweet, but I'll show you guys again. Okay. This one. It's like, this weighed on me heavily since January. The reason I distanced from Takahata101 earlier this year is because Red Claw has shown me an anonymous victim's allegation of Takahata graping. I distanced from Taka after that. Okay. So then, near Red Claw. I wonder if Red Claw said anything. Okay. Let me see if Red Claw. And then the door says, I'm retiring from VTubing and will not be rebranding. Okay. Red Claw. Let me see if I can find Red Claw. Okay. Red Claw. Okay. Nothing. I think this is the same Red Claw. But yeah, I don't think so. Nope, doesn't look like anything here. Okay. Good to know. Okay. Let's see what you guys think. Okay. Krim, you're a Lidia auntie. You are a Lidia auntie. Get the hell out of here, Krim. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Shady Vox was a team 4-star anti. I don't think so. Hold on. It was hold on. Where was that? Control F anti. No, that was at the top. Hold on. That was near the top, I think, right? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, Team 4-star had an anti in the past that falsely accused an entire group, Shady Vox, who vanished following being called out by this person. Okay, who's Shady Vox? Who's this? Someone made a video documenting the events revolving around Shady Fox and his disappearing after calling out. I myself had nothing to do with the vid, but I appreciate someone trying to make this publicly known. Okay. Oh, geez. Okay. Yikes. Okay, that's a story for a different time. Okay, that's a story for a different time. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me just catch up with chat really quick. Hold on. What are you guys saying? Hi, Mike. Hello. What's up? Okay. Let's see here. Why does that VTuber have 2 teenagers in her sweater? Oh my goodness. Crazy how these screen caps show proof. It's all censored. Yeah, like it's just kind of like I don't know, like I don't know, like I mean if I'm being real here, that's kind of like what this looks like is like, hold on a second. Okay, let's see here. Let's do okay. Big secret. Big revelation. I did this to that person, or like this person did this to me, right? And then they're like I have very shocking revelations, guys. Okay, I'm gonna tell you everything. It's all right here. Okay, all right. Okay, okay. Trust me, bro. Okay, this is my proof. I don't think you guys would buy it, right? No, because it doesn't make any sense. Because proof usually has, I mean, it's in the name. Proof has proof, right? So it's kind of confusing. But yeah, anyways, okay, all right. Just trust me, bro. Okay. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, also, quick reminder, make sure to get yourself a Lidia plushie. Okay, anyways, but let me see what you guys are saying. Hold on. Okay. What is the consensus right now? You know what? I honestly, Tremingo, I am so confused. I am more confused now than ever. It's hard to really, I guess at the end of the day, okay. All right, at the end of the day, nobody was, okay, the only 2 people that were in the bedroom were Takahata and Mistress Doom. Those are the only 2 people that really know what happened that day, okay? So, like, it's hard to cast judgment and be like, oh yeah, this person is clearly in the right and this person is clearly in the wrong. It's not a very black and white issue, right? There's definitely lots of gray involved. I think that's the confusing part, right? And because it's obviously a legal proceeding, if this even gets to court, because like I'm not even sure, can you sue someone in a different country? Like maybe, I don't know. Like proof have proofs and the truth has truth. All right. Let's see here. Okay, hey, welcome back. Hello. Sean says, I'm more on Takahata's side now, especially considering people are trying to destroy his character. Duar says, most people are favoring Taka, even if he was a dumbass. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Where is it? Okay. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through your stuff. Okay, hold on. What are you guys saying? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's just okay here. I do wish for her side, but I don't expect it with what she said. Yeah, it kind of sounds like from essentially what she was saying is that like, I mean, she didn't really say much, but she pretty much said that like it's a police case and I'm gonna have to talk with my people to see what I can reveal. But if you post it on her behalf, she did not consent. The only people the only people that Mistress Doom has kind of like greenlit her to talk on her behalf are her carers, which is Jimmy. All right. And maybe that guy who was and maybe this guy who was in the Uber, maybe Griff, maybe, I'm not sure, because I guess he's a carrot. But anyways, yeah, it's all very confusing, chat. I am very confused. I am more confused than I was before. And we're just gonna have to wait, I guess, for this to like have more information, because all we really have is Taka screenshots, right? Because Mistress Doom isn't really saying like a whole lot about it. Okay, Tristan says, if Mistress Doom was sedated as she claimed, can we even trust her memory? Oh, I mean, I don't know. Oh my goodness. What's this? Nerm says a UK criminal case against a Canadian resident would involve extradition. Oh goodness. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, yeah, I guess I would. Yeah, I mean, it was all Red's fault. I knew it. I figured it was. Okay. Riptor says, I don't think she has any actual proof. Star says, it'll probably get lost with the UK censorship. Kayla says, I'd love to actually know if Taka did something wrong or if he is only a threat to oh goodness. Okay. Kim says, I understand it. Taka's lawyers reached out but did not receive a response since the allegation. Yeah, that's true. But Mistress Doom is acknowledging that she received the legal document and is now with her, I guess, her police guy in the UK, right? Is, I guess, with her case now. Derm says, yep, usually the defendant would be notified. Nothing has happened. Serial says, hot take here, but if she's a known manipulator and gaslighter, can we really trust that she has a disability that requires caretakers? I mean, like, I don't know. That's a great question. Dura says, the alleged crime took place in the UK against a UK citizen. Taka being Canadian makes no difference. Oh, okay. Kayla says, one last time, remember, he is a danger who cannot be allowed to do this to anyone else. I mean, I don't, I'm not sure about that. I mean, obviously, I'm not here to cast judgment, guys. I'm trying to stay as neutral as possible because honestly, I don't know what to say. I don't know. Even after reading this for 5.5 hours, I don't know. I don't really know what the. I don't really fully understand it. Okay, like I'm just kind of like it seems like fairly obvious, I guess. Like it kind of you can tell like definitely through like the text messages that the tone shifted like dramatically when he touched down in the UK. There definitely was some sort of like shift in tone there. I will say both of them equally are absolutely horrible communicators, even though we saw all of their like text messages. Like, I've never seen people talk so much and say so little. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really, like, the communication is like way like whoosh, whoosh. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Actually, hold on, guys. I actually had one more thing. I forgot to, hold on. I forgot to show you this. Like, I'm sorry.
Me being like, when's the next time you're going to the
Okay. All right, guys. Sorry. I wanted to show you guys this really quickly. Okay. Hold on. So actually, okay, so I was looking in the wrong spot. I was looking on Red Claw's X account, but I actually should have been looking in his VOD. This was it's an unlisted VOD. And it says some announcements, updates about Monster Hunter. So this is Red Claw speaking about distancing himself from Taka. So this is around the 23-minute mark. Hold on. So I think it was let me just rewind just for a minute. Okay, around the 23-minute. I think it's about here-ish. Oh, no, it crashed. Okay, there we go. Okay. So this video is from months ago, though. So, like, so it's not, like, new information, but it's kind of like where Red Claw kind of sits in this particular situation. Okay, so let's take a listen.
And even more recently, if you're in Milla's community, I'm sure you have all seen, yeah, go emote only in this regard, Aoife. Yeah, go emote only for this one. Thank you. I am sure that you have all seen particular announcements about a bunch of people separating themselves from Takahata. I have a lot that I appreciate. There's a lot that I appreciate Takahata doing for me. I honestly do not believe I'd be even at the level that I'm at right now if I wasn't invited onto the bar. However,
his bar.
That being
Takahata's
said, over the past couple months, I have been privy to things that I am not very comfortable with at all. And because of that, like the other people that I've mentioned, I am choosing to separate myself from Taka. I no longer consider Takahata a friend. Taka doesn't consider me a friend. What's it called? This is not me being like, go attack Taka. This is not me saying like, give Taka beef. This is just me letting you guys know that like, you're not going to see him around here. We're not gonna ban anyone for like mentioning him or using his emotes or anything, but like, I'm just letting you guys know, if you're like, please don't like pressure me being like, when's the next time you're going to the bar? Like, when's the next time you're hanging out with him? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not happening. It's not happening at all. Please do not ask why. It is not, like, most of this stuff is not my place to discuss at all. And so you're not gonna get an answer from me. This is just me very calmly, politely asking to respect the privacy of myself and everyone else in this regard. Just be cool about it. Like I said, it's just so me just formally announcing this, all right? Like I said, I thank him for putting me on the map. But other than that, we're moving on. We are moving on. All right, you can take him out of emote only mode. We can take him out of emote only mode.
Okay. All right, guys. All right. So that's essentially Red Claw's response into that. But I mean, that was some time ago. That it was probably before the document came out. So thank you so much, chat, for sending that over to me. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Okay. So let's see here. Okay, what are you guys saying? Hold on. His dating style is almost creepy. Get out of here, Crim. Origin says this just shows the real faces of his so-called friends. Big Nutty says he was never their friend, just a way to get more popular. Oh, jeez. Carrie says the police have a line of communication with his legal counsel in Canada, and he would have had to engage in a UK representative to send Mistress Doom a legal letter. Oh, I see. Okay. Bo says he got what he needed from Taka, and now he's useless to him. Oh, no. Lester says, don't worry, Lidia. No, when a scandal comes your way, I'll have your back 100%, whether support you or innocent, and push you into the mob if you're guilty. I'll still have your back 100%. Oh, man, thanks, Andy. Thank you. Okay, get out of here. All right. Let's see here. Okay, what are you guys saying? Okay. Kirai says, it would be unusual for an investigation to be entering its 13th month without an interview of the suspect. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, what are you saying? Okay. Hold on, what are you guys saying? Okay. Someone's saying like friends like these, who needs enemies, right? Oh my goodness. It's crazy these people did not reach out to him first. Yeah, I mean, like that would be, I mean, I would think that would be like your first course of action, be like, oh, I heard something about my friend. Did this happen? You know, like, yeah, it's odd. Okay, they're all using the same script, right? Yeah, with friends like these, why worry about enemies? How they all turned their back on their friend. Kayla says, I raised my star. I don't need you anymore. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Origin says the real one stuck by him. Let's see here. Okay, I can't wait for Lidia to have her own drama document. It'll be the wildest end for 25. Shut up, Ben! That's not gonna happen. If Lidia had a Google Docu, who would read it? Yeah, that's true. I would have to read my own Google Docu. Oh my goodness. Okay, all right, guys. I'm just gonna put this link in the chat one more time. This is the Lidia plushie. I really would appreciate if you would consider petition, the LidiaVtuber plushie petition. I would really appreciate a pledge. I need to get to 100. As you all know, newstubers are kind of unfairly targeted when it comes to things like merch. So Uwu Market has been very, very kind in letting me do this plushie petition. So I'd really, really appreciate it if you guys could participate. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Okay, all right. Okay, so guys, okay. Let me just give you just a roundabout one, my final thoughts on this, okay? All right. Okay, here's my final thoughts. Okay. The truth seems fairly obvious, but obviously we will never know because we were not in that bedroom with them, so we will never really know the full truth. But definitely you can tell that the tone shifted dramatically on his arrival. You can tell that by all the different text messages we saw here in the statement. They are both horrible communicators. They talk so much and say yet nothing at all. It's yeah, very, very bad communication from both of them, I will say. Her reactions, they definitely seem to indicate like a huge anxiety issue for sure. But like obviously we're not doctors, but like for her to have like 2 carers, maybe it seems like, you know, she definitely has some sort of anxiety issue. Why the carers were not with her during that night, we will never really know. But obviously I'm not here to judge what happened. I'm just telling you what's happening. So like anyways, guys, I definitely you can come to your own conclusions as to what you think happened here, because it's not very clear. It's not like a clear winner, like, oh yeah, like there's not like a, I feel like there's no clear winner or loser in this situation. It's not it's all very gray. It's all very gray in my opinion. Yeah, we're not here to judge, but man, getting spicy text messages leaked onto the internet is never a good thing, and that made me very uncomfortable to read. But I hope you guys enjoyed my read through of all the information. So now you have all the information at your disposal. So anyways, guys, just to okay, hold on a second. Just to one more time. I know I'm pushing this a lot, but it's really, really important, guys. If you are able to, please participate in the LidiaVtuber plushie petition on Uwu Market. We are very, very close to our goal of 100, so I would really appreciate your support. What's that? Oh, for not here to judge. Do you not represent me? Oh my goodness. 3 minutes. Oh man, I'll never think of 3 minutes the same again. Thanks a lot, Takahata. Okay, guys, aim for more than 3 minutes. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Okay, extreme claims require extreme evidence. This is my conclusion. I see. Okay. I think the receipts, let's see. Okay. How long would a 150-page Google Doc take to read on stream? 8-page one took like 5 hours, which is 497 minutes more than the wrestling match took. Oh, man. The real victim is the AEW, guys, okay? They don't need this type of PR. Oh my goodness. Okay, all right, hold on. Where was I? You're here to judge Crim. No! Oh my goodness. Okay. Decoy says, I think it's pretty obvious from the beginning, unless actual proof is brought up, it is false accusations. Okay, refresh this page and see if it updates. Okay. All right, we're at 78. Where are we now? 80! All right. We got 20 left to go, chat. Come on. I know you could do this. All right. Let's see. No pregame means no game. Always pregame beforehand. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Guys, just definitely if you're going into the cage match, okay, make sure you have your protective belt on you, okay? And also make sure that everyone in the cage match consents to being in the cage match, I guess. Right? Oh, poor AEW on the backstage. I know. This episode of Dragon Ball Z. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know what? To be fair, yes, this was only 8 pages. But like the text messages themselves is what took up most of the time. You know, like I didn't think we were going on like this many side tangents, okay? What happened to the dog? Chastity boys. Chastity belt boys. Exactly. Oh my goodness. I feel bad for a few people having to deal with this. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see here. I'll tell everyone it only takes 3 minutes to make you happy by pledging for a plushie. That's right, guys. Only 3 minutes. Make those 3 minutes count. Oh my goodness. Wear your PPE. Yeah, no kidding, eh? Wear boots and gloves. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Let me see what you're saying. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me just read some of your chat. Okay. I'm now scared of Lidia. The plushie is a lie. The plushie's not a lie. It's real. It's real. I mean, almost. It'll become real if 20 more of you pledge. That would be awesome. All right. Okay. All mods are going to have their own Google Docky. No! Oh my goodness. Just the idea is reasonably right now. Okay. Full hazmat suit. I mean, that is one way to protect yourself. Yeah. You just go Warhammer 40K. All right, just put on that armor and you'll be safe. You'll be safe in any spicy interaction you guys have. Instructions unclear. Ended up in a real cage match. Anyone want to expose Lidia? DM me. Yeah, okay, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you. I love so many friends. With friends like these, who needs enemies? A person is innocent until proven guilty in court of law. That's right. You got it. See, I'm at work. I can't open it up. Okay, that's okay. There are 2 dogs, 1 chicken. The other one is a bad dog who got challenged. What? Oh my goodness. I was wearing armor. Vegeta. You don't have to be crazy to work here, but it helps. Oh goodness. All right, guys. So just wait. Okay, if you want to know the truth, you need to wrestle Taka for 3 minutes. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, I'm gonna see you at the All Out Toronto on Saturday, September 20th. Oh my god. Oh shit. Potentially a plushie. Yes. So Jim, this is a potential plushie. I just need 20 more backers to get it all the way through. I would really appreciate it if you would take some time out of your day to take a look-see, okay? Origin says, "No worry, I got your back. Not sure if I'll protect it, but I got it." Remember, chat, steal her underpants. No, don't steal my underpants. There's no underpants on this. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Can I regret being there the next day? No! Okay. We got N7, Mulnar, and 40K. What is your pick? Oh my goodness. We're still going on a panty raid, Mr. Krabs. What? I got you in the ring for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Randy Savage and Spider-Man. Oh, okay. Don't wrestle Taka for 3 minutes. We just spent 5 hours proving that leads to actual madness. Oh no. Okay. When someone says they were watching wrestling. Oh yeah, sorry. You guys are going to be thinking about wrestling in a whole different way now. Sorry. Potential plushie. Make sure go to 200 plushie. I hope so. That would be nice. That would be awesome. Thank you. You've never been sexier than when you did the wrestling voice. Max Knight says, Lidia plushie, an intimate room. Who's to say a pineapple pizza would not be present? It's between you and the plushie. Buy it now. 3 minutes to madness. Oh god. Yeah, that's self-report. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay, where was it? You guys got me off script. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, all right. So guys, there is can I just a quick reminder, there is 300 of you in chat, okay? So I just need 20 of you to actually just Please. 20 of you, please do the plushie, for God's sakes. Okay, all right, I'm going to put the link in here one more time. Yes, I'm bothering the shit out of you. I'm sorry, okay? Listen. We've been at this for 6 hours. Somebody buy the goddamn plushie. Okay, all right. So guys, please make sure this is a $2 pledge, and it is $30 if and when hopefully it gets funded. Okay. So, make sure also, if you are able to, please follow me on Twitch. Okay, this is my Twitch. All right. Okay, there we go. Okay, what is it? Consent for every minute? Oh no. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. All right. Alas, it is time for me to go. But the fun does not end with me, because it is time to raid. We're going to be raiding into Rima. When we raid, make sure to spam Rima is best horse, and also Nya raid. Okay, guys? Are you guys ready to go? Thank you so much for watching. Please make sure, please, the plushie. I need your help on the plushie, for God's sakes. Thank you very much. And also, please follow me on Twitch. That would be super epic. Okay. All right. Okay. So, remember, guys, please work on your sharpshooter. All right. Don't do Boston Crab. If you're going to WrestleMania, learn the walls of Jericho and and work on your wrestling stamina and don't have your first match be a triple threat. And please, for the love of God, last longer than 3 minutes. Okay, guys, are you ready for the raid? Let's go! Nyang, nyang!